My lovely, lovely imps. Look who we have here today. Come on, you guys can get down in frame. Today you get both. And I'll tell you why in just a second. But the real reasons, of course, because my critters are adorable. Say hello.
Hi.
All right,
everybody.
read out a couple names.
What's up, Jessica Metal, Somnio, Static, Death, Nerodia.
Keep going, keep going.
Baphomet.
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 Put the screw in the tuna. Somniostatic. Comrade Girl 2018.
JS Masochist, Renewed Wolf. Taller Than Tail. Hi, everybody. Sonia Forest Garden. Sorry. Joey Ravioli. That's not how you spell Joey.
Geoy.
Joey.
Joey.
Sorry.
Scrambly. Louie Boy. Gay Fesh.
Hi,
Ultimate
everybody.
Stapler. Who else we got? Dank Cat Lord. Hey, all right, let's do everybody read out Snack Freak on 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Snack Freak. Nethercat. We got Leth. We got the Dark Canuck. We got Fen. We got Josh. We got Frozen Summer. Brittles. I'm not gonna forget YouTube chat. Come on, let's get a few out. Don't read out this asshole. In fact, if we're gonna read out that asshole, you gotta call him an asshole. But don't do it. You don't want to be mean.
Infinite Curly? Oh my gosh, the text is so small. I need glasses. Red Dawn, Crumple Punch? Hello.
Here, you do a few. Do this one.
Laundry Girl. HGB Guy.
Here, get this one.
Fistal Cakes.
Piftle Cakes. Piftle Cakes. Piftle Cakes.
Oh.
Got Jupiter's Siren. Guns, games, guitars. We should argue about AI soon. Maybe.
Oh, no.
Taraka Sama.
Jupiter's Siren?
Yeah, what about this one here?
Starro June?
Starro Junes.
My goodness.
Zoe Vexed Lavender. Uchu no Tenshi. Ox Pecker. We got a lot of Seska. Elby. Damn, we got a lot of people in here tonight. Make sure if you are here that you have pressed the like button. All right. Mixed Dizzy.
Sorta okay. Grouchy Ash.
Yo! Look at this. More and more people coming in. AI I'm finding is a uniting issue lately, is it? Femboyo. Here we go. Ryan Phoenix. Bingo Bongus.
Bingo Mongus.
Ryan Phoenix just got here.
Nice.
Here, you do this one, though.
Duke Desirix.
Nice. Hey, here you go. This one's for you, Fawn.
J-Man.
Ooh, here we go.
What's up, Default Axe? Xerox.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, you two are free. You don't got to stay on here if you don't want to.
All right,
We're going to get into the heat. Thanks for helping bring it down and start it off on a positive note, because it's not going to be positive anymore. Bye. Love you. Mwah. Yo, my lovely, lovely imps. Thank you for being here tonight. Please make sure that you press like on the stream. I'm going to put up the little poll. There we go. There we go. That was an awesome surprise. Thank you. I noticed part of the reason why I wanted to make sure we had both Fawn and Doe here is because last time Fawn came on, there were multiple comments saying that that was the first time that they'd ever seen Fawn. And that's just not okay with me. That made me feel sad. Dark Souls tonight? You know it! You know we're gonna do some Dark Souls tonight. But we got some other stuff to do first. We have someone shitting up chat right now on YouTube. The YouTube people, my apologies to the YouTube people. That we have someone basically dropping their pants and taking a giant fucking dump on our chat. I let them run wild because I just want you all to see. I just want you all to see the type of shit that you have to deal with when you do anything on the internet. You have to have these people, these deranged clowns, show up and say the most, frankly, moronic shit that you've ever heard, typing gigantic paragraphs in your chat before you even go live, insisting they're totally in good faith when they're using the most weaseliest tactics you can possibly imagine, including trying to reach your audience before you go live and can even push back. But see, the cool thing about me is that unlike a lot of other streamers, I don't neglect my chats. I watch both my YouTube and my site chat. I take good care of both of them. And as a result, I see when someone's trying to do a supremely embarrassing, cringe, parasocial reputation laundering for somebody who I've already made a definitive video on. Uh-oh, you're gonna make a stream about me? This is really funny. So this person fucking rolled in here and started taking a dump in my live chat, and they were like, I just wanted to warn you. I just wanted to warn you so your reputation doesn't get damaged. As it turns out, they just recently made a stream called Demon Mama is a Snake and Other Reptiles in the Online Left. Oh, I'm quaking in my boots. You're gonna make another dishonest, pathetic stream about me? Good luck! Good luck! Join the club! You and everybody else! You wouldn't be the first to take a swing at me and fucking land on your own ass. Good luck? Yeah, sorry. You know, this is the warm-up. Can we watch it for comedic purposes? No, because it wouldn't be funny. The thing you need to understand is that these people are boring. They're incredibly boring. Otherwise, they would be doing their own shit. You notice how you come to my stream and every single day I'm like spending 90% of the stream just riffing and making y'all laugh and doing stuff like hitting my funny buttons, making my funny noises, all that kind of stuff. You know how I come in here and you get original ass content? I'm just giving you my hot takes and opinions by the hour, every hour, and you keep having fun and hundreds of people pile in to watch. Yeah, you know? Turns out this shit takes some skill, and some people don't have it. And so they supplement that by being a seething moron on the internet. More likely than you think. Hey, Staroxby, I hope you're doing wonderfully. Thanks, my leather mistress AOC. What the fuck? It's beautiful. What a beautiful, what a beautiful, what a beautiful day. Listen, I have had, let's get our hands on the table here, okay? I'm gonna lay my cards out. I have a very short temper today, okay? And I'm streaming with the knowledge that I've got a short temper, okay? So, you know, who knows what's gonna happen today? But just so you all know what you're in for. Unchained Mel with the $5. Thank you so much. You're the first super chatter of the stream. Thank you so much. Was listening to Elden Ring lore. I'm taking to heart being more involved in the community. Want to play Elden Ring now. Lore is cool. Well, you're in for a treat because I'm going to be starting a pointless, violent, and hurtful war with the Elden Ring community later in this stream. Because I gotta break out some tough criticisms. Okay, we're gonna talk about Elden Ring. We're gonna talk about. I'm gonna finally review Elden Ring's DLC, and I got some rough things to say. It's gonna probably make some people mad, and I'm also gonna be criticizing the lore just a tiny bit, which is also probably gonna be make people mad. But you'll be in for a fun time because you know I make it entertaining. Ron's KFC with the $20. Yo! Thank you so much. Ron's KFC says, if you have to type out a dissertation in somebody else's chat, trash talking to get them to take you seriously, then we already know your channel sucks. True! Fucking true! Damn it, I gotta stop swearing so much at the beginning of stream. I saying another swear. Da 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 da. Swear away? Oh, I gotta be careful. They're mean. They're mean. You don't understand. They're mean. By the way, real quick, how is the audio? Does anybody who's sensitive to the audio in my previous streams, does it sound louder or anything than the last few streams? Very solid, good. Thank you, Staroxvia. I appreciate that. It was not. I don't think it was. Also, we got a new addition to the anomalies pile. You guys want to see the new anomaly? Hold on, let me grab the new anomaly. The reason why I'm asking about the audio, is because I installed a new fan, and it's right there. I did an ungodly amount of research for a new fan that would be quiet enough to run and keep me cool while I stream, so I stopped dying while streaming, so I stopped leaving stream as a desiccated husk. And I finally found one, and it is quiet as can be. It's also just a really awesome fan generally, but I did like hours of research to pick this fan, and the fact that it didn't show up, it didn't add anything to my levels when I looked at it, and if nobody else is noticing it, that's good. Did you turn up the gain? I did. I turned up the gain just a tiny bit last stream. I might need to turn it back down again, but I'm not 100% sure. What make? It's a Drio. Sorry, it's the Drio Pilot Max S tower fan. That's the name of it. And so far, it's amazing. I can only speak for how well it works and how quiet it is. It is remarkably quiet. I watched like an anomalous amount of reviews and sound tests of this fan, and additionally weighed in other things like maximum output, etc. And this one had the quietest and highest, like the vertex point where quietness and power intersected was this fan. Also, it's a very good price. So, yeah, it's a really good fan. Also, it has this really cool mode that I'm not using right now, but that I will use when I'm off stream, which is called, it's called Natural Wind Mode, which the fan will emulate the random gusts of wind. And you can set the maximum gust level, but it will sit there and it will go like, you know, like actually randomized gusts of wind. It's super, super cool. And I was like, that's a cool ass feature. I'd like that. I can actually hear it, but just as a whir. You might actually be hearing my computer fans and not this fan. That's how quiet it is. But yeah, it's the Drio Pilot Max S. I cannot speak to its lifetime quality, but so far it is doing exactly what I wanted it to do, which is I feel very nice and cool, and it doesn't make a sound. Anyway, this is the new anomaly. And by new anomaly, I mean it was old, but I lost it when I was building the set. I found a strange gold, silver, and black orb. And it's very, I don't know, it's very enchanting. It has a quality to it that I quite like. I don't know what it is. A part of me makes it think, some of it makes me think it might have originally gone on like the end of a bed, like, you know, or a pole or a post or something like that. But I don't know. It's just a very beautiful orb, and I really like it. Together we ponder the orb. Yes, ponder it. It matches my stream very well. Also, I don't remember if I actually finished my sentence, but Staroxvia, thank you for saying such kind things about my studio. I put a lot of work into it. I'm not 100% locked down on the camera angle right now. I had to move things around due to, I talked about this on my last stream. I had a disaster with my monitors. And so my camera angle is a little different than I wanted it, but it looks pretty good in my opinion, I think, especially when I'm looking straight on. And it's functioning great. I'm very comfortable. So, and I'm going to keep upgrading it. This studio is going to keep getting upgraded. I'm going to get more soundproof padding to quiet down the room. So, yeah. This is a 100% cursed orb. No, the other anomaly is the cursed object. Let me show you the other anomaly real quick. This one is the cursed object. I don't even know what it is. It's like an organ. It's like a carving of a strange organ. And I found this randomly at a thrift store. It's very cool. It's very Bloodborne-y. So it was like kind of perfect. This one's definitely cursed, but I don't think it's mad at me, so, you know. Of course it does, Alexi. What's it made of? Some kind of ceramic. It's wild. I'm quite sure it's a one of a kind. Looks like a slime enemy designed by Miyazaki. Yeah, exactly, right? It's cool. I love it. It might be cursed, but it's welcome here. I am a cursed individual, and so the cursed are kin. So that's how it works, you know? That's how it works. It looks like it came out of the void from Fear and Hunger. That too, yeah, exactly. Shove it in a jar and grow a saint. Don't get me started, all right? Don't get me angry. I'm gonna start getting angry. Ash3030 with the tier 1 sub, thank you so much. Been a while since I tuned into a stream. Have my money. Thank you. Thank you, gotcha. I got your meme this time. Don't worry, I'll do the meme tonight. All right, Mr. Krabs, I will. I will. I won't forget it. I gotta warm up first. The Dark Canuck with the chunky imp renewal. Thank you so much. The Dark Canuck says proud imp. And with a proud Canadian imp. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yo! Any cool topics on the schedule for today? Any less than fun ones? Let's see. We're gonna talk, we have one small politics topic, which is, we're gonna talk a little bit about something that happened with Kamala Harris, which is gonna be really funny. Then we have a little bit of drama, very minor, but just a little bit of drama. Then I'm gonna talk a whole bunch about Elden Ring and piss people off. Then we're gonna play Dark Souls 2. Dark Slime Zero, later on in the stream would be the perfect time. So please do ask me. But right now I'm just warming up, so I don't want to do that right now. But soon. Soon. It's been way too long since we've done Dark Souls 2. We have been in the middle of a absolutely deranged political news cycle. And I feel very bad that it's been so long. Also, I was sick 3 times this month, 3 times this month, one of which was only really like a 24-hour, 48-hour sickness, but yeah. Shadow Angel 09 with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. YouTube chat is so generous. Outdoors sucks right now. How is it 85 degrees at 8:30 p.m.? Hot days here when I was young were like mid-70s. I'm so sorry. Yeah, heat is terrifying. Apparently, it's the world's hottest day ever recorded. Like, globally, the global temperatures are the hottest it's ever been today. So, yeah, that sucks. This whole year has been a whirlwind. You're telling me. You're telling me. Holy moly. Holy moly. Oh yeah, I also want to make fun of JD Vance. The JD Vance Sodi comments are so frickin' funny. Do you guys remember how I said that I said this on stream, that JD Vance is doomed because he's a fake Sodi drinker? Do you remember me saying that? I have more evidence of that. He's a fake Sodi drinker. He's not a real American Sodi appreciator. And we have true proof of it. Yo, that's cool, Arlo. JD Vance is perhaps, I didn't think it was possible, but he might actually have less Riz than Ron DeSantis, which is pretty shocking. It's pretty shocking. Don't you fucking start. Okay? Listen. Don't you motherfucking start a diet soda versus normal soda war in my chat, because I will lose my shit, okay? I already had a battle IRL today on the Sodi war. You don't want to unleash that beast in this stream, okay? It'll be the rest of the stream. Can we have a Sodi tier list? Yeah, we could do a Sodi tier list. Ooh, Sodi tier list would be fun. Ash3030 says, unrelated, but what are your thoughts on Fallout New Vegas? I've been playing it for days on end. I just started the Honest Hearts DLC. I am in the minority in not being a big Fallout New Vegas appreciator. And it's not because I think the game's bad or anything like that. And in fact, there's a lot of stuff in it that I think is super cool. I don't really like the combat and the baseline gameplay of the modern Fallout games. There's just something about it that makes my brain slip off of them. And so I've never beaten Fallout New Vegas. I'm very familiar with a lot of stuff in Fallout New Vegas. But I just, I don't know. I don't know. It's not that I it's not that I like don't like it or think it's bad. I just it doesn't the gameplay doesn't work for me, so it's hard for me to get to the story when I just don't like the gameplay. Like I even find the gameplay of Pathologic 1 more compelling than Fallout New Vegas. It's unfortunate. I don't hate it, but it's just not, I don't know. It doesn't match for me 100%. Did you like Fallout 3 or no? When I was in high school, I liked Fallout 3, and then I burned out on it like really hard, and I've just never been able to get back into a Fallout game since then. I've tried a bunch of them, but it just doesn't, I don't know, something about it. It just doesn't gel for me. Maybe it's just I imagine it's probably just a personal taste thing, you know? I don't think there's anything like wrong with the game, but, you know, it's just, you know, whatever. Prosy Rosie says, what possessed you to stream today? I wanted to stream. I have, I haven't streamed enough this month, and I want to spend more time streaming, and I want to make sure that I'm doing gaming streams and stuff, and it means a lot. I might give it a try in the future, but I don't know. Infinite Curly with the $50 super chat. Holy moly! That's so generous. Thank you. Infinite Curly says, content like yours has helped me stop being a dumb raging lib and a Biden bot. A year ago, I would have been raging and devastated. Now I'm way better. No more raging lib. And the other day, I even celebrated with McDonald's. Thank you so much for all you do. You're welcome. And thank you for supporting me. I'm always happy to help people not be a raging lib, okay? It's not a happy path. Libs are not politically satisfied people. They just try to tell you they are. Welcome to the club. It's so much more freeing. Your mind will be freer. Yeah, of course, Arlo. Just tag me in the Discord. Oh, wait. You can't. Yeah, just send me an Imgur link. Imgur, whatever it is. Also, hold on a second here. Somebody here said something that made me angry. Demon Mama has ass taste in games. Sentient Rat, you're lucky you're a known quantity in my chat. Because if you weren't, I would permaban you right now. You get one pass. But if you pull that shit again, I swear to God, today's not the day to test me. Or maybe it is. If your fantasy is becoming a burnt effigy for chat to laugh at, today is the day. Today is certainly the day. Hell yeah, Infinite Curly. That's the way to be. No, you can just send it in chat, Arlo. It's fine. I won't ban you for sending the link. You can just send an Imgur link or whatever. No. I have to stop looking at Twitter. Do not look at Twitter. Do not look at Twitter. No, it's just gonna make me too angry. It's gonna make me way too angry. Butterdaw? Actually, wait a second. I used to have a Butterdaw sound file. Where's the Butterdaw one? When did I get rid of... We had Butterdaw. That used to be on the soundboard. There it is.
They tell me not to, but I still drinks it.
Wait, I don't know if that was loud enough.
They tell me not to, but I still drinks it.
So good. Butterdaw. For automotive use only. Lauren Pincom says, does anyone else actually think that politics is an entertainment spectacle to distract from years of humanity's general destructive selfishness at this point? That's all of human existence. All of human existence is just a spectacle to distract us from the ever-encroaching end. That is all of human existence. We are but clowns on a great stage. But sometimes, if we want to make that stage a little more entertaining, you have to think about politics a little bit. Bum 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 bum. Hold on a second. I want there's a Homestar Runner song that I wanted to play. It's the one where it's like, it's like pixely and it's like, I don't remember if that's the original Home Runner theme song. Is it this one? I don't know if no, this is the other one. This is not the one I was thinking of, but this one's good. It might be the everybody. Oh yeah, hold on, it might be that one. It might be the everybody. It might be the remix. It's the one that I think it plays on one of the home pages. Here, let's see. This is probably the one with the lyrics. There's one that's like... This is a remix?
Hi, Strong Bad. You like techno at all?
Wait, this is a whole episode. I don't want that one. Where's the one? I never got to play the Strong Bad Telltale game. I should play it. Hold on. It's the, maybe it's this one? Let's see. This one's so quiet. This is the one. That's the one. I think maybe that is the original one then. I feel like there was a pixel version.
Everybody, la-di-da-di-da. Everybody, la-di-da-di-da.
Okay, the best one though. Hold on. The best Homestar Runner meme ever is... The best Homestar Runner meme of all time is this. I don't know if I'm going to get hit for playing this, but I feel like we should just do a reaction to it because why not? Also though, Jupiter Siren with the unbelievably generous $10, tossing in some dollars. Thank you so much. This is a viewer-supported show, so your dollars mean the world to me. Jupiter Siren says, random question, how do you think the Howard Dean yell would play out these days? No one would even know what happened. We are, the like nerves of America are so burnt out, the Howard Dean yell wouldn't even make it to the news. Nobody would have even known it happened if it happened today. No one would even care. Donald Trump does the equivalent of a Howard Dean yell every 15 minutes in America. It's crazy.
let's let it all slip away with another soothing episode of Characters from Yonder Website. That's right. Brought to you by a grant from Green Cheat and our corporate sponsors, Smarty Juice.
Smarty
The
Juice.
faceless megacorp with a couple of hills in the logo. Look at those hills. Plant some crops and grow some Smarty Juice plants.
You have no idea how into Homestar Runner Fawn really is. Fawn regularly, like, I would say like every year, Fawn will go through a month or two where Fawn is just rewatching Homestar Runner episodes from beginning to end.
It's all right, far out. Oh, what's this? Slow down, everybody. It sounds like Character 2 has lost his gumption. Well, you know
No,
what
not
that
his
means.
gumption.
We gotta get him a little spice of life. That's right. Let's go on an inordinately long walk. With absolutely no talking. I said with absolutely no talking. I think that's inordinate enough. Hey, take a look. It's characters 3 through 7. I see there, characters 3 through 7. Character 2 here has lost his gumption. And that's right, not far out. Can any of you teach him a little bit of spice?
Right board, baseboard, baseboard, baseboard.
You got a little spice. And character 5. You got your own
I love the marzipan voice.
spice. Why, it almost seems like everybody's got their own personal type of spice.
Everybody's got their own personal type of spice, everybody.
Maybe if we bring them all together, we can create... Oh, you know what that chime means? It's time
You know what time it is?
for everyone to bend at the knees.
Yeah!
That's right. The time has come to bend at the knees. So I invite you, everybody, no pressure, put your mind at ease.
Strong Bad? Homestar? You guys? What is going on in here? Were you guys drinking this Smarty Juice? This stuff expired in 2007. It says side effects include drowsiness, euphoria, and unbelievably soothing children's programming. Doesn't sound half bad. Down the hatch. Down the hatch. Mope, 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 mope.
That's right.
Beautiful. Genius. Beautiful. Everybody's got to remember when it's time to bend at the knees. This is called Characters from Yonder Website. If anybody wants to go share that. I didn't see the link. It might have gotten filtered. Sorry, Arlo. It probably got filtered if you only sent just the link. Homestar Runner is so godlike. Uncle Gumbald, what the fuck are you talking about? You gotta change up your brand, okay? Cause like the ironic, post-ironic, ironic hater shit, you sometimes are just like firing way, way out there. Like, the fuck? Homestar Runner was made by like 4 people on a website, and it became one of the most popular websites on the internet for like a solid chunk of internet history. And you're like, oh, I remember when Aeon fluxed with what was considered indie animation. They're not even on the same fucking scale. Not even remotely the same. They're not even like close. Is this like Ren and Stimpy but trash? I'm about to ban you. Homestar Runner is legitimately still to this day one of the funniest shows that has ever been made. You can take Homestar Runner, and by the way, I've done this because I've gone and shown this to my much, much younger siblings and had them laughing their butts off at Homestar Runner. Homestar Runner is one of those things that's legitimately going to be timeless. Yuri, that was characters from Yonder Website, which is a sketch by Homestar Runner. Here you go. There you go. In case you want to watch it. You have no idea just how far, like, this website went and how much passion was into this. So Homestar Runner was so, like, the people who made Homestar Runner were so committed to it that they would change the homepage would be a dynamic flash animation where every button would have different animated characters doing things, and they did hundreds of different versions of their homepage. Whenever they would release a new big episode, they would completely revamp the homepage to have new interactions, to have little hidden secret buttons. There was literally, at one point, there was even a game that you could play through secret navigation on the homepage. Okay, so it wasn't hundreds. Okay, it was dozens. Sorry. Still. Also, they're fully archived. Everything of this is fully archived, and they're still putting stuff out now, which is crazy to think about. Let's see.
HomestarRunner.com.
Hold on. Their most recent update was 2 months ago. Okay, though that one was for merch. But before that was 5 months ago. 5 months ago, they put out a new cartoon. That's crazy. They made like 10 spin-off games on their own. It's crazy. Homestar Runner is like just beautiful. Windleby says we've reached the generational gap where the internet a decade ago is completely alien to some people. I'm so sorry. No, well, yeah, it is. Like, the idea that there was a website that you could go to and laugh your butt off for literally an unlimited amount of time. Like, there was no child could actually feasibly watch everything that was on homestarrunner.com, but you could just go there and watch something you hadn't seen, or go show your friends something you had that you thought was funny. That's like inconceivable to people now. Now they're like, hold on guys, let me take you to TikTok, and then we'll go through a pipe that dumps garbage on us, skipping videos every 2 seconds and not having like any conceivable flow between them. It's all been turned into like social media sites where people are desperately uploading shit. Homestar Runner was its own distinct place with its own distinct culture and an entire history of hundreds of episodes. And also, even though it's true that there's a generational gap and people can't imagine what that would be like, if you show younger people, I shouldn't say young people, that makes me sound like I'm 80. But if you show younger people Homestar Runner, they will laugh and they will love it. Like, it's super, super easy. Fawn shows its little baby sibling, who's gotten older now, but Fawn has been showing its young sibling Homestar Runner for literal years, and they like it just fine. I never said the young were wrong at all. I said the young are suffering. If you listen to what I was saying, I never said anything was wrong. I said that the young people are suffering. They've been given a worse world. In not every way. There are things that are better now. I mean, medicine has advanced. That's pretty cool. Like, we have advanced vaccines and shit like that. That's really awesome. But the internet has seriously taken some hits to the ability for, like, people to enjoy it. It's sad. It's genuinely sad. web search is basically unusable these days. It's actual trash. It's genuine trash. It is painful. You know what feels great? I said that I was coming in like hot as hell and really, really angry, but the fact that I have a fan cooling me down actually legitimately improves my mood. That's like so nice. The Ballad of the Sneak.
I know a lively fellow who is really quite unique. He's small and smart and yellow, with a rodent-like physique. He doesn't play the cello, and he never deigns to speak. He's the strong man's Leporello, and they just call him the Sneak. If you've got a caper, then you know who to call. It's the Sneak. It's the Sneak. Who's the dapper swindler out of Tammany Hall? It's the Sneak. That charming little what's-it who's the strongman's greatest pal. It's the Sneak. It's the Sneak. Who did the holly-golly on the Panama Canal. Do-wack-a-do-wack-a-do. It's the Sneak. Who's the jaunty jackanapes with moxie and pizzazz? It's the Sneak. Yes, sir. It's the Sneak. Who's been drinking bootleg hooch and listening to the jazz? It's the Sneak. Who captures all of Flammer Girl's affections? Who made off with my fluffy puff confections? He's dastardly. He loves catastrophe. His schemes are masterly. Takes tea at 3:30. That sneaky sneaking all over town. Who dropped the Homestar Runner from his flying machine? Humdinger. Is it the Sneak?
Humdinger.
It's the Sneak. Who put a Bengal tiger in the Kaiser's latrine? It's the Sneak. You know it's the Sneak. Take it home. The sneakity sneak all day long.
What?
What? So good. What? Oh, incredible. It's so beautiful. The voice boxer says, with the $5 says, Trogdor! True! Trogdor, the most famous, perhaps. All right, let me check it. You must be really proud of these laces, huh? All right, I can see why you were proud of these laces. My God, what the hell? Holy moly, that's some lace work. Well done. Damn, well done, well done. All right, I can see why you were so proud of him. Well done. You should be proud of that. That's awesome. It's the Sneak. Do wackadoo wackadoo. It's the Sneak. Bum bum bum. I'll take you up on that, Gayfesh. That's awesome. I guess we got to become Homestar Runner evangelists now. Yeah, we ought to be. You want to know what's crazy, though? I knew, personally, IRL, the Trevor the Vampire. Like, I'm not kidding you. I actually knew from Strong Bad Emails episode 1. The first person who ever wrote into Strong Bad Emails was from Maine, and I knew them. I knew who they were. Yes, I really did know them. In fact, I worked with them for a while. That's just how it is in Maine, though. If anybody gets famous out of Maine, you know them. That's just how it goes, pretty much. Okay, not always, but pretty damn close. Only like less than 1 million people. Actually, I don't know. Let's see what the population. Okay, actually, it's over 1 million now. It's 1.3. Damn, Maine's been growing. They've been having babies up in Maine. I hope they got rich. I think they're doing fine for themselves. They've had, like, successful games. And they've been going for a really long time. Like, I think they're doing okay. They got to make a show for Disney Channel? They did? I didn't know that. Mixed Dizzy says, I'm just impressed at the character designs because they're unique, visually appealing, instantly recognizable, and also extremely friendly for the program they're animating in. They knew how to work with what they had, which is more than a lot of studio animation these days can say. A lot of drawn cartoons got ruined with the switch to digital puppet animation. Yeah, no, they're like the best. They're seriously gods. It's incredible. Yes, Ross7. I heard that they got him. They got him. A do wacky do would be a hell of a sound drop, but it would be weird. It would be hard to place it, but it would be very funny. Just having the do wacky do out of nowhere would be very funny. They made Pickle and Peanut and 2 more eggs, and they also did voices on Amphibia and Owl House. That's cool. The VA for Homestar was in Gravity Falls. I didn't know that. Hit him with the do wackadoo. It would be really funny. I mean, they're really talented voice actors. Cautiously nominating Smiling Friends as a modern mainstream spiritual successor to Homestar Runner. Oh, brother! No! Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't be a hater. I can't do it. No, I can't. No. I'm not going to be a hater. I'm not going to be a hater. You said cautiously. You said cautiously. I don't want to hate. I don't want to yuck people's yums. Sorry about that. I don't know why I got you, Snack Freak. Our family says, did you see the Ava Chris Tyson? Ava Tyson? Did I see the Ava? Of course. How could I not have seen it? How could I not? It was every person and their mom was posting about it. Yo! Shark with the $5 says, thanks to Demon Mama, I have put almost 100 hours into Metal Gear Solid since the Steam sale. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. That deserves a moment. Hold on. Give me just a second. Hold on. Give me just a second here.
Standing on the edge of the crater, like the prophets once said, and the ashes are all cold now, no more bullets, and the embers are dead. Whispers in the air.
This one's for you. That's awesome!
Tell the tales of the brothers gone. Desolation, devastation. What a mess we made when it all went wrong.
Also,
watching.
Here we go. I gotta play the whole thing. It's so fire. Hold on. What I really want to do, I really want to find a well-cut. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I wonder if there's already one created. Let me see. What the hell? Okay, I need to find it. I've been putting this off, but we can't put it off anymore. I need to have on the soundboard this one. Too loud. Sorry. These sound terrible. See, this is the problem. This is the problem. All of them are too they're too crunchy. I'm like a quarter of the way into Metal Gear Solid 2, and I'm gonna continue playing that soon. I've been distracted with other stuff. What about this one? Let's see. Let's test this one. That's pretty good. That's close. Yeah, I already played through the first one. Damn, that's pretty good. We could snip this. Hold on, let's see. Right there. If it snipped right there, that would actually be like perfect. Crap though. How do you Wait a minute, didn't I get one? Hold on a second. I feel like we got one. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on a second. I feel like we may have actually made one at one point. Maybe not. Maybe we didn't. Nah, we didn't. Damn it. Soundboard getting some love. Yeah, it deserves some love. Whoa. How am I gonna get this? Okay, hold on. Hold on. I know how to do this. I have to summon the help of Fawn. Wait a minute. Maybe I already did. Maybe I did already get this one. Let me just double check real quick and make sure. Hold on. I just want to make sure I didn't already. I feel like I already did, but I forgot to put it on. Let me double check. No, 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 no. No, no, we don't. We have some old ones. Oh my god, there's the Waltorb. I found the Waltorb. I also found our excellent MP3 version of some songs that we can't play because they still get hit, which sucks. Okay, maybe I'll do this next time because it's going to take me a minute to find this. It would be easier if I could snip it out manually, but actually getting it is going to be a little bit difficult. So whatever, it's all right. It's okay. It's all right. We have other shit to do. We got other shit to do. I've been kicking around. Have I derailed the stream? Nah, the stream was never on the rails. We're having a blast. Never feel bad about any of that. I would have hit the oh whoa ho, but I don't have it. This is the derailed stream. There is no rail for this stream. Benodo, yo, new here. What's up, Demon Mama and others? Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you. Thanks for coming to the website. Welcome. Everybody welcome Benodo. Give some nice emojis to Benodo. Welcome. You came in on a perfect stream. This is the stuff that makes true imps. Me goofing around. We're gonna say some funny things. We're gonna play some games. I'm gonna make some people angry. It's gonna be it's a whole nice mix. It's a buffet of nonsense and goodness. Wait, oh, what's this? Hold on, we might have it. Oh, it cuts so hard though. It cuts so hard. That's pretty good though. That's pretty good. What about this one?
Wow.
No, that's not the same thing. That's different. Oh, this is Pequod.
This is Pequod.
I love that this is Pequod. That's great. What about this one? Let's try this one. Oh, that's long. That's too long. We can't do that one. This one's pretty good. Here, let's just give this one a listen just to see what it sounds like. I know what I have to do. None of these are gonna make me happy until I just make it myself with a custom fade out. That's the real problem. This sounds frickin' beautiful. This sounds beautiful. But the problem is, oh, you could download this directly. You could download this shit directly. Oh, I can edit it! Ah! Yes! Okay, I'll have to fuck with this later though, because I know that I can, all I gotta do is I just gotta snip it just right so it fades in and fades out, and then we'll have a button that'll let me just slam that shit. Oh my God! Bonato says, thank you. I found you through a Death Stranding, my favorite game video of yours, not through any politics. Yo! Guess what? I have good news for you. Keep your eye on this space, because in the future, you're getting a lot more stuff like that. Let me tell you, I got some major plans cooking. So keep your eyes on this space. And also, you can have a ton of fun in these, streams. More gamer imps! More gamer imps! Ah! Sorry, I might be losing my... Sorry, I'm losing my cool just a little bit. Yo, Max Sips, long time no see. Hope you're doing wonderfully. Hope you're doing wonderfully. I will be able to turn this into a great clip. I'm gonna have to do it off stream. Did you make it to any of the Dark Souls 2 DLC areas yet? Not yet. We're about to do them. Play the Kamala laugh. Doing the best I've ever been in my whole life. Yes! 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 You love to see it! Wrong one. Press the wrong one. That's for you. I pressed the wrong one. I accidentally hit Dio. That was a mistake. I accidentally did Zawordo. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me for my mistake. I meant to hype you up, and instead I froze time and killed everyone. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The world when the universe walks into the room. All right. All right. Who are we mad at today? Well, you're gonna be mad at me later because we're gonna talk about Elden Ring again. And I know you're gonna get mad. But we're actually mad at a couple of people who've been pissing me off. All right? And I think it's time. I think we're here. We're ready. I think we're ready. We're feeling it. We got a lot of people here. I think it's time for us to talk about the person who's been making me a little mad lately. Why did you add Zawordo? Because it's awesome? Because being able to press that when I pause something, pause it, is fucking sick. It's sick as shit. It's awesome. I never use it. It's because it's a niche one. It has its purpose. I do use it. It's just it has its moment. We haven't been doing much React content outside of reacting to like the news. You know, we haven't been reacting to many other people, but that is gonna change just a little bit today. Okay? It's gonna change just a tiny bit, just a little bit, okay? We're just doing a tiny bit, okay? All right. Imps. There's been a lot of nonsense going on lately, okay? There's been a lot of politics. It's been a very strange time. People have been acting weird. We've seen some Biden people really losing their mind. Somehow the right-wingers managed to lose their mind even more than the Biden people did, which I'll be honest, in this particular instance, I didn't quite expect that to be the case. Given how hardcore people were stumping for Biden right before Biden stepped down, I really didn't expect the conservatives to be able to lap them like day of. But all that said, there's still been some Biden nonsense that has been, you know, it's just a little stuck in my craw, okay? And one of them involves a streamer that some of you may know already, by the name of Xanderhal. Xan has been kind of, and I don't really understand exactly where it's all coming from. 100%. I mean, I know he was really, really, really hardcore onto the whole Biden thing, you know? He was like really into it, and he got pretty heavy into it right up to the very end. But there's been a very weird follow-up, and I don't know, you know, it's been making me feel a little weird. So I wanted to talk about it just a little bit, you know? Yeah, I just wanted to talk about it just a tiny bit. And also, at the end of this, I have a message to deliver to Xanderhal. So if you're a Xanderhal viewer who also watches my show, if you are a Xanderhal viewer or Xanderhal himself who comes through and watches this later, you know, there'll be a little message for you at the end of this section. But yeah, there's just been some stuff. So the first thing that happened, okay, the first thing that I heard about this was a couple of weeks ago, after the debate in which Biden mentally shut down and embarrassed himself in front of the entire world, a debate that was so disastrous that it set the entire Democratic Party into an open panic, an uncontrollable, embarrassing panic. I received a number of messages from mutual viewers of me and Xanderhal, and I didn't really expect it, you know, because I've stayed far away from any sort of drama for some time. You could argue the last like drama flare-up that I had was the whole Keffel situation, which I have a whole video on that. You can go watch it. I haven't talked about it in any real way since then, and I won't be. I said my piece in that video, and I explained my rationale for why I felt I needed to talk about it. You get a lot of people that bait drama when you're a live streamer. You know, people want to see people fight. They love the drama. And I didn't really expect it to be coming from the direction of Xan's community, because Xan's community and mine have never really had a whole lot of beef. We've generally gotten along. We disagree on some things, sure, but we've never really had like a drama. There's never been any drama between us. And so I started getting a bunch of messages, and I got 3 or 4 of these messages in a single stream of people saying that Xan was very angry about me criticizing Biden following the debate. And some people said that he went so far as to say that I sounded like a Trump supporter, which I have not been able to verify that was actually said about me. I don't have the time to go scrub through a million VODs. I said, if he said that, that would be very silly. And people did indeed come in the comments and say, yeah, he said something like that, but I will tell you, you know, cards on the table, I haven't gone and scrubbed to find if he actually said that about me. But, you know, that kind of sucks, you know? I don't like that. I don't like the idea of somebody I've always been friendly with taking a pot shot of that level at me. Now, the whole reason why I even wanted to talk about this at all, and I don't think this is like some world-ending thing, you know what I mean? It's just been getting on my nerves a little bit, and people have been mentioning it a lot, which is that shortly after I was told that he was saying this about me, he did actually say this about another streamer that many of you will be familiar with, a streamer by the name of Vosh. And I wanted to just show you with your own eyes some of the stuff that was said so that we can have, like, we can talk about it and react to it in real time, okay? Because it's just, like I said, it's been getting on my nerves a little bit, and I'm tired of having shit on my nerves, and, you know? So, let's just watch real quick. This is from Vosh's stream on July 12th, about 11 days ago.
Will determine the future of this nation.
Zan going so hard. Why the drama? If I'm watching, I'm watching. What is he even saying? Why not just say what is being said?
Than Biden. That's the thing. I mean, and I was, and like, he
sounds okay, like okay-ish. You know, Biden was hosting a NATO meeting in D.C. Just listen.
And now I'm not gonna lie. I think
You have to let me talk or to respond.
Thing is everything. Well, let's watch a couple of these and pretty straightforward thing too, unrelated. But I think like I'm sure you were not just.
It was bad enough they had to pull me out of retirement just for one last hit job on President Biden. This video.
I'm realizing now that the timestamp that I set was a little early. I actually originally meant to put the timestamp before all the rewinding, but the rewinding was extremely funny to watch. So I hope we can keep going.
Sponsored, of course, by Americans for President Trump. No.
Wait, okay, so you gotta, okay, so he's self-aware, right? Like, he's self-aware that there's sort of a very clear shift he's taken in his content as we're getting closer to the election, where we use, like, my friend said that skimming through his thumbnails, he couldn't tell whether or not he had become a right-wing streamer.
Your friend might be kind of fucking stupid. Well, what? Criticizing Biden is right-wing, wanting Biden to drop out so a better candidate could be. Come on, man, this is low-level stuff.
Now, you guys might know that this type of rhetoric has been lobbed at me a lot over the last few weeks. And it's interesting, of course, to see that it's also being lobbed at Vosh as well. The thing that's annoying is that it's being lobbed from Xanderhal, and I don't understand exactly why. Like, one of the weirdest things about all of this is, like, first of all, that's a huge thing to say. To say, like, oh yeah, my friend offline said that you look like a right-winger or something. Like, what a hell of a citation. But secondly, like, let me just be real. Like, Xan has open DMs with all of us. Like, if you had a real concern, you could just DM me, or you could just DM Ian. He's able to do that. It's like a normal thing. We've done a lot of stuff together. You guys have actually seen. I did a vlog with Xanderhall. They're all up in my shorts channel. So I don't know. I don't know what the angle is here. It's kind of funny. It's also kind of a big claim. But let's keep listening.
Do I even need to dignify this with a response?
Like my buddy Ethan, like, straight up asked me, like, is Vosh like a right-wing streamer now?
Yeah, is like, really? That
is he like going full grifter? It was like, it sucks because like Ethan
am I to assume this is like a transparent, like, getting attention, we need views thing? I don't understand. I have a fuzzy memory in the best of times. I feel like I distinctly recall Xanderhal having the faculties necessary to comprehend the difference between, you know, this is a criticism of the Democrats and of Biden meant to facilitate a better chance of beating Trump versus, like, whatever the fuck the right wing is cooking when they criticize Biden. Like, you think I'm a right winger? I'm like making videos on Trump and Epstein being the best of friends, touching tips on the island? Come on, silly.
Vosh and I went and shot guns in real life. Like, Ethan has hung out with me and Vosh in real life. So he was like, dude, this is sad, man. Like, I've hung out with this guy. It feels like this is some cringe he's uploading.
What?
That's a really, really weird thing to say. It's a really weird angle to go. It's really weird.
What? What are we talking about, man? Why do I even bother getting along with people when this is the inevitable outcome of every person I maintain, like, a semi-friendly relationship with? Biden lost the debate. Should they just replace Biden? Biden's biggest allies wanted to rock out. Supreme Court was hatred of homeless killing this country. Trump granted total presidential immunity. As for that, Biden needs to drop out. Yeah, I want Biden to drop out. Why would the right want Biden to drop out? They're confident in beating him.
You know, like,
which, by the way, that's been confirmed, of course. We now see that the right wing is losing their mind that Biden dropped out. In fact, going so far as to Donald Trump is still screaming that it's a form of fraud and that he should be able to sue the DNC. They are very, very mad about it. So, you know, that just props to the correct prediction here. Just on a matter of pure you know, analysis of the politics here, there was a side that was right, and it was the side that said, hey, Joe Biden should drop out.
This hasn't even gotten to the shit that I'm saying yet.
My buddy document spoken a little too much.
Obviously not. It does not mean you are pro-Trump to point out the unviability of the current Democratic frontrunner for the presidency.
Unviability when Trump is the only other candidate? But yeah, it does make you pro-Trump in this situation.
Whoa, wait. What?
So do you see why I said that this shit has gotten on my nerves? Do you see why I say that it's just pissing me off just a little bit? Yeah, you are pro-Trump. You know, just saying. Now, again, I know that I was talked about. I don't know the full degree. I don't know if Xan said all of this exact stuff about me, but I was sent this clip because, of course, obviously, I'm another person who's been heavily critical of Biden. So, Xan accusing me and other people directly here, Vosh, of being pro-Trump by criticizing the horrific and non-viable performance of Joe Biden, which now, by the way, with hindsight, we can all point out, even Joe Biden agreed was non-viable. But saying that you're pro-Trump for seeing the truth, that is what I've kind of been raging against a lot lately. Remember how a whole bunch recently I've been saying that this is the no gaslighting zone? That when you step into this stream, you're in the zero gaslight sphere, where we have put up wards against the democratic gaslighting. This is exactly the type of stuff I'm talking about right here. The shit that says, no, you're pro-Trump. If you so much as criticize Biden, if you point out the fact that Biden's brain was leaking out of his ear, you're pro-Trump. But let's continue. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Oh wait, okay, like, is this a grifting? Like, genuine question. This is like incredibly easy 101. Are we kidding? This is, I want Biden to drop out and to be replaced with Kamala Harris, or if they could get Whitmer.
Now take note of that, what Vosh just said here. A thing that, by the way, I was also saying. You know, I said that Kamala Harris is probably the smartest move, that I would be, obviously, that I didn't like the idea of an open primary or an open convention, but that I think that it would be better than sticking with Biden, and that I think that Kamala Harris was the obvious answer. That's another thing that I also said in the last few weeks. Let's continue, though.
I don't think they're going to get Whitmer. Kamala Harris to beat Trump. If Biden doesn't drop out, I want Biden to beat Trump. What? How is this? Please, this guy's a troglodyte. You don't have to take. It's weird, dude. No, you don't understand how many times this happens. I think people are halfway normal, and then when the winds blow and it becomes more convenient to dislike me, their IQ, their brain fucking blends itself into a smoothie, and the shit they say is so stupid that it like, Xan seems to genuinely just love Biden. That doesn't excuse mistaking this for a pro-Trump argument. That's ridiculous. Like, it's crazy. Am I the only person who believes anything? Am I the only one whose beliefs are not contingent on, like, whether or not it would be more profitable of me to manufacture disagreements with other people? Like, it's genuinely, like, every time it's like people are fine, and then when they decide, and I haven't talked to Xan in like fucking forever either, so all of this character development on his end is on his end. Why are you covering that? Because I think it's important to remind myself, purely for my own purposes, that arguments against me are not even worth engaging with. Anybody who
I will say, it's really, really, really obnoxious, okay? It's really annoying when it's not even just like, you guys know, for example, I have criticized Vosh multiple times, very openly. I've never hesitated from criticizing Vosh. But you'll notice that when I criticize Vosh, I do so from a position of good faith. That I don't go out of my way to make exaggeratory statements that imply that every action is somehow dark or manipulative. In fact, you guys can probably go and watch my video where I criticized Vosh on the weed takes, where I just said I was able to articulate that without being like, yeah, Vosh he's basically a law and order Republican at this point. And I'm not saying that, like, you know, God knows, there have definitely been times where I've criticized people less charitably than others. For example, when I criticize Michael Knowles. But Michael Knowles is a guy who stands up and says that he wishes that we were back in 1520 or whatever it was. I don't remember the exact year that he said, 1250 or whatever. And we're not exactly talking about the same level of advocacy here. Especially when you consider the amount of, like, history, a real bond that even Xan invoked his actual friendship with Vosh here, while using that as a bludgeon to imply that he's pro-Trump for criticizing Biden. Rain Bummer says, I always found it interesting that Demon Mama and Xan seemed close. Xan strikes me as too immature and reactionary. I don't think he's immature and reactionary most of the time. I don't know what he's onto with this. That's the thing that's been getting under my, skin. Like, I've always gotten along with Xan. I think Xan is, like, generally a nice guy. And even here, like, I don't think this is the end of the world. It's just bothering me. You know what I mean? It bothers me that somebody who I have been familiar with is taking to the skies in such a weird way, in such an exaggeratory and performative way. It gets under my skin. You know, it gets under my skin to know that there is probably a chunk of the people who've been grossly misinterpreting my videos and putting deranged comments in my channel, maybe coming from a community of somebody who I've always been very, very friendly and good faith with. You guys can go watch all the videos I've done critiquing Xan's debates and whatever. I've always come from a position of very good faith. Obviously, I'm very lighthearted. I like to make lots of jokes. I think the meanest I've ever been in like a debate react to somebody who I was friendly with was probably to Paul Zigo. I made fun of Paul Zigo a lot, but I was still fairly charitable to Paul Zigo's arguments. And I even went so far as to have a conversation with Paul Zigo afterwards. Paul Zigo's also a funny guy too, though. You know, he does work himself up. I mean, we just watched the titty slapping video.
The argument made, it is pro-Trump. Anyway. What you're doing is pro-Trump, even though you've unambiguously stated that you think Biden should beat Trump if Biden does end up being the nominee, and you think that somebody else should replace Biden in order to beat Trump. If you think that is a pro-Trump argument, you don't even, like, you fail the first hurdle. I'm explaining, like, letters and colors to you.
Now, I want to see something. This is the one. It has never been this Jover. At this point, I'm going to hop over, and we're going to go look at It Has Never Been This Jover, the actual Xanderhal video, because I want to get it straight from the source. Renewed Wolf says, Devil's Advocate, do you think that this Biden simping comes from anxiety around a Trump win? So he took the most extreme WBNMW? I don't know what that means. What does WBNMW, stance possible, mean? Vote blue no V. Oh, okay, that's why I was confused. I mean, I think that's a part of it. But I also think it's just like, it's just a, it seems egotistical. And, I don't know, it seems egotistical and uncharitable to be like, yeah, anybody who isn't as ride or die for Biden for me. It's the smugness that I've yelled about. This is the shit I've been yelling about a perfect example of it. That like you literally, like liberals have gotten themselves to the point where, I mean, until there was a breaking point, an utter breaking point, a catastrophic failure, you would get screamed at and made fun of and accused of being a Trump supporter if you showed even the slightest bit of rational dissent. It's very silly. Why can't I find this video? I want to know where the original one is. It's an 8-minute video called "It Has Never Been So Jover." Right? It has never been this Jover. Where the hell is that video? This is the one. Biden's good and I'm tired of it. That's too long. Is that the one? Is this the one?
So guys, I feel probably not scripted or anything. I would bet not scripted, but he's just talking to the camera, so there's no chat or donos or stun locking. So this will actually be a very straightforward thing to respond to. Ideal.
And I caught the cold.
Also, there's a drill in the background.
Still recovering from it, which is why my voice sounds this way. Not particularly charismatic at the moment. Didn't want to make videos until...
Okay, can I just say something really fast? This is completely unrelated, but I think it's like a weird thing. You know what I mean? You ever see a place in a photo, and you're only able to get like a small degree...
This is the weird part where he talks about...
of even realize you guys, the parts of it that you can't see. It's way taller than I expected. You could not jump and touch the ceiling. Vosh could not jump.
Now I'm doing the same thing we just did in the other video, but that's okay. This is for fun. All right, this is to get my voice out there.
Valid candidate / front runner. Okay. Cool. That is an argument.
Gigantic Biden.
Oh my God, Gabsty with the 30 gifted subs. Thank you so very much. Gabsty, my God, thank you so much for the 30 gifted YouTube memberships. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. I don't feel like this is the exact
Yeah,
video.
it's happened back to back.
Okay.
It's actually insane. I mean, it's bad enough that I saw one
man,
and thought...
he reacts to this for a long time.
Okay, so like, we're gonna add on here. Biden gaffes.
I want to know where the moment is. Why is this video gone? Did Xan take the video down? Why is the "It Has Never Been So This Jover" video gone? That's an 8-minute video. I wanted to hop there. Maybe we can only watch it through Vosh's video. Look, it's okay. Because we have another timestamp here that I want to talk about, okay? Is it a dirty delete? Was it? If anybody can find me that exact timestamp, send it to me and we'll go back to it. But for now, I want to talk about something else. I want to talk about another moment that happened recently.
Me and Vosh have
This is when I encountered myself, because I was curious. So I went to go look for myself and watch the stream.
debated before. Like, it doesn't... I don't know why he immediately assumed that debate to do the debate, but I want to see myself. Since this is partially, like, part of that debate prep I wanted to do. Like, it wasn't going to be, like, a harsh debate. Me and Vosh have debated before.
We have him
like,
here.
It doesn't... I don't know why he immediately assumed it would be, like...
So this is the same stream. So he actually reacted to both of this. That's interesting.
Me jumping down his throat or something? Let's see. What do you say?
I mean, you said that he was you said that he was easily confusable with a right winger and that he was supporting Trump. Like, you don't understand why that might bother somebody?
Okay.
Like, really?
This is binary.
Audio, that's not me. Saying.
Ethan,
am I to assume this is like a transparent, like, getting attention, we need views thing?
You did miss the start Fortnite, but you're here now, and that's what that's what matters.
My views are actually up. If you look at my social blade, I've actually hit a really big bump in the last couple weeks, believe it or not. I actually just disagreed.
Wouldn't that... Never mind.
and I'm down to have like a friendly conversation about it.
I don't...
See, that's the thing that's weird. It's not a friendly conversation when you start out the gate accusing people of supporting the guy that everyone agrees is an American fascist. That's not how you start a friendly debate. A friendly debate would be like, bro, I really disagree with what you had to say. You want to have a talk about it on stream? You want to have a talk about it in DMs? I have had, over the course of years on this platform, I have had tons of friendly discussions about points that I disagree with other people. Now, it's true that when you put something out into the world, there is a level of this is now public, people can comment on it. But that doesn't mean that there's not like a rational way to respond to things, right? Like there's this horrific attitude, and sometimes this attitude is held by content creators and YouTubers and streamers. There's this idea that if you put something out in the world, that automatically justifies any response that anyone has to it. That if you so much as put your opinion out into the world, that means that anybody can say whatever and you can't be mad about it because you put it out into the world. Now, of course, there's a level of, the rational and intelligent person would point out that there's like a level of reciprocity. And if somebody puts something out into the world and says, I'm really worried about this thing, here's my argument, I'm gonna explain it in great detail, and you respond by saying something extremely uncharitable and perhaps even personally offensive. I don't mean offensive in like the broad scope, but personally offensive to that person. They might respond with frustration and anger. And I find it weird to all of a sudden be like, oh my God, what's wrong with this? I don't understand.
I don't understand. I
feel like I'm the more consistent one here, right? Like my take has been really consistently like behind Biden, right? Like going back to 2019, like I'm behind the Democrat nominee, right? And that ended up being Biden. And I was against the Bernier Busters. I covered Biden with criticism. I've criticized his gun takes. I've criticized his handling of Israel-Gaza as being far from ideal. I've criticized him, but I've also done a lot to look into his policy and his work as president and cover it. I feel like you can really easily just see like my takes in 2019 and my takes now, and it's like, okay, that's about right. That's what I expect from Xan. And then see my, like, Vosh's takes from 2019 or 2020 and his takes now on Biden, now, like, just a couple months from the election. And it's like, I feel like you could see, like, I don't feel like this setup should lead one to believe this is some kind of, like clout farm. And to be fair, I get why he would think that. I am a smaller creator. He has more clout. But, you know, he's also a friend of mine who is relevant in this space, and it's been sort of like a thing that's occasionally come up about his coverage, and there's been a lead up to this. This wasn't just like, got fired, but not even trying to...
You invoked your friend to call him a right-winger. You invoked your random friend and also your personal relationship to be like, is this guy a right-winger now? That's what you said. You didn't just say like, oh, I don't really like the fact that you've been so negative on Biden. You said you seem like you're a right-winger, and you openly stated you believe that he's implicitly supporting Trump. Like, that doesn't strike you as a weird thing to do that might piss somebody off? I mean, like, it pissed me off to hear that people were saying you were saying that shit about me, and then I see you doing this. Like, obviously people are gonna be pissed off about it. Obviously. It's not like, and then to retreat, to not even own it and say, yeah, I was going hard, but instead to be like, oh, actually, whoa, bro, why are you so mad? I was being friendly. I was being rational. Dude, you opened the gate by saying you sound like a fucking right-winger, bro. Come on. What the fuck? Like, if I throw mad shit and I get mad shit back, and then I go, like, if Michael Knowles responded to my video where I made fun of him for being for wanting to be a peasant and be the human chamber pot for a local baron, if Michael Knowles responded and called me a bunch of names, I feel like that would be pretty fair game. Now, obviously, there's a platform difference, but all that aside, if he was pissed off because I was making fun of him and doing an impression of him as a medieval peasant and really making fun of him and all that shit, and Michael Knowles was like, fuck you, asshole, fuck you. I would be a lord. I would totally be a noble. That would be fair game. But if I was like invoking my friendship with somebody, being like, I'm really good friends with this person, and now I'm gonna grossly misinterpret their position, you know? I feel like that person has a right to be frustrated, you know? Yeah, it's a birthday boying. He is. He's birthday boying. He's going, I'm a birthday boy. I'm a birthday boy. Whoa, it's my birthday. You don't hit me on my birthday. He's kind of doing that, for sure.
Burn the bridge. Xanderhal, gun takes of Vosh, have you criticized? I've heard him encourage his audience to get armed. No, I agree with Vosh on guns. What do you mean? Wait, no, that's like... What are you talking about? Me and Vosh agree, I think, like 1-to-1 on guns. We both own guns. We both love guns. I'm pretty certain the gun thing is not a disagreement.
Where did that even come from?
What gun do I own? Well, right behind me, I have a 223 air rifle. I forget what it's from. And then right there is a Glock 19. A Gen 5. Anyway.
I have a fuzzy memory in the best of times. I feel like I distinctly recall Xanderhal having the faculties necessary to comprehend the difference between, you know, this is a criticism of the Democrats and of Biden meant to facilitate a better chance of beating Trump versus, like, whatever the fuck the right wing is cooking when they criticize Biden.
I mean, the right wing has been criticizing Biden for being mentally unfit to be president, primarily. Like, where did that start? It's sped up. It's sped up, yeah.
Like you think I'm a right winger? I'm like making videos on Trump and Epstein being the best of friends, touching.
Well, no.
You said that he seemed like a right winger. You said that he was a Trump supporter.
No, I know you're not a right winger. That's why it's weird that you're covering Biden, the only other candidate, so harshly. If you were a right winger, it would. My criticisms would not be, here are a bunch of things that I know you would like Biden did. Did you know he did that? I feel like that's relevant. Like, why would my arguments be tailored to be towards someone who presumably wants Trump to lose? All my arguments have been tailored. I don't. Okay, he knows. I'm sure he figures it out. Like, maybe he watches more and hears like more of my take.
Tips on the island? Come on, silly.
Vosh and I went and shot guns in real life. Like, Ethan has hung out with me and Vosh in real life. So he was like, dude, this is sad, man. Like, I've hung out with this guy. It feels like this is some cringe he's uploading.
What are we talking about, man? Why do I even bother getting along?
By the way, that time that he's referring to, I was there, just so you guys all know. I was there too. I was there that day, the exact day that he's referring to. We all went together. We went and got Greek food. It was a good time. And?
Along with people when this is the inevitable outcome of every person.
Dog. This feels. Am I being like uncouth here? Am I not allowed to just say like I hung out with Vosh IRL? I think he's a chill guy. We're.
That's not what you said, actually. That's not actually what you said, though, bro. Brother, you walked into this and you said, you said, my friend says you look like a right-winger now, and we hung out in person, and now I'm seeing you doing this. That's fucking cringe, bro. You seem like you're a right-winger. You're a Trump supporter. You didn't say, you're a nice guy. I really don't understand why this is the difference. Ooh, woo. That's not what you did. We just fucking watched it. And this, do you guys see why it's getting on my nerves just a little bit? Do you see why it's just grinding my gears just a tiny bit? Do you guys understand? I know that this is a bit of an odd thing, but it's just, it got under my skin. Let's just put it that way. And I can own that. I can own that it got under my skin, but I think I have a right to talk about it when certain things get under my skin. You know?
Cool. Like, that's literally what I'm saying there. Is like I'm talking about Ethan telling me he noticed Vosh A/B testing his thumbnails to try and see if like the anti-Biden thumbnails got more views.
What?
That's what A/B testing is for. and like they added it recently, and Ethan noticed because he's my editor and told me, and that was part of what led to this, because it's like it seems like a very heavy emphasis on the anti-Biden lately.
Yeah, why might that be? You see, a charitable person would go, huh, I wonder why this person is very anti-Biden. A friend would message and go, hey buddy, I noticed you're super anti-Biden and I just can't tolerate that. I don't know why I can't tolerate the idea of anti-Biden, but I can't tolerate it. Buddy, why are you so anti-Biden? That's what a friend would do, which you claim you are. And so that would be one thing, you know? That's what a friend would do. But the rest of this is not what a friend or even a charitable person would do. If you were charitable, even in the slightest, you might ask the question, why does someone believe something that they believe? And then you would look for the answer, and then you would try to understand from their perspective, and then if you still had critiques, you would do that charitably. But that's not even close to what happened. And now there's this whole, whoa, why are people mad? Whoa! Like, I'm not saying that you have to, like, ask permission to criticize other people. God knows fucking I criticize other people all the time without asking them. I criticize TJ. I criticize Paul's ego. I criticize Vosh. I'm criticizing Xan right now, and there's no permission asking. But, you know, I'm trying to keep it one for one. What's been said to what's been said. We try to keep it even, unless there's a need for escalation. But I feel like calling somebody who's very clearly not a Trump supporter out the gate is gonna piss people off. Just saying.
To maintain like a semi-friendly relationship with.
Also, like, to be clear, by the way.
Also, yeah, it is really funny that Xan is also like pitching his editor under the bus. It's like really funny. Not an Android. Do you have a stream where he talked about that? If you have a timestamp for that or even a ballpark, I would love to hear that. I haven't heard him say that explicitly, but I would love to hear that. If you have even like an area where he talks about that, that would be fascinating.
I haven't heard. Also, they're probably thinking Ethan means like Ethan Klein, by the way. Like Vosh's chat does not know me and they don't like me, so I'm pretty certain they think I'm talking about Ethan Klein or something, and they're gonna go on a rant about how awful Ethan Klein is.
Since when does Vosh's chat not like Xan?
Like, almost certainly. They certainly don't know that he's my editor that knows what A/B testing is and stuff. Yeah, it just, I don't know. He was
Biden
saying
lost the debate. Should they just replace
earlier.
Biden? Biden's biggest allies wanted to block out Supreme Court was hatred of homeless killing this country. Trump granted total presidential immunity. Biden needs to drop out. Yeah, I want Biden to drop out. Why would the right want Biden to drop out? They're confident in beating him.
The confidence in beating him does not mean the right is going to beat him. Like, we literally, did we not make fun of, like, everybody? Did we not make fun of Tim Pool? Or why are we Tim Pooling? We're Tim Pooling.
Tim Pool. You see where the birthday boy routine doesn't really stand? When your first comparison is to compare someone to fucking Tim Pool? Like, man, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Excuse me? What the fuck? Sorry, one of my lights just went out. I gotta get a replacement studio light. One of my studio lights just flickered out, but I got it back. I fixed it, everybody. It's all right. We're running a clean show here. It's super professional. No kludged together studio lights that desperately need to be replaced here. By the way, if you're enjoying this stream, having a fun time with this goofy nonsense, consider throwing a few bucks my way. This is a viewer-supported stream. Your donations can make sure I replace this studio light so I don't have that happen again. Anyway, let's continue. Thank you.
What we're doing here. Don't Tim Pool. Where's the video? Let me find it. Yeah,
I
here
think
it is.
Kamala and Biden might be throwaway candidates. They know they're going to get steamrolled in the election. I really don't see the Democrats winning this. I think it's fair to say Trump's going to win re-election.
Bro. Can you see? Can you see what I'm saying now? If you were having an argument with your friend, would the first thing that you said to your friend, and a friend who you knew was heavily invested in the election, heavily invested in, at the very least, let's be super generous here. At the very least, a solidly liberal world, is the first thing that you would do is compare them to right-wing provocateur and drooling moron Tim Pool? Do you think that that's what you do to a friend? A friend that, now keep in mind, just a reminder, Zan volunteered the friend information. This isn't me, like, doing friend policing. Zan opened this segment by being like, this is my friend. Jupiter Siren, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very, very much. I will put that towards buying a replacement light. Thank you very much.
I think Trump might have a massive, massive victory, which shocks the left. I think we're looking at a Trump victory, man. Trump 2020 landslide, even with everything going on with COVID. I think that's what we can expect. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Trump had a 49-state landslide. I think we could see a 49-state landslide.
Yeah, because Vosh and everyone critical of Biden was definitely saying that Trump is going to have a 40-state landslide. Did you hear Vosh say that? I can't believe he said that. Gayfesh, can you please find me that timestamp? If you can find me that timestamp, that would be wild.
We may be looking at a Mondale Reagan type scenario where Trump...
Now, I'm not comparing Vosh to Tim Pool in the sense like...
You literally did! What do you mean? Bro, what do you mean?
Because Tim Pool's a grifting right-winger. That's not the point of comparison. The point of comparison is the, like, hardcore, immediate, like, jumping to the assumption of winning. They're doing this again, like...
Yo, Gabsty, thank you very, very much for the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's actually not the bulb that needs to be replaced. It's actually the actual light housing that needs to be replaced, which is why I haven't done it yet. I have plenty of bulbs. The light housing is what needs to be replaced. But thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. Let's continue.
The Republicans are doing this. And at the same time, a lot of progressives, Vosh too, are doing this, where it's like, but it's the doomer end of it. Like, they think Trump is destined to win, parentheses bad, you know? Like, I know Vosh doesn't want Trump to win. I don't think he's a grifter, but I also don't think this is the most effective way to make Trump not win. You know, like
This hasn't even gotten to the shit that I'm saying yet.
My buddy documents live stream joking a little too much.
Obviously not. It does not mean you are pro-Trump to point out the unviability of the current Democratic frontrunner for the presidency.
Unviability when Trump is the only other candidate.
Now we got a real streamception going on here. Just like the old days, folks. It's been a long time since we've done a streamception like this.
Did it? Yes. That is the reality.
Oh, so there he just says it again.
But yeah, it does make you pro-Trump in this situation.
So what is it, bro?
Wait.
So what is it?
What?
Yeah, not being willing to put your support behind Biden when it is Biden or Trump, and we are in the final run-up to the election season, making your channel, like, seemingly the dedicated Biden hate spot, does in fact seem like...
Oh, we're getting a little backpedal.
If one were to follow your actions without knowing you, might seem that way, yes. That's why... I'm so confused. Like, if this wasn't confusing to me, we would be having a very different conversation, you know?
Oh wait, okay, like Jen, is this a great?
Staroxvia says, future Zan. I'm not saying that Vosh is pro-Trump, past Zan. Vosh is being pro-Trump, future Zan. Of course I'm saying Vosh is pro-Trump. Well, I mean, if you don't know who he is, but I do, and I'm his friend, and I'm still comparing him to Tim Pool, and I'm really upset that he's frustrated about me doing that. That was like a triple back. That was like a quadruple folded pretzel. Do you see why this gets under my freaking nerves? I mixed two different idioms, but you know what I mean.
Like, genuine question. This is like incredible.
Oh no, is he just straight up gonna jump to accusing me of grifting, when like despite being.
What the hell? Hold on, this is just a little side note.
We're doing it. So this is his new Twitter account, for those that don't know. He does not follow me, by the way.
Hold on, let's hear. Wait, I want to wind that back just a tiny
We're
bit.
talking about Vosh's timeline today, and it was just kind of the straw that broke the camel's back for me.
So this is earlier in this same stream, right? Yeah, this is earlier in this same stream.
I was just like, nah, we're talking about Vosh today. We're doing it. So this is his new Twitter account, for those that don't know. He does not follow me, by the way. He has not messaged or followed me or engaged with anything that I have said or done since the Keffels thing, I should mention. Like, as...
Oh, man. Oh, I wish. Oh, there's so much I wish I could say here that I fucking can't. Let's just say I got some secret knowledge. Bro, let's break out a classic. I got some secret knowledge about that little claim. I can't say anything, though. It's secret knowledge.
As far as I know, me and Vosh have not been friends since the Keffels thing.
Classified.
Like the drama I had with Keffels because of the Keffels thing. So I don't even know if we even have a rapport still, because he hasn't spoken to me since Keffels did her whole like campaign to try to destroy my my channel.
Okay. The Keffels-Zan beef, which I never talked about for very obvious reasons. You guys remember how I aggressively told these people to not get me involved? You want to know one of the main reasons? Do you guys remember what I said about that? That I thought it was the most fucking moronic and stupid thing? Well, let's just say I'm still as right as I ever could be.
Anyway, Biden apparently had a really bad speaking engagement yesterday. People were like doomering and freaking out about it. He misspeaks a few times and mixes up names. And
everybody! Whoa, we're entering the gaslighting zone. Everybody, please affix your masks. Please affix your masks to filter out the gaslighting. Let's go.
Here's the clip that that Vosh says, you are insane if you think Biden shouldn't drop out immediately. Prepare yourselves to cringe.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
No, Joe! Joe!
Okay, I just want to take a moment here. Like I said, thankfully, I have the antidote to gaslighting. It's not just a little slip-up to introduce Zelensky as Putin. Zelensky is currently engaged in a bloody war, which the Democratic Party's official position is that it is an eliminationist imperial war. Zelensky has had to watch Putin and his imperial claims mulch up his people. That is not just a tiny oopsie. That would be like introducing a survivor of the Holocaust, accidentally introducing them as Adolf Hitler. Like, that's the level of you can say those events aren't exactly the same, and I would agree they're not exactly the same, but on an emotional level, on a professional level, that is the same level of fuck up. Introducing the president of the country that you are supporting in a horrific, bloody, drawn-out war as his, to the death enemy is a massive screw-up. That is a global embarrassment level screw-up. It's not just some little oopsie. Don't worry, not an android. I got you. Okay, I got you. I'll hit you.
Oh!
President Putin. He's going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky.
He corrects himself immediately, too. It's like, okay, he misspoke. This is a guy who is...
He starts to walk away from the podium before he realizes his mistake.
The most pro-Ukraine president that we've had. He is actually providing support to Ukraine and fighting with the Republicans in our government to continue to provide support to Ukraine. He has opened up the permissions for Ukraine to go on the offensive against Russia way more than like any time before. Like Ukraine has the opportunity to be more offensive and strike positions more than they've ever been able to before.
Okay,
Biden is continuously
Yappin'.
pressuring allied nations.
Yappin'! It was a horrific embarrassment. He walks away from the podium. He doesn't immediately correct himself. He catches himself as he's leaving the podium, probably because someone screamed in his ear. He has a little earpiece. Somebody probably went, Jesus Christ, go back and correct yourself now!
Into helping. And it's like, okay, this is a guy who's talking about this war, this situation. He's looking over documents, signing things, talking to world leaders, and the guy mixed up two names in a relevant conflict. There are two guys fighting, Zelensky and Putin, and he mixed up their names. You know, whenever I was talking about...
You know, the thing that Jeffrey Epstein doesn't recognize that he's doing here, as Epstein is ranting and raving on his stream, the thing he doesn't realize is that... Oh, sorry, did I say Jeffrey Epstein? I meant Xanderhal. Sorry. Woo! Good thing I corrected myself immediately.
Drake and Kendrick beef. I accidentally said Drake instead of Kendrick when complimenting Kendrick. Does that mean I have dementia and I'm not fit to be...
Are you the fucking president of the United States giving a speech at NATO? In the middle of fucking up like 50 times in a week? You're a fucking streamer! You're a Minecraft streamer!
YouTuber, because I mixed up two names. Because I meant to say one name and not the other, and I'm talking about two people, and some...
Grime Dango, welcome to the chat. Grime Dango says, oh Lord, what are we doing? This is what we call righteous fury. There's been flames pumping through my veins for months, and I'm letting just a tiny bit of it out for the betterment of the world. Welcome. Hope you get comfy.
Sometimes you misspeak and mix up two people's names, you know? It's like, dog, you're a live streamer! Vosh.
Max Sip says, is it Xander Yap or Yappenhall? It's Yappenhall for sure.
Vosh, dude, you are a live streamer, possibly the most maligned live streamer for simply accidentally saying a thing in a somewhat uncharitably interpretable way, right? Like, you are the king of saying things that people see and decide to treat it like it's the end of the world, right? Like, that's like a lot of Vosh's brand. It's happened a million times. And so the fact that he would see that, he would do that to Biden over like just a slip up is wild to me. Now this is like a very mild example, you know? It's a very...
You didn't even show what Vosh said, bro.
Very wild.
Okay, I've been given another timestamp from a recent stream, which is from this video, Biden's based, and I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Which was the horse thing. And they were like, dude, what the fuck is going on with Vosh's channel? Is he like a Bernie or Buster now? Like, is he a grifter? I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, dude, like, I'm scrolling through Vosh's more recent uploads. I think he's just full-on grifting now. And I was like, nah, he can't be full-on. I don't think he's a grifter. And he starts reading off the titles and thumbnails of the videos, and he also tells me that Vosh has been testing thumbnails. There's a feature that allows you to like upload multiple thumbnails, and it shows like randomly the different thumbnails you've uploaded to different parts of your audience, and whichever...
Damn! I wish I had been able to find this clip before I started this.
Thumbnail performs best after a certain amount of time.
This video is from the same stream, is it? Is this clip from the same stream?
B testing, yeah. After a certain amount of time, YouTube sets that most successful thumbnail as the thumbnail, and they've been testing it with thumbnails that are really negative of Biden.
Oh, it's earlier on.
Ones that are kind of neutral,
sense.
and ones that are a little positive. doing A/B testing and settling on the negative ones. So we've just got some insane anti-Biden coverage. So 21 hours ago, Vosh uploaded.
So he says, my friend says that Vosh is a grifter, and I was like, what? And then I went online and I saw him doing A/B testing, and that's just so fucked up. The conclusion of that argument being a strong implication that you think Vosh is a grifter for running content that is counter to Biden in this particular moment. Yeah. Super friendly behavior.
It has never been this Jover. He said Trump is his VP. What the fuck? TYT is right about Biden. Biden's team fails in disastrous briefing. Leaked internal polling data shows Biden is in massive trouble. Biden needs to drop.
Now, of course, we all have the benefit of living in the here and now and recognizing that literally everything that he's rattling off right now turned out to be painfully true. But I think we've established the main point here, and I want to show you something else, okay? I want to show you something else, okay? Just real quick. I want to show you something else. This is probably, you know, this might just get you a little pissed off, all right? So here we go. We're going to start with this clip. All right? Let's watch this clip real quick.
Like, I will take back everything I said in my criticism of, well, maybe not everything I said. There was definitely some valid critiques of Vosh's non-coverage of Biden's achievements, but I'll take back a lot of what I said about Vosh's calls for Biden to drop out if he immediately gets on the Kamala train. Like, if he's on the Kamala train now, and he's making, like, we gotta vote for Kamala, like, now, you gotta get behind Kamala, we gotta vote, we gotta stop Trump. If he starts making content like that, I'll be like, okay, no, I totally misread this. Okay, my bad. And I'll take it back, and I'll make a video taking it back.
Oh? Oh, interesting. A video, huh?
Let's hope he does that. That's what I'm hoping. He should, right? He has to. I hope so. He is? That's good. I mean, I have to see what content he makes, because, like, I make content pretty frequently that's covering the actual achievements of Biden and Kamala, so we gotta see if he falls.
Like, remember when, do we have the Xanderhal drill baby drill? Now, hold on a second. Before we get into the drill baby drill shit, let me just show you something else. Because what's really funny about this whole ramble is that you might actually recall, some of you might remember, we actually watched this bit already, but I'm going to replay it again just so you can see what I'm talking about here.
Are we kidding? This is, I want Biden to drop out and to be replaced with Kamala Harris.
Before Xan made that segment saying, oh, I'll make a video correcting it, Xan, in his initial reaction, reacted to, and apparently didn't pay attention to Vosh saying exactly that.
Or if they could get Whitmer, I don't think they're going to get Whitmer, Kamala Harris to beat Trump. If Biden doesn't drop out, I want Biden to beat Trump. What? How is this? Please, this guy's a troglodyte. You don't have to take. It's weird, dude. No, you don't understand how many times this happened.
Here we have Xan videotaping himself listening to Vosh say that he supports Kamala Harris 100% and wants Biden to step down for Kamala Harris during the thing that started this drama.
Drop out. I want Biden to beat Trump.
We gotta see if he follows it up, because lately it's been like non-stop anti-Biden. He should, right? He has to. I hope so. My bad. And I'll take it back, and I'll make a video taking it back. Making content like that, I'll be like, okay, no, I totally misread. Like, now, you gotta get behind Kamala, we gotta vote, we gotta stop Trump. If he starts making content.
Just so wonderful.
For those of you guys that are not already aware,
this is the type of video that Xan's been putting out in support of Biden.
Biden has actually record-breakingly opened up more permits for both domestic oil drilling and green energy
Drill, baby, drill!
Production than any president, like, ever in America, thus helping to add to his record-breaking job creation numbers domestically in America. And despite this, despite the fact that we're seeing more domestic oil drilling permits than ever, we're also seeing record-breaking drops in carbon production under Biden's policies. His policies, while not perfect, are actually quite green. For those of you guys...
Just so we understand the types of accomplishments that are being celebrated here, you know. Staroxvia says the Vox article that he's reading is critical of the oil drilling. Yeah. Yeah, obviously. The drill baby drill position is the Republican Party. That's what they were chanting at the RNC. So if you want to talk about who sounds more like a Trump supporter, bro, maybe you ought to check your own house. Maybe you ought to check the carbon monoxide filters in your own place before you start policing everyone else's. You know? Crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It makes you feel crazy. But I got one more thing, okay, to kind of top this all off. And then I have a special message. This is, after we watch this, I have a special message. So all the Xan fans, I'm going to ask you to go deliver this message to Xan. Make sure that he sees the message at the end. But we got one more thing to watch first. One more thing to watch and one more thing to talk
excited to vote
about.
for Kamala because I find...
Here we go.
Xanderhal, I'm kind of more excited to vote...
This was after Biden resigned.
Vote for Kamala because I find her so much more funny than Biden. Biden was very pragmatic, and yeah, he would joke, but it would be like how an old man jokes. I would have still voted for him proudly, but I'm really excited for voting for Kamala. I mean, that's well and good. I will admit that a very small part of me, kinda wants to see Trump win, or it's less so wants to see Trump win, but think
Oh my God! He admitted!
Trump will win, and when he does, that part of me will be able to I told you so everybody who called for Biden to step down. But that is a very small part.
The guy who just spent multiple streams accusing people who criticize Biden of being Trump supporters, of saying that they think Trump's gonna win.
But I'm really excited for voting for Kamala. I mean, that's well and good. I will admit that a very small part of me, kinda wants to see Trump win, or it's less so wants to see Trump win, but thinks Trump will win, and when he does, that part of me will be able to I told you so everybody who called for Biden to step down. But that is a very small part of me, and I don't want that.
Man, he can't even keep it going for like, he can't even keep consistent for like 30 seconds. Maybe 15 seconds.
I will admit though, the vindication the timeline where I get vindicated for my staunch defense of Biden, that is a temptation, but when I fight. Xanderhal,
That is now that is what I'm sorry. And I don't mean to be hurtful in this conversation. But there's some major cuck chair energy going on there. Oh, I tried so hard for Biden. Oh, part of my soul truly wants Donald Trump to win so that I can feel like it wasn't a waste. Have you considered maybe that you didn't need to go so fucking hard defending Biden that you threw your reasoning out the window? Have you considered that? Have you fucking considered that? Maybe? Now, this is an interesting part, okay? Because a Twitter user who you might be familiar with by the name of Staroxvia wrote a thread about this, calling out Xanderhal about this and saying that it was bullshit, because it was. Staroxvia, you might know, as being a pretty hardcore thread writer on Twitter, and much more. But I will give credit, one of the major evidence threads in a previous incident, the whole Keffel situation was written by Staroxvia, and Staroxvia is in chat right now. Good to see you, of course. Obviously, you've been here for a while, but Staroxvia wrote a thread basically saying a lot of the stuff we said here, other things, but fairly obvious critiques here. But Xan didn't respond to it very well. In fact, Xan responded to this by Zan responded to this by accusing Staroxvia of being a Stalin supporter by taking this not one step backwards, apparently searching it on Google and finding a somewhat similar quote that was by Stalin at some point in 1942. Now that's pretty bad faith, I gotta say. That's pretty bad faith. Did you get blocked, by the way? Did he block you after that? That line isn't a quote, it just describes my sentiment. Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly simple thing. It'd be like saying saying that that's like a Stalin quote is like taking the word the and then finding Hitler using the word the and going, oh, real bold move from a Hitler supporter, and then showing a citation of all the times that Hitler used the word the and being like, yeah, gotcha. He made that tweet from behind a block, so there you have it. There you have it. But I'm here, this is the message, okay, everybody? I mentioned this, all right? All the coping aside, all the nonsense aside, if you're gonna take anything from this stream, this is the message I want to deliver on behalf of Staroxvia to Xanderhal. Staroxvia would like to debate you, Xanderhal, on your coverage of Biden, on your claims about Biden's policy, and on your statements about the election. So I am issuing, because the door has been closed and because I believe in the spirit of good faith, I have no interest in any sort of stupid conversation. However, Staroxvia has a lot to say, and I think you should accept. So Xanderhal, on behalf of Staroxvia, I deliver this missive. Will you debate Staroxvia live on your channel? There you have it. There's the message. Click the hell out of that and go take that over to Xanderhal. Make sure that he sees that one, okay? As you can see, Staroxvia is very, very, very eager to debate you. And I think it would be interesting. I think it would be interesting to see some of your claims put to the test. Because you've been talking pretty big about everybody who's been insulting, who's been critical or insulting towards Biden. You've gone pretty hard against them. You've gone pretty hard against me. You've gone pretty hard against members of the broader Biden critical community. And I think you should put it to the test. Now, I think whatever, you have every right to block whoever the hell you want. But I figured I'd deliver the message. So there, message is delivered. Silent says, don't be mean. Of course, we're just saying, I just offered to deliver a message. Nothing else needed, just a message. Just take this clip. You can send it to Xanderhal. So, do you understand why I was frustrated about this? You understand why it gets under my skin just a little bit? It's one thing to watch people, like, throw dirt on their, like, IRL friendships for content. Something I don't respect at all, you know? Obviously, the internet is entangled to a certain degree with the online world. But I don't respect people who have such a low value of their real world material friendships that they'd be willing to start slinging around insults and then acting like, it would be one thing if he was just like, nah, it's fair game, whatever. Obviously, if he said Vosh has a right to be frustrated. I did compare him to Tim Pool. I did explicitly say that he was a Trump supporter. I did imply very heavily that he was a grifter. He has a right to be angry. If Xanderhal had been able to say that, it would have been one thing. But he didn't. Instead, he acted like he was a beset upon poor little boy. Oh, I said mean things about you and you got angry? How dare? Au contraire. I don't like that. And I don't like the net that's being thrown, the shotgun blast that's hitting everyone else, because we were fucking right. We were fucking right about Biden. Biden couldn't hack it. He couldn't make it. We know he couldn't make it. Joe Biden clung to his position until it was undeniable. We don't even know what the condition of Joe Biden is right now. Joe Biden has COVID. His brain could be completely gone. You have to think about how drastic it has to be for Joe Biden to finally actually consider stepping down, and also how late it was, how much was covered up, and how much bullshit had to be embarrassed on a global scale. We were right. We weren't just right. We didn't just throw the rightness out like by pure chance. It wasn't just a gamble. It was structured. And the crazy thing is Zan watched that shit. He watched the critiques and ignored the words within in order to pull some stupid dunk about fucking Tim Pool or whatever else. Come on. Come on, Jack. Come on. At the end of the day, I don't think Zan is like a bad person, okay? I don't think he's like a giant piece of shit. And I hope that nothing happens that makes me change my opinion on that. I really don't want to. I spent a lot of time with Zan. We did a whole road trip up the coast, you know? Just so you know where I'm at, you know? I'm hoping that's not the case, but I think this is shitty. I think it's shitty and it's annoying, and I don't respect it. And I think it's fair game. I think it's fair game once these things have started getting thrown out, once your community members come in and say that you've been implying I'm a grifter who supports Donald Trump, once you say that about another person that you call your friend, I think it's fair game to say, hey, that's kind of bullshit. Is this the politics or the drama segment? It's the drama politics segment. It is both and neither and all. Yes, is the answer. You know, I've avoided drama like the plague. And I want to think that this isn't drama, but it's a little drama. I can own that it's a little drama. But also, come on. Come on, Jack. Anyway, we all know where it's ended up. We are in the age of the coconut now, one way or another. So, personally, I'd like to see that video that Zan puts out. Remember how he promised? I'd like to see him issue some apologies. I don't think it's gonna happen, but maybe. I'll extend hope. I want to see him do it. I want to see him do the I'm sorry video. I think that'd be very funny to me and very interesting. And you know what? I might regain some respect. Everybody fucks up sometimes. Again, end of the day, I don't hate the guy. I just think it was fair that he gets a little bit of pushback on this. Anyway, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this wild and crazy, strange segment, make sure that you subscribe, press like, and also leave me your comments. What do you think about all this? Are you tired of the Biden gaslighting? Are you tired of being told there is no war in Ba Sing Se after all of the insufferable Bidenites immediately pretend like they weren't being horrific assholes to everyone who correctly pointed out this stuff in the past? You tell me in the comments down below. Thanks for watching. This has been Demon Mama. There we have it. It's a segment. It's a segment, folks.
Bazinga.
And he says, I don't think I've ever witnessed Zan admit he was wrong about something. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I don't know. Maybe he has. I feel like maybe he admitted that he was wrong to say the, remember when he said white rights at the end of the Lauren Southern debate? I feel like he admitted that that was wrong. So maybe there's, to his credit, maybe there was that time. Wait, he didn't? He didn't apologize for that? I thought he did. Staroxby, I'm serious. The reason why I volunteered to deliver the message for you is because I really do want to see that debate. And in fact, it might actually be really funny to react to that debate. It's been a really long time since we've reacted to a debate that wasn't the presidential debate that destroyed our minds. I think it would be fun. I imagine it would be in good faith too. I'd love to see it, so I'm hoping. Mother Meerset with the $2 super chat. Thank you so very much. Remy says, so is Zan not firmly in the Kamala Harris Copacabana coconut train? No, I think he is. In fact, I think he's put out a video, pro-Kamala video today. So to his credit, he's definitely swapped tracks. But it's just, you know, it's not about swapping the tracks. It's about how you got there, right? Like, sure, obviously. Okay, hold on. Let me re-explain this. If you're a Biden writer, blue no matter who, anti-Trump person, you would be a blistering hypocrite. You would be completely inconsistent if you didn't jump on to the Kamala Harris train instantaneously. However, what I have a problem with is the insufferable, smug, asshole, condescension bullshit that these people have been dumping out on the rest of us who have, in my opinion, significantly more consistent politics than them. I get very fucking tired of the condescension. I get very fucking tired of people aggressively misinterpreting all of your points, completely lying about what you said so that they can continue to feel like they have the moral high horse by basically being a toy soldier for the Democratic Party. When you just go to the marching orders and you go, Biden is good, Chip swaps out, Kamala Harris is the best. That's terrible, okay? You know that for a very long time I have been critical of Joe Biden. It's been nearly a solid year of me consistently critiquing Joe Biden. More than that, because I go way back criticizing Joe Biden. But I mean, in the last year, it has been solid. I have been very vocal, and my reasoning has always very clearly, exhaustively clearly, been that I don't want Trump to win. That I think Trump is extremely dangerous to myself and those that I love. That Trump is extremely dangerous to communities that I care about and people that I care very deeply about. I've been very clear about that. And yet, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, these Biden-riding NPC motherfuckers have been saying, you're a Trump supporter. Good luck with Trump. Have fun in the camps. Oh yeah, I even forgot about that. There was too much cope. There was too much cope. Mr. Roxby, I missed that. Pickle and Croissant said, is there ever going to be another crossover event like the Pathologic stream? You mean like the Phasmophobia streams? I feel, Pickle and Croissant says, I feel like leftist content creators have continued to atomize and diverge. Not that this is their fault. I feel like it's a product of being principled. I mean, some of it is their fault. Some of it is their fault. I'm serious. Like, it's not just a matter of fucking principles, okay? Like, there's a lot of fucking people who put drama and views and clicks way above any sort of real bond or alliance or anything like that. And I'm not even talking about criticism. Criticism is one thing. I'm talking about people who just see every opportunity they can to fucking cause a fight and get some clicks on their channel and go for it. This is something I've been screaming about for a really long time. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, is the leftist streaming space fractured and isolated? Yeah, it is. But whose fault is that? This year, I have been consistently building bridges with other content creators, We have been consistently building up community. It has been a very positive year overall. And the only time that that hasn't been the case has been when there was no other choice because of somebody else's actions. You know? And even in the case of, say, the Keffel stream, I didn't denounce her community at all. Not even a little bit. I denounced the behaviors that misled multiple communities, including my own. Fortnite says, do you follow Xanderhal on Twitter? Because that's the first thing he will point out when he reacts to this. Of course, I do, yeah. I do follow him. So he can't get that against me. Brutus Magnuson with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Brutus Magnuson. Seriously. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Trinity Tono says, didn't Zan hop on the Kamala Harris train as well? You're kind of being a fool right now. Excuse me, you're the one being a fool. Did you not listen for the last 5 fucking minutes of stream? Do you have functioning ears? What the fuck? Chatters. What the fuck? How can you be... I literally just talked about that. Are you crazy? Did you not see me doing a funny little soldier thing? What the fuck? Ash3030 with the $5 donation. Thank you so much for the website donation. Thank you so much. Those website donations mean a lot to me. Thank you. Coconut gun. It fires in spurts. If it shoots you, it's gonna hurt. People doing poetry. People doing coconut-based poetry in my chat. I love it. Thank you. Oh my God. It's from the DK rap? Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know the DK rap that well. That's awesome. It's still coconut-based poetry. So it's like, coconut gun, it fires in spurts. If it shoots you, it's gonna hurt. It's like that. Is that more accurate? Okay, so I blacked out for a few weeks. What's the Kamala coconut reference? Hold on, I'll get you. I'll explain it. You'll be in on it soon. Oh no, it's getting buried. Oh God, the original one. The original clip is getting buried under stupid fucking people discoursing about it.
Because none of us just live in a silo. Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
That's it. There you have it. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? That's it. Now you understand. Retcon 404 with the incredibly generous $10 says, I denounce you! I denounce you! I denounce you! I'm denounced. I'm denounced. It's over. I'm denounced. Thank you so very much, Retcon. Seriously. Denounced. Oh, thank you, Alora. Alora says, we have a coconut explainer pinned in our politics page. I'm actually surprised so many people don't know about it. You think you fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all that came before. I'm just slightly off. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. People memed it quick when it happened. That's okay. I understand people missed it. Some people have been living under a coconut. What can I say? What can I say? People have been living under a coconut. Now we wait and see. Now we wait and see. I really do hope that Xan will debate Staroxvia. I really do. I think that'd be just super interesting. Not even from a drama angle. I think it would be informative. Staroxvia knows her shit on this stuff. Grime Dango, actually, it's a hermetic Luciferian Gnostic incantation. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about that one in a minute, Palminator. I have, that's literally the same article I have on my list to talk about. Once we get some energy back. I hope it will be. I believe it'll be educational. All right, it's time for Mr. Krabs meme. We got a moment here. We got a moment for a breather. Let's hit us with that Mr. Krabs meme. Let's see if it's any good today. All right, let's see it. Mr. Krabs meme incoming. Let's do it.
Honey, oh my God, hello, honey. Get the hell away from me, woman. Honey, shut the fuck up. When has that ever worked, honey?
Chat, don't look. They're having a domestic.
Oh, I'm getting my ass beat. Oh God, someone call the police. No, I bought them all.
Okay, the Vegeta is pretty good, but the Bulma is like so far off. Like it's not even close. It's like almost insultingly bad.
We can't. She owns them all.
Die.
Oh, okay.
I want to see it.
Ahora es hora. Amigos, aquí estamos.
Oh, I'm dead. Make sure you like, comment, and...
No. Corre. Canon especial. Oh.
I'll show you something. The great Kamehameha! That actually beam clashed for a bit. That was crazy.
Oh, we got Mickey. God damn it, we got Mickey Mouse again. How the fuck did I know that we were gonna get a SpongeBob or a Mickey Mouse or a fucking Carl Weezer in here?
Uh-oh.
Every goddamn time. Every fucking time.
I'm back. I'm cooked. Oh, time to take my fucking shirt off. Oh, it's getting sexy before me. Is that fair? The last thing you see before you die is how sexier I am than you. Honey.
We needed more Mickey Mouse impersonation. But still, ripped Mickey Mouse pretty good. All right, it's fine. It's fine. That's fine. The Bulma was way off, though. I gotta say. The Bulma was way off. But it was pretty good. Pretty good, all things. Staroxvia says, wait, did you see that back in the day, Shoe-on Head was positively interacting with Shadman? Who could have foreseen that? Yeah, people don't remember, but I remember because I have been on the internet a while and I have a memory that functions, you know? You have no idea how much, like, the, like, edgy sphere of the internet was, like, they were so into Shadman. And now they're all, like, super distanced. But they were, like, super into Shadman. Like, the entire edgy sphere of the internet loved his ass. Basically, all of the anti-SJWs were like, he's so funny and based. Oh, man, you want to know a true nightmare? You want to know a true fucking nightmare? Is, there was this time that, Shadman was, like, beefing with some YouTuber, who, if I remember correctly, was underage. And Shadman did extremely vulgar and highly sexualized fan art of this YouTuber, a real person, and you would not believe the amount of anti-SJW influencers who like to pretend that they have a moral high horse these days, who were so into that fucking shit. They were like, oh man, this is so based. That's insane, Retcon. That's actually insane. That's fucking insane. Yeah, I don't know if he's currently in prison, but he did indeed go to prison. The dude is a complete freak. He's also like a neo-Nazi. And he palled around with a fuckload of neo-Nazis on the internet. I'm an old school fucking hater of this motherfucker. That said, again, like the entire edgy sphere of the internet. Is that why he disappeared? Yeah, because he went to fucking prison. He had like a, if I remember correctly, he had like a mental breakdown and went on like a crime spree and then got arrested and went to prison. Arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. But yeah, he was like the edgy sphere of the internet loved him. So just keep that in mind when all these people are getting all like weird and sanctimonious and shit. Chances are, if they're an edgy sphere poster, they are also guilty. Wasn't his avatar literally wearing a Third Reich uniform? I don't remember. I think so, yeah. Shadman is different from Shadiversity? Yes, they're different people. Although I've mixed up their names by accident before, which is very funny. I hated that Psychic Pebbles and Oni would have him on their Sleepy Cabin stream. What did I tell you? I'm telling you, there's a bunch of people performatively acting like any person who remotely associated with Shadman in any way is like automatically the most evil person on earth. And while I don't think it's a good thing to associate with a fuck like that, the reality is there's a lot of people out there who used to fucking pal around with him. Some of them are doing just fine and aren't getting fucking jumped on. Canceling smiling friends? Good! Thank God! Oh, sorry. Said I wasn't gonna be a hater. I said I wasn't gonna be a hater. Guys. Holy fuck. Oh my fucking God, he's dead. Oh my God, he just fucking died in front of us. Holy shit, guys. He fucking died in front of us. What the fuck? Oh my god, is he dead? He's fucking dead, guys. Oh my god, what are we gonna do? Holy shit. What do we do? What are we gonna do? He's fucking dead. He's fucking dead, dude. He's fucking dead in front of us. Oh my god. Is that the fucking flat Earth? The Earth? It's flat? It's fucking flat? There's a flat Earth in front of us that's really fucking flat Earth? Oh my god. Oh my god. Charlie, it's fucking flat Earth. It's fucking flat Earth, Charlie. Charlie, it's fucking flat Earth. Oh my god, it's... Dude, it's fucking flat Earth. I need my millions of dollars now, please. At least it's better than Rick and Morty. Listen, it is, but at what cost? I'm a Smiling Friends hater. I'm not judging anybody. I said I'm trying to keep cool. I'm trying not to be a hater. Okay, I'm trying not to be a hater. I'm a little bit of a hater though. I'm kind of a fucking hater. I'm kind of a hater, guys. I'm a bit of a hater, you know. Sometimes I'm a little bit of a hater, you know. I just kind of hate, you know, just kind of hating a little bit. I'm a little bit of a hater, you know. I'm not trying to say anybody's bad. I'm not saying you're Nazi. I'm not saying you deserve the end of the earth. I'm just a bit of a hater, you know. Mother Mirset with the $5 says, yep, it's easy to get the names mixed up. Also not to be confused with the other users, Shad, and Maniversity. We gotta diversify these names. Thank you very, very much, Mother Mirset. I do like that they had Mike from Red Letter Media on an episode. I do like that. I thought she was turning into Beetlejuice. I can turn into Beetlejuice, but yeah. Oh, Rich Evans was on there too? I didn't know that. That's cool. Are we properly keyed up for the Elden Ring talk? We're almost there. We're almost there. We got one more thing to do. Oh yeah, they also had a, didn't they also have a cameo from the Nostalgia Critic or something? Everybody knows Nostalgia Critic, like the best. Chad is pronounced Chad. Okay, thank you. I'll correct myself from now. I don't even know what that channel is, but there you go. Baphomet says, I might dip out for the Elden Ring talk only because my Elden Ring takes are correct and everyone else's are wrong and I will hear nothing to the contrary. You fear the truth. It's all right. Some people cannot handle the glowing light of truth. This is an original design. It's really cool. Thank you, by the way. Oh my God. Oh my dear God. Oh no. Baphomet, of all of the people who need to be here for the Elden Ring talk, it's you. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. As someone who has never played Elden Ring, I gotta say that Elden Ring is a game that you can play. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, Elden Ring is one of the best games that's ever been made. The DLC is one of the best DLCs that's ever been made. But it also still has problems, and I hold it to a very high standard because that's what they deserve. And I have a lot of critiques for Elden Ring that we're gonna get into, but that'll be in a little bit. By the way, if you're here right now, we have 341 beautiful viewers, which is amazing. And I'm very happy to have you here. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. And secondly, in a little bit, we're gonna we're gonna cool down a little bit. We're gonna start talking about video games, and I want to invite you personally to stay for when I talk about video games, because while I am primarily known as a politics streamer, you would be amazed by how much fun and how interesting my video game sections are. And in fact, my core audience is incredibly passionate, arguably more passionate about my gaming content than even my politics content. So I want to invite you to stick around and have a good time with us. Grime Dango, I see where you're operating. PresidentSunday used to be on Nostalgia Critics channel. Awesome. No way. Really? No, that can't be. That's fake. This has to be fake. Nope, this isn't correct. I know this isn't correct because this is not a picture from 2008. This is a picture from very recently. So this is fake. There is 0% chance. This is from when he shaved his head recently. That's his setup. You might even be able to see the Duck Nana or whatever in there. Sorry. I don't believe it. So a Sunday fan went and made this, I can tell. Look, there's a Duck Nana reference at the end. That's how you know a Sunday fan made this. PresidentSunday was confirmed to be cohabiting with the divine being known in the Akashic records as the Duck Nana, as well as exiled renegade academic Dr. Persephone Squiddleton. These are references to his modern channel. This was made by a fan. Yo! Manhor Supreme with the $5 says, fairly new viewer. The few times that you've talked about Elden Ring has actually gotten me invested in buying and then playing a game I never would have thought that I'd wanted to play. So thanks. You are so welcome. You are beyond welcome. I am so happy to have been able to inspire that. You have no idea. That is like one of the best feelings in the world. Knowing that a recommendation that I made it to somebody else and helped them find something that they love. It's one of the driving passions for my channel. That makes me feel so good. Thank you very, very much, Manhor Supreme. And you're welcome. Frozen Summer says, I like games, but I'm so sick of hearing about Elden Ring and Dark Souls. I'm sorry, but I talk about all kinds of other stuff. I did a review for Lunacid. I talked about Pacific Drive. I've talked about The Long Dark. There's just Elden Ring came out, you know? Can't be a hater. Kiwi TP says, I have to avoid the Elden Rings talks. I've barely gone into the DLC, so I don't want to be spoiled. Well, you know, that's fair. The thing is, I've waited and waited and waited, you know? But I have to talk about it eventually. I have to draw the line and say I need to talk about this because it's driving me crazy. It's driving me absolutely crazy. Sorry, I missed what you said. I'm so sorry. Grime Dango says, I think it's very funny when trans people are like, oh, I'd destroy Mikola. I'm different. No, you ain't. We all know you ain't. If he had a Grindr profile, you'd be there in an instant. What can I say? What can I say? Okay, well, Fortnite, the problem, though, is that not exactly. See, there's some discrepancies going on. But I have to say, that is true for a lot of people. There is a lot of Mikola love, okay? There's an incredible amount of Mikola standing, okay? So, it's implied that he also has the mind of a child. We're actually going to talk on this. No, you know what? No, you know what? No, you know what? I'm going to actually, this is perfect. This is setting us up for what I'm going to talk about. We're gonna get there. Kiwi TP says, DM, tell me one thing. Did the lore of the DLC kind of mess up the OG lore? I heard a couple people say that, but I'm not sure if they were just being haters. Okay, so that's a big thing that I want to talk about. I don't think that it messed up the OG lore, but I do think that it stepped on its own dick a little bit. And I want to talk about that when we get into the segment in full. But I wouldn't say that it messed it up. I will say that it trips over itself a little bit. Yeah. Baphomet says, if you can change my mind on being a Mikola simp, I will donate $5. I think I can get you there. I think I can change your mind. I believe it. And the reason why I know that I can do that is because I believe in the power of persistence. And also the power of truth. Between truth and persistence, all can be revealed. And even the most stubborn student can be enlightened. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. Grime Dango says he's more or less a magical eunuch. Yeah, that's actually more accurate. Not an android. You simp for Ronnie. I am going to fucking obliterate you. I am going to obliterate you. It is so incredible. Arlo says, don't be mean to Baphomet for being a Mikola simp. We're friends and we should have compassion. That is the worst possible endorsement. You just did an anti-endorsement. You just made things worse for Baphomet. Okay, there's a couple things that really annoys the shit out of me. You know what? Fuck it, we're having fun. Everybody's here for it. Let me just jump into it. I'm just gonna rant about this shit. I'm about to lose it, okay? You wanna know something that drives me fucking crazy? All right? One of the things that drives me absolutely fucking crazy, okay? And I'm dead serious about this, okay? There is like I'm gonna be a raging SJW for just a second here, okay? There is an actually insane, weird sexism that pervades the Elden Ring, like swamps of commentary about Elden Ring, where if you correctly identify the fact that Ronnie and Mikola are respectively like two of the most detailed and thematically important characters in the game, and that they are thematic mirrors to one another, and that you correctly recognize that Ronnie is written in such a way so as to not endorse, but to illustrate that there is something important to be taken from Ronnie's story. And if you go, damn, I really love this character for that reason, that they call you a simp. Meanwhile, throughout the oceans of social media around Elden Ring, there is a devoted army of people who are deep-throating Radahn's cock at every single goddamn moment. And nobody ever calls those motherfuckers simps. Nobody ever goes, oh, they're simps, they're whatever. It's insane. The level of derangement, the level of delusion that people engage with, the level of reaches I've seen in people trying to justify why their fandom of Radahn is not just a personal appreciation for a character that's flawed in a video game, but rather the sacrosanct God's honest truth that Radahn is actually the nicest, most coolest good boy of all time. It drives me batty, okay? It makes me go insane, okay? I have never seen people pretzel themselves harder than trying to backwards compatible organize why Radahn is actually totally the coolest good guy, and not only is he the coolest good guy, he's the strongest person in Elden Ring. It's so annoying. It drives me deranged. And yet, all day, every day, Ronnie Simps, Ronnie Simps, Ronnie Simps, blah, blah, blah. You hear it all the time. You hear people being like, you're just a simp for Ronnie. My boy Radahn, though, I'd do anything for daddy. And you don't hear them getting called fucking simps. It's actually crazy. And you know what? If you like Radahn, that's fine. If you think he's really cool, if he's your favorite character, that's fine. But what gets to me is when people like literally bend the lore to the greatest, most stretched possible thing imaginable to be like, no, actually Radahn is the most important character. It's totally fine. You can do it. You can like it. You can like him. But it's crazy. And also, it gets even worse when you go from just talking about Ronnie, and also the way that people talk about Ronnie is demented. You know, like I said, just gonna be a little bit of a crazy purple-haired SJW here. People, the way that people talk about Ronnie is crazy, but if you wanna see true, malignant, just bare bones sexism on display, look at the conversation between Melania and Radahn. And you will see it just come straight out. And it's so sad because it's a fucking video game at the end of the day. But it is like, whoa. It is like, yikers. In fact, someone wrote a really good post about it. I want to show you the post. I saved the post because it was so good. And I agreed with it so hard. Real quick, let me find the post because I wanted to read this. I feel like it deserves to be read. Oh, this is one of them. This is one of them. This isn't the one, but this is one of them. Hold on. Let me get the post because I want to read it. I just want to give credit where credit is due because it's so goddamn good. Here we go. Ready? You guys ready? You're not ready for this, okay? It is 100% because she's a woman. More specifically, a woman in the role of successful general, knightly protector, the setting's strongest warrior, and the strongest boss in the game, rather than e.g. dainty mystic and literal doll dependent on the player. That's why she gets labeled as worse for doing the same things as other warlord characters. That's why there are elaborate webs of fan fiction spun to ignore the game directly stating that she's undefeated, the strongest, and had a draw with Radahn before the bloom. That's why her virtues, e.g. her followers' loyalty and prowess, her endurance in the face of adversity, get ignored and grafted onto other male characters. That's why her using a single incantation at the end of a long duel is often called cowardly and cheating, while Radahn spamming magic every single second of his existence, also sourced from a cosmic entity with less personal cost, the vitality of the stars, is a Chad and awesome. That's why every thread online relating to her gets spammed with gendered insults like bitch or thought or references to her genitalia. That's why the fungus cancer that inflicts her, it has inexplicably become associated with STDs. That's why the DLC discussion about her brother always ignores her part in the story, despite his sole given motivation being to help her, and often tries to claim the brother he barely knew is actually more important than his life. That's why Radahn kneeling on the floor with his weapons dropped and a sword in his neck, 9 feet of it, is somehow interpreted as him having an advantage. That's why everyone wanks off Radahn for still being a mid-game challenge after surviving one rot incantation situation while ignoring that Melania is a post-endgame challenge who's taken it far longer and yet is still currently way stronger than him with just her first phase. That's why the fandom has a designated male fanfic character devoted to beating her up when no such thing exists for previous hard male bosses. That's why she gets unfavorably compared to the other top-tier male fighters in this setting that she's never interacted with, but is said in-universe to be stronger with, which is also backed up by the gameplay and so on. I'd almost never make this accusation, but when you take a step back and compare her to male characters in similar roles, it all becomes extremely obvious. True! True! Accurate! It's painful. It drives me crazy. If you don't believe me, by the way, now look, I know, like I said, purple hair SJW moment. Woohoo! Big surprise there, okay? But seriously, if you don't believe me, if you're not scared of the truth, next time you see a thread blow up on Twitter with this argument, just look in the comments. Do me a favor. Next time somebody tweets a Melania versus Radahn conversation, check the comments. You are going to go as you see a sea of the most misogynistic grognards dumping their fucking underpants in the comments. It is so annoying. Oh my God, it's so freaking annoying. Jesus Christ. I told you I was gonna get mad about this shit, but seriously, it really does. I'm not saying that Melania didn't do anything wrong. She's still a demigod. Like, she still belongs to a rotten lineage and is a war general that represents a feudal society. But I mean, oh my God. Oh my God. Crumple Punch says, the one part I might disagree with on there about is let me solo her. I think he became popular because he appeared to help people beat this impossible boss like a folk hero. Yeah, I actually think you're right. I didn't realize that was what was being referenced there. Yeah, but I think you're right. I don't know. But, yeah. What the hell is a grognard? A grognard is an old term for like a giga nerd. It's from the D&D community. It refers to somebody who's like insanely obsessed, obnoxiously obsessed with like rules and technicalities. But it's sort of evolved over time to basically mean like a incapable of socializing ultra nerd, an ultra nerd who lets their own like obsession with certain aspects of a game completely impede their ability to communicate with other people. Yes, exactly. Nerodia says, the female characters get -4 strength whenever I'm running a campaign. That's grognard shit. Grognard, that is like, whew, you nailed it straight on the head. That is grognard stuff right there. Exactly. It's wild. But yeah, this stuff also applies to Ronnie. One of the things that drives me so crazy is that people like aggressively ignore the actual text of the game. They don't even, in order to try and frame Ronnie as a character that she just isn't. And I understand if people don't like Ronnie as much, and that would be fine. If people just said, oh, I'm not as big of a fan of Ronnie or whatever, you know, it'd be one thing. But like one thing I see a lot is that people say like, oh, Ronnie is super manipulative to all of her followers. No, she isn't. No, literally just no, she isn't. You have to invent things that didn't happen in order for that to be true. If you go and actually play through the game goes to great lengths to display to you through multiple channels that actually isn't the case. That actually, Ronnie is a fairly heroic character in a flawed world. Does she still do terrible things? She fucking murdered her brother in cold blood. Like her killing Godwin was like, that was in cold blood. She did that at a cold calculus. Now, was she very close to Godwin? Probably not. Did she despise the order that Godwin so perfectly represented? Godwin was a poster child for the order that was controlling her mind and her body. She had, you know, he was the representative of an order that bound her body to an eldritch being. And he was like, I'm all about this. I'm the folk hero that you worship. But she still murdered him in cold blood. He didn't do anything directly to her, and she still did that. And that's a worthy point of going, oh man, she's kind of a morally gray character. That's a pretty screwed up thing to do. But people will literally say like, oh, Ronnie manipulates your character. Ronnie refuses your character to great extents. To great extents. Heroic traits, yes, but Ronnie is a heroic character. In my opinion, Ronnie is one of the characters. Another heroic character that we see is Fia. Another heroic character that we see is Goldmask. I would say that Ronnie gets a significant amount of attention, and I think the reason for that is because the devs have something they want to say. I think that the devs, the writers of the game, wrote Ronnie the way they did because they were making a statement that there's something about the way that Ronnie does things that makes her stand out as separate from the rest of the people, even other heroic characters. She literally, hold on, let me see if I can find the text. I should have had this prepped because I knew that we were going to argue about this. But at multiple points, Ronnie literally turns you down. She says, go away, don't follow me, you don't want to be a part of this, go away, leave me alone. And then when she's a doll, she goes, you are the most persistent person. Very well. If you're committed to following me on this path, then take my doll and take it to this location. Or she can kill you if you try to poison her, which, yeah, if you try to poison her, of course she has a right to kill you. If you try to give her the poison that will make her a mindless doll to be used for violation by Saluvius, of course she kills you. She just... whoosh. Yes, it is explicitly, it is, I wouldn't even say it's implied, it's very heavily in the game that, yes, Saluvius wants to turn her into a sex doll. Yes. It's not completely explicit, but I mean, it pretty much is. I don't know. I get annoyed with the weird double standard. Yeah, here's another one, by the way. Here we go. This is another one that I love. Every time someone comments on Melania's fan art to trash on her and make it about Radon, we need to respond with that pic of Morgoth absolutely whooping his ass. It is morally correct to do so. And then we have this meme. Radon is the strongest demigod, and his people love him. He lifts his horse with gravity. His horse is also named Leonard. Radon is so nice he even learned gravity magic just so he could keep riding his horse. Oh my god! And then Jesus replies with the Morgott absolutely clapping Radon image. Very, very beautiful. Look at this. Wait, here we go. Look at this. It's right here. Look at this. Love both characters, but prefer Radon in pretty much every way. The man literally stopped the stars himself and was able to keep them still even when going insane. Millennia was forced to basically nuke him, so you can't deny that. Excuse me, he asked for no pickles. Okay, that's kind of funny. All right, that's kind of a funny response. I need you to realize that there's another part of the lore that people ignore, which is that Millennia was an Empyrean. Millennia becomes a god. A god that gets defeated by the player, but that puts her on par with fucking Marika. You understand that? When in her second phase, she becomes the goddess of rot. Literally, if you did not defeat her in that phase, if there was just if you know the canon was changed and the player died to the goddess of rot, the world would have been rewritten in the fucking rot god's image. Literally. Uncle Gumball said, here's something that everyone should keep in mind. Everyone. Every single character in a Miyazaki game is a bad person. Excuse me? Excuse me? You think Solaire is a bad person? You think, don't you dare go hollow. I always forget his name. You think he's a bad guy? You think Korhan is a bad guy? That is not true. That's not true. Laurentius, thank you. No, not an android. Go to class, damn it. We'll argue on Signal Night. Gavlan? You think Gavlan's a bad person? You think Roderica's a bad person? You think Hugh is a bad person? Like, I do agree ultimately with what Grimdango said, which is that getting overly moralistic about it is always going to be folly. But that's true about all art. That said, I think that you can reflect, I think that you can portray and reflect your own values by who you gravitate towards. And by analyzing that, you can learn more about yourself. This is the fundamental, one of the fundamental values in art. Is that you can think about these things, that you can go, okay, well, why do I agree with this character? Why do I feel this character is a better person than another character? You know, why do I feel this person was more justified than another person? You think about that. I know why. The Katarina Knights. Oh yeah, another good point. It was a stick. It wasn't even using the obsidian blade. In the art, Morgott beat his ass with the stick. He didn't even have to use the cursed blade. Stick. Stick. Beaten by a stick. Here's somebody. I never understood the feud between fans about Radon and Millennia. Both have great lore and are equally cool as fuck. The answer? May not please you. I hate to say it, but it's legitimately true. Wait, look at this. Here's another example. That's the whole... Wait, this is the same person. Okay, to be fair, their name is Brett the Psycho, so at least they're you know, giving away the game. That's the whole point that I'm making. Both Radon and Melania had their failsafe, but only Melania used hers. We don't know that that's true. We literally don't know that's true. What is Radon's failsafe? Spamming magic? He spams magic all the time. He dumps magic every 5 seconds. His sword is imbued with magic. What are you talking about? Also, people like act like holding back the stars was like some supremely heroic act, when in reality, it's literally, it's quite literally arresting time in order to avoid the fate of the future. Like, him holding back the stars freezes the lands between in functional stasis. Oh, I'll get that. Niana with the tier 3 sub says, okay, but hear me out. Ronnie can play both parts on a double guitar simultaneously, so she's clearly the bestest good warlord. Thank you so much, Niana. Thank you so much. And true! The cool thing about Ronnie, on that front is that Ronnie's strength does not come from martial might at all. Ronnie's strength comes from fellowship. Ronnie's strength comes from genuinely inspired loyalty. It's just, it's really cool, and I like that. I think that's a very, I think they're saying something there. Anthony Bastard with the $5 says, I've started reading Berserk and playing Lunacid this week, and I love them both. I usually don't get into these because I have intense emotions, but honestly, that response within me is palatable. Thank you, Demon Mama. You're very welcome. Berserk, and thank you for going and checking those things out. I know you're gonna love them. Berserk is incredibly intense, but it's designed to help you process and work through these emotions and find solace. It is incredibly intense. And I'm someone who also has very intense emotions, and I found Berserk to be able to reflect and to be able to reflect what I feel about certain things, to talk about trauma in a way that is soothing and inspiring. And also Lunacid, I find it just an incredibly beautiful game. I'm so happy that you're playing them. It really means the world to me, and thank you so much for supporting the show. Chariot says, Andre, Soler, Oscar, Siegmeyer, Emerald Herald, Shalaquar, Vengarl, Benhart, Alisana, Siegvard, Ludlith, Henri, the Painter Girl, and Gale are all characters from Dark Souls that are decent people, more or less. Gale is just like, it's crazy. Gale is one of the rare characters where the game is basically just like, yeah, Gale is the coolest guy who's ever existed in this universe. Like, Gale is like, he's so, it's almost uncharacteristically a positive portrayal. Gale is like the most buried, he's like completely buried under tragedy, and yet he is one of the last standing souls in the known universe. And he does so, and all that he does with the goal of protecting a child, his niece that he loves. Incredible heroic character. He's the type of character that like, yeah. And he succeeds. I mean, he doesn't personally get to deliver it, but you do on his behalf. It's wild. Uncle Gale. Oh yeah, Finlay. Is Wolf a good guy? Did Sekiro ever do anything bad? No. I mean, it depends. One of the endings, I guess, could be. But no, he's a pretty heroic character as well. The Sekiro's a bit of a different game, though. It's a more straightforward narrative. Chariot says, also, Morgoth is unironically my favorite demigod god character. He's more tragic than Radahn and more admirable than Millennia. Also a total boss. The way he walks at you from the thorns implies he sleeps there to be close to his mother and protect her from all comers. Do not come. Do not come. I like Millennia more than Morgoth, but I can completely understand why you love Morgoth. I think he's a really interesting character. Yeah, I think he's a fascinating and cool character. Chariot says, it's kind of sad that Marika's Omen children were shunned, but they were probably the most worthy. The saddest part about Morgoth is that he is self-hating. He's so deeply self-hating. And that's very sad. And in that regard, I do think that, like, there's also the fact that he oversaw a concentration camp of his own people, which, you know, that's a whole thing. But, yeah. Betrayed his own brother. But he's definitely an interesting character. The character that got done the most dirty, I think, was Moog in the end. And I have to admit, even I was wrong about Moog, but that's getting into the DLC stuff. How do you feel towards the Dung Eater as a character? They said it right at the beginning. He's the most loathsome character. He's the most vile character that's ever been made. I think like the Dung Eater, I mean, the Dung, like, there's no maximal scale of evilness. There's all kinds of bad characters, but the Dung Eater is like one of the most personally vile characters in the game. Like, he is obviously there are characters who do worse things than he does. Or at least equivalently bad things, but he is like truly like a Hannibal Lecter like character. He knows what he's doing is vile and horrific and nightmarish and torturous, and he just loves it. He loves every second of it. He loves being evil. Chariot! Holy shit! Chariot says, I feel the same way about Morgoth that one TikTok lady does about Putin. Omen King Morgoth, I wish I was your mother so that you could have been loved. I respect that. Chariot, that is horny and wholesome and also really horny, and I am... Oh, man. Incredible. Incredible. JS Masochist says, real. Demon Mama, real. Elden Ring made me sob because I avoided the loreists and took the story in as it was given to me. And while my reaction was strong, just the way that ER forces you to reconcile with how important death is really hit me and changed my life for the better. Yeah, I think Elden Ring functions narratively very, very well on a meditation on death and decomposition. And I think it's really good. Yeah, I think it's fantastic. Chopped Liver says, I still hate Moog. Yeah, certain things he did were controlled, but he's still a terrible, overall still a loathsome person. I see Moog, I don't know. I see Moog as like a, he's very similar to Rykard, but more sympathetic in my mind. Because keep in mind that Rykard and Moog are both run factions that are basically murder factions for the purpose of power. But Rykard wined and dined and enjoyed his high life in the palaces of Leyndell. You know, Rykard was only rejected because he pursued blasphemy, whereas Moog was literally crammed into a dark sewer, and made to live in shame and agony for his entire life. And his conclusion was, I'm gonna have to kill to get out of this. Yeah. So I think Moog deserves a more compassionate eye. And I wouldn't have said that before the DLC, but post the DLC, I think it's impossible to not conclude that. Anyway, that's my big rant about Ronnie and Radon. I don't think this can be turned into a segment, but I might turn it into a ramble for a future project that I'm working on. So there you have it. I want to talk about other things because I have more to talk about. So if you're having fun so far, if you're enjoying this, strap in because we have more. But before we do that, I have to use the restroom. And I also need to refill my drink. Will we ever make it to Dark Souls 2? Yes, we will. I'm going to be talking about Elden Ring, and then we are going to be playing Dark Souls 2. Don't you worry. I promise we are going to be playing Dark Souls 2 tonight. I will be playing Dark Souls 2 tonight. We're only 3 hours and 37 minutes into stream. I planned tonight for us to be able to play Dark Souls 2, but we have to talk about one other thing first, something that I've been waiting to do for a really, really, really long time. But first, please enjoy the absolute banger Calliope Rave bathroom song remix.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking bass. It's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and sound the most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track that... So don't you fret, my little list, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bobbing while she's taking the break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. Need a little... on your phone. The stream's still running. Song's over. Stop. Somebody
like and subscribe.
Comrade Girl with the gifted tier 1 sub, thank you so much. Let me make sure I haven't missed any donations. Thank you so much. I love you. New Sodi. Jupiter Siren with the $20 super chat, thank you so much. Jupiter Siren says, I love your gaming stuff. In pure honesty, I started watching you for Drama Mama stuff, but as I tuned into more live streams, I fell in love with your other content. Your whole bit about pet play and Metal Gear sold me hard. You're welcome. And thank you for supporting this show so I can talk about more demented stuff like that. And I promise you, I'm telling you, I got some big stuff cooking, okay? Some really big stuff cooking. So if you're a fan of all this stuff that I talk about gaming here, you're gonna be eating good in the future, okay? I'm telling you. Cherry with the tier 1 sub, a sub for the most real streamer on all of YouTube. Yo, Cherry, thank you so much. Holy moly. Thank you so much. Your segment earlier was based. Thank you. I tried to keep it cool, but I was fucking pissed off. Thank you very much, Cherry. I really appreciate that. Let me just check if I missed any other donos on the website. Excuse me. I'm enjoying these delicious cookies. Believe it or not, these cookies are really frickin' good, and they're from a gas station. They're salted caramel cookies. They're actually really, really good. Antifa Pyro with the tier 1 sub. This reminds me of when people critiqued Bloodborne for having such feminine themes in it. I saw so many comments about the cost plot being about pro-choice being good. Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you very much, Antifa Pyro. Ash3030 with the $5 says, I'm worried that the stuff regarding Ava Tyson is going to make transphobia nastier, more widespread, and more prevalent. Any words of wisdom? Sorry if this is killing the vibe. I don't think it's going to make it worse, nastier, or more widespread, but I do think that someone is going to suffer. This is an outgrowth of the existing transphobia and not a worsening of it. Regardless of your opinion on the incident, one trans person, even a famous trans person doing something bad, does not actually factually reflect badly on trans people. That's just not how any of that works. The fact that so many people think that it does, or that it's okay to act that way, it demonstrates that we have a passive prejudice that pre-exists in our society that must be defeated. I don't think it's really going to move the needle. I just think that there's going to be some acute suffering for some people. People who got involved, probably Ava Tyson. Obviously, it seems like Ava Tyson is suffering some very severe consequences. Consequences that other people who've done who've had those associations and worse are not. Like nobody's canceling Smiling Friends. They had a fucking podcast with him. But you know, we'll see. It's possible, but I don't think so. I think right now the transphobia is bad, and this type of stuff is an outgrowth of it. Alexi with the 3 tier 1 subs says malarkey. Thank you very, very much for the gifted 3 tier 1 subs. Really means the world to me. Biopsychosocialism. Biopsychosocialism, thank you so much for the incredibly generous tier 2 sub. Thanks for being based as fuck, mama. You've been my #1 ever since you helped me graduate from RGR University. Let's get through 2024 together. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Thank you very, very much. Ennie with the tier 1 sub, Dojammies. Thank you very, very much, Ennie. Deeply appreciate that. And that's all of them from this stream. We are all caught up. Thank you so much to everyone who has supported the show today. It really means the world to me. This has been a tough month, so thank you so much for supporting me. It really does mean the world to me. Excuse me. Witch Night Melody with the $5. Thank you so much, Witch Night Melody. Donald Trump is so old, he's the reason why Hammurabi's code was written. More like why Hamburger's code was written, am I right?
Bazinga.
What the hell? What the fuck? No! Damn it. All right, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I thought I had paper towels in here, but I do not have any paper towels in here. I am all out of paper towels, which sucks, but that's okay. I'm alive. I just need to go wash my hands, get the cookies off my hands. I got a yummy cookie, you know? Rosa Mendez says, I feel like nothing will work out. People don't change. That is not true. People change their entire lives and never stop changing. Living is change. Every moment of life is a process of change. I think that is so untrue. And I don't think you should, I would advise a more hopeful outlook on life. We are perpetually engaged in an ever-changing world, and what is around the corner is very, very difficult to predict. Ash3030 says, that was really helpful and calmed me down a bit. Now we wait for the inevitable straw manning of that statement that drama content farms are going to do when the time comes. We will laugh at them and move on with our day because, unlike them, we have lives. I don't think there's anything that people are going to misinterpret in my statement. I mean, I don't know all the details of the Ava Tyson stuff yet. What I've seen has not been amazingly compelling as like a permanent, like a horrific indictment of her character. It seems like... In an earlier point in her life, she was very edgy and stupid. But again, that's like there's a ton of YouTubers who did that, and I don't think they should be fucking destroyed over that particular thing. People are dumb and edgy, and sometimes they like dumb and edgy stuff without thinking about it, especially when they're young. I don't know how bad it got, and I'm certainly willing to look into it, and I'll revise my statement if I think there was things worse. But what I've seen so far has not been amazingly compelling as like this person is dangerous and needs to be destroyed immediately. In fact, it just kind of seems like people already hated Ava Tyson, and it seems like they just found a justification, you know? I could be wrong. I'm open to being wrong, but yeah. The Arlonian with the $5. Oh my God, thank you so much. First super chat ever. Thank you. Thank you so much, the Arlonian. Seeing you talk so passionately about Elden Ring inspired me to check out the series. I just started Dark Souls 1 and I'm having a blast so far. You are in for such an unbelievably, unfathomably blessed adventure. You have so much fun in front of you. There is, I almost envy how much you have in front of you that you've never experienced before. I hope you have an amazing time. Dark Souls 1 is beautiful. You're going to have a blast through Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 3 is incredible. You got Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring. You're going to have an amazing time. You have some of the best examples of game design waiting in front of you, and I can't wait for you to get to it. Thank you so much for supporting me, and I'm very happy I was able to inspire that in you. Seriously. Is Chud Logic still obsessed with Demon Mama? No, he never was. That's the thing. Chud Logic was never obsessed with me. His editor was. Chud Logic and I used to be friends. We went in different directions, and we parted. You know, not super peacefully, but not super unpeacefully either. It was Chud Logic's editor that hated my guts, and kept editing random shit. But yeah, no. Chud Logic, I don't agree with a lot of the ways that Chud Logic goes about doing things. I don't really love his content. We definitely have gone in different directions. But to be fair, he doesn't really have he's not obsessed with me, and that wouldn't be fair to say. Dark Slime Zero says, is it heresy to ask if there's an easy mode for Dark Souls / Demon Souls? I don't really think I'd enjoy failing 20 times in the first chapter of the game. It's not heresy. There is no easy mode. The struggle is part of the experience. However, if you're really struggling, you should use guides on the internet. They will tell you builds that make the game much easier. For example, here's a little hint. If you're having a really hard time in Demon Souls, there is a magic falchion that you can get very early on in the game by doing a suicide run through the level. Basically, you go to the Shrine of the Storm King, and you run past all the enemies. You just get naked and run past all the enemies. And there's a little cliff with a really tough enemy on it. You run around him. You open up the treasure chest behind him by tricking him away. You get a magic falchion, and it will make the early levels very, very, very easy. Like, remarkably easy. In Dark Souls, there's a ton of different stuff. There are a ton of easy mode builds for the game. You just have to look them up. They're not immediately apparent. I don't recommend mods that make the game easier because I think it breaks the spirit of the games, but there are tons of solutions that make the game easier. There's still going to be parts where you're going to have a hard time, but yeah. B. Shimoten says, I'm a sim game player. I never really got into games like Demon Souls or Elden Ring. Well, if you're a sim game player, I would recommend Amazing Cultivation Simulator. It's a beautiful game. That's one of my favorites. I also really like, I mean, I'm not like the biggest fan of the sim genre overall, but I like a lot of them. So there's a bunch of sim games that I really do enjoy. Kazama says, I wouldn't say there are easy mode builds. I feel that's a bit reductive. Nah, there are definitely easy mode builds. There are definitely builds that make the game way easier. Like, for example, Pyromancy in Dark Souls 3. Pyromancy, playing as a Pyromancer is one of the easiest builds in the game. There's a few enemies that are, there's a few bosses that are still hard, but playing as a Pyromancer in Dark Souls 3 is one of the easiest playthroughs you could possibly do. You have a huge advantage against a lot of enemies. They put them in there for like it doesn't make it like it's not like Skyrim, you know. You're still gonna have points where you struggle, but it's gonna be a lot easier. It's about a lot easier, yeah. That's really cool, Bishamoten. Ash3030 says, speaking of sim games, will we ever see you do a Sims meme house or something like that for the entertainment of the imps? Almost assuredly. I almost assuredly will do something like that in the future. Page Punk Corp says, have you ever done a Giant Dad build? Nope. I actually haven't. Is Metal Gear a hack and slash? No, not even close. Metal Gear? Wait, okay. You mean, okay, Metal Gear is a top-down shooter game from the NES era. Metal Gear Solid is a stealth action game. Almost all of the Metal Gear Solid games are stealth action games. You could argue Metal Gear Solid 5 is a third-person shooter, open world game, but it's still pretty much a stealth action game. Metal Gear Solid Revengeance, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. I always forget the full title. That one is a AAA spectacle fighter. Revengeance is not really. It's not a hack and slash. Hack and slash is like hack and slash games are like that's more like, I don't know, Dark Messiah of Magic. What's it called? Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. Dark Messiah of I don't know. I always forget the name of it. Is Devil May Cry or God of War a hack and slash? I thought that God of War is more like a... I guess it is a hack and slash. I guess God of War is a hack and slash. God of War, like, teeters on the edge of, like, a spectacle fighter, in my opinion. I guess classic God of War is kind of a hack and slash. Kingdom Hearts is a hack and slash? Yeah, Kingdom Hearts, I can see that. DMC is considered hack and slash? Really? Hades, when I think of hack and slash, I think of one and two things. I think of like first-person fantasy, and I think of third-person action games. I don't think of DMC is spectacle fighter. Dynasty Warriors and Bayonetta are both hack and slash? Really? That would mean Nier Automata is a hack and slash too. I don't know about that. Okay, Revengeance is a hack and slash if that's your definition of hack and slash. Hold on. Oh. I guess they do. When I search that, it is all the spectacle fighters. What the fuck? Okay, all right, we're pushing it here. When I search hack and slash games on Google, Torchlight 2, Diablo 4, Hades, Devil May Cry, and Ninja Gaiden, Diablo 2, Chivalry 2. What the fuck? Okay, this genre is stupid. I'm calling it here. Grim Dawn. This is stupid. Fucking, this is dumb. This genre is an incoherent genre. Incoherent genre. Stupid. That's just Google. When I Google it, that's what it comes up with. Let's go to Steam. Let's go to Steam. Steam says Diablo 4, Path of Exile, Hades 2, Sekiro, Neo 2, Chivalry 2, God of War, Hades, Dead Cells, Wo Long. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, apparently hack and Vermintide 2 is a hack and slash? Okay, apparently everything. Brotato is a hack and slash? You gotta be fucking kidding me. This is a joke. This is a fucking joke. All right, I've had enough. I'm out. That's stupid. When I think of hack and slash, I think of the two games that I think of as hack and slash are Dark Messiah of Might and Magic, which is a first-person, kind of chunky, that's it. It's the hacking and slashing. You walk in enemies. There's hordes of enemies. You chop them up. It's games where you blast through a bunch of enemies. I do think Hades fits it. V Rising is another one. Those are the two types of games. But I don't know. This is crazy. When we're getting into here, this is just everything. Everything that has a sword in it is hack and slash, which to me is just like, what? I mean, ARPGs is a fairly defined one. An ARPG is like a top-down loot grabber, third person, blasting through big hordes of enemies with spectacular abilities that you tend to, the time to kill on the enemies tends to be pretty low. ARPGs make sense to me. The top 5 listed hack and slash games on Glitchwave are Nier Automata, DMC3, Hades 1, 2, and God of War Ragnarok. Okay. I guess this is why genres are fucking stupid in the long run. Apparently, any game where you use a sword is a hack and slash. And maybe even if you don't use a sword. Darktide is a Darktide, Warhammer 40k Darktide is listed as a hack and slash according to Steam. That means, yeah, that makes Halo a hack and slash. If fucking Warhammer 40k Darkside counts as a fucking hack and slash, this thing doesn't mean anything. Bullshit. This is a hack and slash. I'm hacking and I'm slashing. Huh? What the hell? Talia Eat Egg says, does anyone else cry for a solid 2 seconds and then never again for years? No. That sounds rough. I recommend probably talking to a therapist. Ash3030 says, as a music fan, I definitely get the frustration over genres. We over in the music world have plenty of fake sounding genre names that are in fact names for genres. My personal favorite examples are neoclassical darkwave, neofolk, doomgaze. Bonus points if anyone can guess what any of those genres are and are supposed to sound like. Okay, neofolk, I actually know what neofolk is. Neofolk is like, fuck, what's the name of that band? They're the band that they dress up in Viking outfits and they have like tons of fog machines. Yeah, I know those guys. Neoclassical dark wave. Neoclassical dark wave. So that's like, dark wave is like adjacent to vaporwave, but it's more depressing and dark. But neoclassical means that it's inspired by classical music. So neoclassical dark wave would be like it'd be like sad vaporwave songs, but that uses tons of complex piano arrangements and multi-instrumental arrangements. Doomgaze. Doomgaze is going to be, so doom metal is like the sludgy, crawling metal that's like, it's really sludgy and crawling and heavy. And gaze would mean that it incorporates portions of shoegaze. So it's like emotive, slightly emo, but ultimately very crawly and sludgy metal, right? Am I right? Am I right? How wrong was I? Yeah, Heliung. Heliung. Helung. 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 That hurts as an emo fan to clarify. Wait, but emo and shoegaze have like a lot of they have like a lot of overlap, don't they? Emo is like, last summer, I kissed you, and everything changed forever. That's like, that's emo. Whereas shoegaze is like, this is it. It's over now. I'm never coming back, 'cause I'm moving beyond. That sounds more like pop punk? I don't think so. That's pop punk? I don't think so. Is it? I mean, I'm not a genre expert. For neoclassical darkwave, look up Anna von Hauswolf. All right. Maybe I'd like it. I don't know. Who knows? I'm open to lots of music. I like lots of music. I'm sorry, but emo definitely, I definitely know that emo does some of that stuff. Emo and pop punk has lots of crossover. Stop gaslighting me. I knew it. It's never gonna be the same. I'm emo. I'm sad. I'm gonna do it. That's fucking that. That's fucking emo. Emo's about the past, punk is about tonight or tomorrow. What? I agree with that, Ziggles, by the way. That's why I use deliberate action instead of, I mean, I still use them all the time. I still think Metroidvania and Souls-like are useful, but they have problems for history. Like, they start to break down because they're purely referential, and they also are limiting. For, like, Souls-like, I prefer the term deliberate action. But even still, they still, all genre terms have problems. Peak emo? No, it definitely will. What do you mean it won't? What do you fucking mean it won't ding copyright? This is an official music video with a... What do you fucking mean it won't ding copyright? This is an official music video uploaded by the fucking band with the full credits, right? What do you mean it's not gonna ding copyright? Are you crazy? What? This is why, by the way, if any of you have like the inklings of becoming a streamer, fucking chat, Never, ever, ever listen to chat. Ever. Never. Ash3030 says there's other ones. Baphomet says, the glove compartment is inaccurately named and everybody knows it because it's behind its doors. There's nothing to keep my fingers warm and all I find is memories of better times. Like that? What does mutant disco sound like? Okay, mutant disco, I'm gonna guess is like industrial mixed with disco. That's a hard one. I don't know what mutant disco sounds like. How about Zolo? Ooh, I don't know about that one. Minimal wave? Minimal wave is gonna be like, minimal wave, okay, minimal wave. Minimal wave has gotta be like some like super simplistic synths you like layered and used to make ambient shit. Sasscore, I don't know about that. Swancore, okay, all right. This is goofing. Mutant disco is early Red Hot Chili Peppers, really? It's Brian Eno shit? All right, I'm out of here. There's a subgenre of minimal wave called minimally synth. I like some Brian Eno stuff. There's some good Brian Eno stuff. What's the one wait, did Brian Eno do the one that's like this recording of the same track that's like recorded like 100 times and the tape starts to degrade after so many times playing it? Is that Brian Eno? Oh, was that Basinski? Basinski. I really like that one. I listened to a bunch of the Basinski re-recording thing. That was sick as hell. I know I listened to a Brian Eno song recently, but I don't remember what. Yeah, disintegration loops. I really like disintegration loops. What's your worst music take? What the fuck? What do you mean, what's my worst music take? What the hell is that even? How would you even quantify that? What the fuck? What kind of a question is that? What do you mean, what is my worst music take? How would I even quantify that? Obviously, I'm not gonna think it's the worst take if it's my fucking take. Demon Mama listens to too much acapella. I have not been listening to any acapella. Hold on. Oh shit, why don't I have Spotify on this side? Wait, really? Oh my god, why don't I have my Spotify up? What's your most attractive music take? My music playlists are my most attractive music takes. My music playlists are sick as shit. Here, let me read off what I've got on my album. This is my playlist for this year. Let's see some major shout outs. Cherry Colored Funk by Cocteau Twins. That one was early. Ooh, After the Earthquake by All Vives. Sick as shit. Ooh, Tales from the Trash Stratum by Oneatrix Point Never. And that piece is by by Elizabeth Fraser of the Cocteau Twins, right? Cocteau Twins was Elizabeth Fraser's project, right? Yeah, Cocteau Twins was the vocalist. One of Tricks Point Never did a piece that was called Tales from the Trash Stratum, and it's sick as shit. A bunch of Boy Genius. Emily, I'm Sorry by Boy Genius. The Parting Glass by Boy Genius. Absolutely fire. Ooh, I forgot I got a Bayou Country Bluegrass song on here. Right Back to It by Waxahachie. Sick as hell. Then we got Phoebe Bridgers' Chinese Satellite, which is really good. Ooh, we got John Francis Flynn, Mole in the Ground. I've been listening to that one a ton. I wish it was a mole in the ground. I wish it was a mole in the ground. If I was a mole, I'd tear that mountain down. I'd tear that mountain down. I can't do it at all because it's sick as shit. So good, though. We got Slow Dive. Ooh, for people who like classical, I discovered Nicholas Bamberger this year. His piece Flume and his other piece Dreamlike Ride, both amazing piano pieces, like very classically inspired. Let's see. We got Anjamile, The King by Anjamile. That was a good one from this year. A bunch of Max Cooper stuff. That was cool. The new Magnolian track. That one's really good. Then we have a ton of stuff from the Twin Peaks soundtrack that I added. We've got Tarifa by Sharon Van Etten. I really love Sharon Van Etten. We got A Violent Yet Flammable World by Au Revoir Simone. Oh, shit. Cool Nuit by M83. Actually deranged. Love that track. Cool Nuit is so good. That whole album is actually really, really good, but Cool Nuit like really takes the cake for me. If you want a genuinely deranged psychedelic freak show piece that is amazing, you got to listen to that. It's sick as hell. That's another good one. by Sega Bodega. We got the new Bring Me the Horizon stuff. Like those. Those were good. Heavener by Invent Animate. Heavener is sick as hell. Love that track. Past Life Persona by Era. What the hell? Whoa. Is it Cool Nuit? No, it's Koolnuit. Cool Nuit. What the fuck is going on? Oh man, I feel like my room is depressurizing. What the hell? Oh, did my house get picked up by a giant balloon and is going up in? What the hell? Ow, my ears. Fuck. Might be being abducted. No, I think that my headphones formed like a semi-vacuum and the fan was like sucks. Oh, then of course we have Bill Murray. If you like Bring Me the Horizon, Bill Murray is a banger. I've been really loving Bill Murray. Talking to Your Ghost is probably my #1 from the new Bill Murray album. Yeah, Bill Murray. Yep, you got it spelled right. And then I've been listening through the soundtrack for I Saw the TV Glow. And I haven't finished listening through it yet, but Starburned and Unkissed by Carolyn Polachek is fire, okay? Absolutely fire. Yeah, right, E. Howell? E. Howell says, Invent Animate mentioned. Heavener is my favorite track. Heavener is so good. So good. Oh yeah, also huge shout out. This is not on my playlist for this year because I didn't get it on Spotify, but well, oh my god, why am I blanking? What the hell? What the hell? Why am I blanking? Whoa, I'm having a giant brain fart. Hold on. 1 second. I'm having a huge brain fart. Patricia Taxxon. Why the fuck did I brain fart so hard? Patricia Taxxon's album, where is it? Where is it here? It's fucking fire. Bicycle. Patricia Taxxon's album Bicycle is so good. Actually so incredibly good. I love it so much. Yeah, you should go listen to it. It's free on YouTube, which is amazing. It is an incredible album. Have you listened to The Flowers of Robert Mapplethorpe yet? Not yet. Not yet. I haven't had a chance to listen to it. I listened to some of it, but I didn't get to finish the album, and I don't think it's fair until I get to listen to the full album. Tech Dog is so good. Oh, wait a minute. I can play this on stream. I forgot that Patricia Taxxon lets you play shit on stream. Hold on a second. I want to play this one for you all. It's so good. Hold on, let me get into my Bandcamp. And then we'll do what I promised, okay? Then I promise we'll move on. I promise. We'll do what I'm supposed to do. Oh, what's the one? Oh no. Oh no. Wait, it's on my list, right? How do you look at songs that you favorited? Oh, how do you do that? Hold on, I'll find the one. Oh no, which one is it from? Is it from, oh no, I forgot. There's all the Tech Dog ones. It's this one, right? Wait, hold on. Wait, give me a second, give me a second. Give me a second, give me a second, give me a second. I'll find the right one. I always get these mixed up because the titles are all goofy. It's this one, right? Hold on. God damn it. Here, I'll be able to identify it. Give me a second. This is the one. This is Get Dot. By Patricia Taxxon. so good. Love it. Love it. Love it. Gekdot by Patricia Taxxon. Also, I really want to play I Do from Bicycle by Patricia Taxxon. But honestly, I really feel like you need to listen to the whole album of Bicycle to fully appreciate it. But I Do from Bicycle is so unbelievably beautiful. I love it so much. Maybe just a taste. Hold on, I gotta turn it down just a tiny bit. Seriously, please go listen to Bicycle right now. God, this song melts my heart. Oh. very welcome, Desi. You're very welcome. Isn't this incredible? I'm telling you, the whole album is a blessing. Go listen to Bicycle. Buy it. God, I love this song so much. I'm telling you, listen to the whole listen to the whole album, and you'll understand even more why this track is so ascendant. I feel like I cheated by giving you I Do, but I'm telling you. God, it's so good. So good, so good. I literally don't have the words to fully express how this song makes me feel. It makes me feel like standing on the top of a windy hill overlooking a city on the sea. It makes me feel like all the memories of love in my life come flowing back into me. It's just such an ascendant song. God, it's really amazing. Anyway, I tuned back in. Where was it? The stream just turned into a Patricia Taxxon listening party. Listen, there are moments like this. Listen, there's 200 people watching right now. I appreciate all of you. But there's times, the world is a strange place. We live in a strange era, and who knows what comes around the corner. Sometimes, when the vibe strikes, you just have to listen to an unbelievably beautiful song with 200 other people. That's just what you got to do. And who knows how many people are going to be tuned on to unbelievable beauty. Yeah. I wish I could do more music segments. There's so much music I would love to play and discuss, but unfortunately, most music is copyright claimed, so you can't really do that. It's very difficult to do. Yeah. I'll try and check that out. Okay, we have to do one more thing, though. It's time to talk about Elden Ring. I have to do it, okay? I have to talk about Elden Ring, the DLC. We have to review the DLC. At long last, it's finally time for me to do my Elden Ring DLC review. Because I haven't. I keep putting it off. I keep kicking the can down the road, but it needs to be done. I've kept delaying and delaying and delaying. Now, this review is going to start out fairly spoiler-free. However, I am going to dive into some spoiler-related stuff as we go further into the review. So, yeah. So, just keep that in mind. I will try and warn for spoilers. There's going to be minor spoilers by discussing, in the beginning portion, but there is going to be a part where I veer into spoilers. I'll try to give a heads up when it happens. I can't guarantee that nothing will be spoiled in the earlier part, but I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my absolute best to not spoil anything major until I give a spoiler warning. Because I understand there's still people playing it, and et cetera, et cetera. I'm at the first phase of the final boss. Am I good on the spoiler section? Yeah, you're fine. There's nothing left for me to spoil. If you're at the first phase of the final boss, there's nothing left to spoil. Okay? All right. Okay. Oh. It's 9:30. Okay, we're doing pretty good, honestly. All right. Let me get some water. My lovely, lovely imps. It has been a long time coming, but it is finally time for me to sit down and talk with you about my review of Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree. This is going to be a very free-form review. It is not as severe or structured as some of my other reviews, and it's going to be a lot coming from the heart. The first half or so of this review is going to be spoiler-free to the absolute best of my ability. I can't guarantee there won't be some things spoiled, but I'm going to try to avoid major spoilers throughout the first part of this review, and then I will give a warning when it's time for me to discuss some necessary spoilers, and I'll give a warning to the best of my ability. So just so you know, for now I'm going to try and keep it as spoiler-free as possible, and then I will warn when we're going to move into the spoilers. So without any further ado, after much waiting, let's talk about Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree. Now, as you can see behind me, I have a statue of Mesmer, and of course, many other Dark Souls, Elden Ring related things in my room. I am a very, very, very big fan of Elden Ring, and likewise, I am a very big fan of Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree. The DLC is a very odd one when it comes to FromSoft DLCs. They went in a lot of different directions with this DLC that they haven't done in their previous games. It is located quite far into the base game, meaning that you have to complete quite a lot of a run-through of the base game to even get into it. And it's locked actually behind some pretty difficult bosses, so you can't even do like a weird run to the location like you can in some of the earlier games. And also, it introduces a completely different leveling system, which I have very mixed feelings about the new leveling system. In some ways, I think that it is an effective way of allowing people to continue into the DLC, you know, at the end of the game or at a certain point in their playthrough. But also, at the same time, it has some implications on gameplay that I think need to be talked about. Overall, I think that the Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree DLC is a phenomenal DLC. It towers above most DLCs for most other games. Now, as far as FromSoft DLCs specifically, I think that it is definitely it is definitely on the high end of all of their DLCs, but I don't know if I can say that it's like their best DLC ever. I would put it below Old Hunters, and I would put it below The Ringed City. I am a huge fan of both the Old Hunters, the Bloodborne DLC, and the Dark Souls 3 DLC, The Ringed City, is one of my favorite DLCs of any game of all time. That said, as far as sheer content is concerned, I think you would be hard-pressed to find another DLC for any other game, even including FromSoft, that even comes close to Shadow of the Erdtree. Shadow of the Erdtree is an absolutely monumentally sized DLC. It's actually genuinely deranged how big it is. I would say it is almost large enough to be considered Elden Ring 2. And in some ways, I kind of wish that they had just made an Elden Ring 2. That they had just pushed it down the road a little longer and made an Elden Ring 2. And I'll get into that in a little bit. As far as size, it is massive. The amount of bosses, new weapons, new places to explore. When the DLC was first announced, there was a lot of hubbub because there was excitement when the director, Miyazaki, when he announced that the size of the DLC was going to be about the size of Limgrave. Limgrave being, for those who are unfamiliar, if you haven't played the base game of Elden Ring and are still watching this review anyway, Limgrave is the starting area. It's the first zone of the base game of Elden Ring. It's quite large, but it's still only the starting area, and there's many, many, many other areas. But when people heard that, they were like, wow, that's a lot, because the starting area is really big. Limgrave is huge, and there's a lot of stuff in Limgrave. It turns out that was a total lie, and actually, it's kind of like maybe 3 Limgraves stacked on top of each other. As far as raw amount of content and time that you'll spend in it, I would say that the DLC is about 1/3 of the size of the base game. In one DLC. 1/3 of the size of the base game. And Elden Ring is already a enormous game. It's actually, I don't know how they did it. I don't know why they did it. But they gave us a lot. And for that, I can respect it a ton. Also, the weapons that are introduced are very fun. There's a lot of really cool and inventive new stuff on the weapon front. I really like a lot of the stuff that they added. They added some pretty wild and crazy new weapons, including unarmed weapons, like a fighting style weapon, which is really, really cool. They also added like a perfume-based weapon, which is something that a lot of players wanted because perfumes are like a usable item type that was very popular in the base game. Now there's a weapon you can use that synergizes with them. But in addition to weapons, the new armor sets and the new talismans that they added in the DLC are, in my opinion, super fantastic. Like really, really, really good. Top-notch stuff. The new armor sets are beautiful. They're incredibly varied. They're diverse from the base game. There is a massive amount of ability to swap the parts in from different sets and make them mix and match and look good. Some of the sets in the DLC are, in my opinion, more stylish than anything in the base game. I'm not going to give any spoilers at this particular junction, but there is a set that is that is themed around Death Knights, and it is unbelievably beautiful. I love that set. It works well with tons of other sets. You can mix and match it, and it's amazing. The armor sets are amazing, but not just visually. I want to be clear that with the talismans and the new synergies between the armor sets, because they added some weird set bonuses, which they've never really done set bonuses in Elden Ring before, but now there are set bonuses, which is really interesting. But between the set bonuses and the new talismans, the DLC allows for truly a stunning amount of unique builds. There are so many niche builds that you can do now. You can build around almost any single aspect of the gameplay. You want to build around frenzy, you got it. You want to build around jump attacks, you got it. You want to build around throwing items, you definitely got that. The support for like pot builds is crazy. You want to build the ultimate glass cannon where you can dodge like crazy, but if you take a single hit, you fall apart. You want to build an ultimate tank, you got it. The amount of build support that the DLC has added is truly, truly absurd. And I really love that. It's awesome. It's so cool to be able to know that you can build craft out basically any Elden Ring based gameplay fantasy that you want to. There is now support to do it with very few exceptions. I think you would be hard pressed to find like a character fantasy within the world of Elden Ring that fits within the lore of Elden Ring that you can't do now. They really hit on every spot. The support is really awesome. And there's some really niche ones too, which was cool. They introduced multiple new sort of miniature schools of magic that also have supporting talismans, items, and armor sets. So if you want to play some weird niche magic and you're okay with a slightly more limited moveset, but you want to build that theme and that character fantasy, you can do it. It's genuinely really cool. I wish I wish that I could tell you explicitly, but I'm not in the spoiler section, so I'm not going to spoil any of that. There's some really unique and cool ones that weren't even there's even full support for stuff that wasn't even in the base game yet. So there's new types of magic that have been introduced that you can build a whole set around and have a stylish little character that's themed around that type of music. Or that type of magic, sorry, music. I meant to say magic. So on all of these fronts, it is phenomenal. The armor, the weapons, the talismans, all incredible. Another really strong standout part of this DLC is the visual design. I took so many screenshots in this playthrough, and I was constantly a photographer in the base game of Elden Ring. Elden Ring is a breathtakingly beautiful game. There is so much care put into how you can move through the world and how the world looks at any point. One of the things that I praised about the base game of Elden Ring is what's called windowing, which is basically a technique in game design where the player is sort of very subtly guided to places where they are going to see previews and or little treats that they can see in the world as they move through it very subtly. It's not supposed to be too ham-fisted, but you're supposed to be able to see little things that intrigue you and you go, oh, I want to see there, I want to get there, I want to go there. And it is absolutely maintained in the DLC. The DLC is visually beautiful and it consistently ties in with the gameplay. You will see a spot, you'll be exploring the world, you'll see a thing that makes you go, holy moly, what am I looking at? And you'll go, I want to go check that thing out, and you're going to find a way to get there. It will call you, you will chase it. The visual design of the DLC is fantastic basically all the way through. There is an incredible diversity of zones. There is an incredible diversity of color. In fact, one of my favorite things about Elden Ring is how colorful it is. It is more so than pretty much any of the previous Souls games. You know, the FromSoft games have are sort of historically they use color very in strong accents. You know, especially Dark Souls. In Dark Souls, the world is very organic. It feels very crumbled and fallen apart, and that's part of the mood. And then you'll see something brilliant and colorful that makes you gasp. In Elden Ring, it's more like being plunged into a disorienting dream of color. And that is especially true in the DLC. The DLC's use of varied color is enrapturing and enchanting, and I love it. So all of this is pretty strong praise so far for the DLC. And I will say that we are in the end of July, and I think that it is going to be very difficult for any game to top this DLC for Game of the Year. I don't know like what the frequency of a DLC winning Game of the Year is, but I do think that it deserves to at least be considered, even though it is technically not a new game. The amount of content that it contains rivals other new games, and I really do think that it would be deserving of that. I will say that for me personally, there's going to be a contender, which is Animal Well. I don't want to get off and talk about Animal Well in the middle of my Elden Ring DLC review, but Animal Well is a really fantastic and phenomenal game, and I do think that it also deserves a very serious consideration for Game of the Year, though it is going to have tough competition from this DLC. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree is phenomenal. However, FromSoft is one of the most talented and amazing and sung to the high heavens with praise developers out there right now. And their games, in my opinion, demand strong critique when it is deserved. And I think that very much there is flaws. The DLC is bursting at the seams at points, where it does so well, and it really is a phenomenal experience. But if you are somebody who's played a lot of FromSoft games, there are aspects of the DLC that feel out of place, that feel out of step with their usual level of quality, even with all of the good parts. And I think that it's important to dive into these things in depth, or else people, I don't know, or else there's no way to you have to be able to talk about these things. And FromSoft needs to be able to hear strong critique even when they're kicking ass and towering above most of their competition. There is not much at this point in time, in my opinion. From Software is they are one of the gods of the gaming industry. There are few who can come close to making a game that goes as hard and is as unique and has such an iconic identity, is so enchanting as From Software. There are other great games out there, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they're the only game company, but they are right up there. They are a competitor for the heir of this era of video gaming. And it's shown in how many other studios are learning from them. As a result, I think it's important to hold them to a high standard. With all that said and that explanation out of the way, there are issues with the DLC that I think are difficult to ignore, especially if you're a veteran From Software enjoyer like myself. The first of which, and keep in mind, this is still going to be spoiler free, and then in the spoiler section, I'm going to dive a little more deeply into some of these. There is a serious loot problem in the DLC that is not in the base game of Elden Ring. In the base game of Elden Ring, there are some complaints already in the base game. Some players complain about the fact that because the game is so big and there's so much of a diversity of builds, that some of the loot can feel irrelevant. You pick something up and you go, oh, this isn't for my build. This isn't even remotely for my playthrough. I don't feel compelled to try and build around this item. And while I think that those kind of complaints are fair, I also think that I don't personally have that experience in the base game. I think that the loot placement is quite good. I can understand some frustration, but also I am a person who every time I pick up a new piece of loot, I think about it and go, how does this fit into my build? Is there a way for me to make my build? Do I want to move my build? I find that compelling. Even if I end up going, that's not really for me, I still find it exciting, and it gets my brain going in a certain direction. I pick up some strange looking weapon and I go, ooh, that's cool. What do you need to do this? Is that something that's feasible for me? Is that something I want to move towards? Yeah, maybe no, maybe for another build. It gets my juices going, it gets my brain juices going, and then we move on. I understand for some players, you know, people prefer some of the more like tightly structured stuff from the previous From Software games. I totally get that because I love those games as well. I just think that Elden Ring, the base game, has a pretty good balance of loot, and there's not a whole lot of situations where you find yourself picking something up and just kind of rolling your eyes and moving on. I think that's a pretty rare occurrence overall. Especially, yeah. There's a handful of exceptions maybe, but in the DLC, unfortunately, that is not the case. The DLC is very heavily loaded with nonsense. And I hate to say it, but it gets pretty tiring. This is especially true if you are a player who is towards the end of a run, and or if you were going into the DLC with a character that you basically completed the main game. A ton of the loot that you're going to pick up on the map, that it will be a big shiny object and look like it's something important, will be a high-level crafting item or a high-level, not a high-level crafting item, sorry, a high-level upgrade item or a high-level spirit upgrade item. Which you might go, well, that's fine, right? You need those. That's true, except for the fact that if you've thoroughly completed the base game, you can buy an infinite amount of those from a merchant for free, which is a huge deflationary tactic. That sucks. It sucks to be picking up items that you can buy infinitely from a merchant if you've already done this stuff in the base game, and a lot of players have. And even if you're not, upgrade items aren't exactly the most exciting thing. And I understand where they were going with it, okay? I understand what they were going for. There's a ton of new items. They want to give you enough items that you can upgrade all of the new stuff freely. And the max level upgrade items that they give you in the DLC are great. Most of those come from beating certain little types of bosses and opening certain treasure chests. Those are good because those are limited. There's only a limited amount of those maximum upgrade items in the game. It's cool to get those to a certain degree. That's fine. But what's worse is that on top of all of these upgrade items that are strewn about that you can get for free in the base game, or you can get infinite amount of in the base game, not for free, but you can get an infinite amount of in the base game, there's also just an unbelievable amount of crafting items sitting around. And the downside of this is that it makes exploring the world feel very stressful. It makes you feel like you have to check every single corner, but a lot of those corners are going to have a little item in it that ends up being 3x mushroom, or 3x slime fly mold, or 3x bear paw. And it's just like, wow, does that feel bad? The DLC is huge, but there is a lot of empty space. And what makes it even worse, not to drive the point home too hard, but seriously, what makes it even worse is that sometimes they really will just drop an important item in the middle of nowhere. An example of this is that in one of the main areas of the DLC, there's a side path, and if you follow that side path, there is a boss that you will fight there, an open world boss. I'm not going to say what it is. There's an open world boss. And slightly off that path, there's not really a clear dirt path leading there. It's not like there's a road really, but there's kind of like a path, like an organic path that you can follow, kind of. But slightly off that path is a dead body. And on that dead body is a full ass armor set that is really cool. Just sitting on a dead body in the middle of a circle of trees, of like a cluster of trees next to a bush. First of all, that area is really, really easy to miss totally, like completely miss that area because it just looks like another patch of trees in a beautiful looking area, but it's just another patch of trees in that nice looking area. And secondly, just tossing a body off on the side of the road, it's like, oh, okay, what? Like, I missed it completely. I missed it until after I walked over there and beat the boss and then turned around and there was an item there. There is multiple items that are just flung in the middle of the world, in a pond that from far away doesn't look relevant at all. And sometimes when you get up close, there's something that indicates there might be an item in there. I remember there's a big spear item at one point that's sitting in a pond with some weird vampire guys in it. And you go over there and you're like, oh, this looks a little weird when you get up close. But from afar, it literally just looks like a random cluster of enemies. And those enemies are spammed all over this environment. It sucks. It's terrible. That part is terrible. And and while I was playing this DLC, loving, soaking in the environment, I started to get this feeling, this horrible, crawling, stressful feeling that almost always makes me not play open world games. And it's the stress. It's the idea that I can't just take in the environment. I can't just follow where I'm going. I have to constantly be scanning every single nook and cranny because there's going to be something, and it could be important or it might be trash around every corner. 90% of the time, it's going to be 3x poop. Literally, sometimes 3x poop. And other times, it will be the golden crown of Saint Clarentius. You know? It's a bad feeling. It feels terrible. And this is a problem it's a problem to a certain degree in the base game. I know I said that the loot overall was not a problem in the base game. The open world issue is still somewhat of a problem in the base game, but it is a way bigger problem in the DLC because the ratio is off. That's the problem. In the base game, you can generally assume that there is not going to be something super valuable just laying in the middle of a field, okay? In the base game, the amount of times that there's something important just sitting in the middle of a field is like next to zero. It's almost always got some kind of major landmark that is like drawing you to it, okay? Or a story hint that drives you there and you're like, okay, I'm gonna find something cool in here. And otherwise, you can just kind of ride around. And if you're trying to look for crafting items, you can go scoop up those crafting items at your leisure, but you don't get that stress of being like, oh, is there gonna be an important item tucked around this corner? It's really bad in the DLC. The ratio is way off, and it frankly sucks. The other part of this that plays into this, the other aspect that plays into this that is a problem is the Shadow Tree fragments, which in the DLC, the Shadow Tree fragments are the new level up system. And the new level up system is incredibly important. Like, if you're watching this and you have yet to play the Elden Ring DLC, I promise you, seek out Shadow Tree fragments at almost any other cost and you will thank yourself. You will have so much more fun if you seek out and hunt down those Shadow Tree fragments. But there's a real problem, okay? Which is that in order to reach max level in the DLC, you have to get every single Shadow Tree fragment in the entire DLC. Now, in the base game, this isn't an issue. They already solved this in the base game, so I don't know why they did this in the DLC. In the base game, one of the main progression mechanics are golden seeds. Golden seeds increase the amount of healing flasks that you get. Huge buff, okay? And then there's also, wait, is it? No, sorry, I'm mixing that up. Golden seeds increase the power of your healing. No, wait, is it? I can't remember. Sorry, I'm getting it mixed up. There's two. There's a seed and there's another one. There's a drop. Yeah, there's a tier and then there's a seed. Regardless, for both of them, there are more tiers and seeds in the game than you need to max out your stuff. So you can just play the game, explore wherever you want, and there are extra seeds and extra tiers out there in the world. You can pick up more tiers and more seeds than you need to fully level your stuff, which means you don't have to do everything in the game in order to reach peak power, which is great. Or that's awesome. They already solved this in the base game. So they go backwards in the DLC and you have to get every single one. And the worst part is a lot of those fragments, the Shadow Tree fragments, are locked behind really difficult bosses. Like a good chunk of them are locked behind difficult bosses. Now, if you are using a guide, you will know that most of the Shadow Tree fragments are not locked behind any boss, and in fact are found in major story locations, which is cool. But if you're not using a guide, you don't know where those Shadow Tree fragments are. And there are some Shadow Tree fragments, not a lot, but there are a few that are in completely random locations that make no sense whatsoever. For example, and this is a very minor spoiler, so plug your ears real quick, minor spoiler. If you see a fucking hippopotamus, you blow that thing to hell, okay? You are a poacher, okay? If you see a hippopotamus, kill it. Most players are never gonna know that a hippopotamus carries a Shadow Tree fragment, especially a hippopotamus that's tucked away in a pond in the corner of the world. But every hippopotamus in the game carries a Shadow Tree fragment. I didn't even know that. You know, I had to go hunting for it and use a guide because I didn't know what the fuck a random hippopotamus in a pond, like chilling out in a pond, is swallowed a Shadow Tree fragment, and you need every single one to level up to maximum locations. It's very silly. It's a very bad decision in my opinion, and it leads to that anxiety. Remember the anxiety that I said about, oh, I need to find every single item in this area, and 90% of those items are gonna be 3x poop, 3x crafting stone, 3x whatever. That's even worse. Knowing that the main progression items just a small chance might be tucked around a corner where you were riding and trying to go to a cool location, but you didn't check every single nook and cranny, so you might have missed one. It sucks. It leads to a horrible mental feeling. It feels bad. And this is a problem that wasn't in the base game, that was introduced in the DLC. Feels bad. Yeah. So there's that. The other problem is that, mechanically, and this is another big complaint, and it is gonna sound, it might sound a little niche and a little nitpicky, but, the other one, the other thing that I need to talk about is the lack of new mechanics. And this is a big problem. This is a problem that FromSoft is running into generally. I'm hardly the first critic to say this, so, you know, but FromSoft is running into some mechanics problems. Or not mechanics, I should say. Yeah, I should say mechanics problems. And it really shows itself in the DLC. There are only so many times that you can go into a dungeon, search every corner, poke every wall in case there's an invisible wall there, etc., to try and find all the loot, most of which is going to be, you know, junk, some of which is going to be the most coolest item that you've ever seen in your entire life. There's only so many times you can do that before you start to get tired of it. This is something that I really liked about Bloodborne, by the way. Bloodborne, until you go into the Chalice dungeons, which are like optional content, there's no illusory walls. What you see, minus explicit puzzles and secrets, like real secrets, is what you get. If you observe something strange, you investigate it. You don't go around like, you know, pressing spacebar on every single wall or pressing R1 on every single wall to try and make sure. There's a lot of secret wall nonsense. There's just a lot of it. There's so many secret walls. And the only thing they really added in this DLC was locked, what are they called? Spirit Springs, which is a total nothing burger. Straight up, there's like, there are spirit springs that, you know, the things that you bounce on with your horse, that you have to find a little thing and hit it and then it unlocks it. That is like a cop-out. Like that is nothing. That's not adding anything. It just makes it annoying. It's just like, why would you even put that in there? Yeah, there's only like 3, but still, why would you even bother? If you're only gonna put 3 locked spirit springs in, why even bother? They're like annoying, you know what I mean? There's nothing there. That doesn't add any gameplay. It's like an indistinguishable pile of rocks that you have to knock over. It's very, very silly, and I think they're stupid. Like finding the spirit spring should be the thing, and then that's it. Oh yeah, and that's another point. Grouchy Ash points out that you can completely bust that mechanic by using Moog's shackle, because they never fix that and they can't fix it. It's like a core problem. You can, if you ever find a locked spirit spring, instead of going and hunting for the lock, you can just use Moog or Margit's shackle, and it will automatically hit it. Margit's shackle. I thought, yeah, Margit's shackle, not Moog's shackle. It was so silly, very, very silly thing. So that's an issue that they're running into. Is this okay? We're running into repetitive dungeon and exploration mechanics that don't feel fresh or new, and not only do they not feel fresh and new, they feel extra. They feel like real moldy at this point, when you have the base game already has a ton of those. And while it is true that this DLC has a really phenomenal amount of enemy variety overall, there's a ton of unique enemies, and some of them are just so cool to fight. There is a type of enemy towards the end of the DLC that is like, you can think of it like in the vein of, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but I'm gonna say that it's in the vein of like when you first encounter a Silver Knight. Like it's an enemy type that's like, it's like, oh God, this is a scary enemy that I have to deal with or else I'm gonna get my ass kicked, okay? They're super, super cool. I love them. They have a ton of variety and different approaches and styles. They're really, really tough to deal with. You have to sometimes get really cheesy with them because you need to beat their asses in or they're gonna kick your ass. Very cool enemies. However, and this is a big however, there is also a lot of copy-pasted garbage. And that's really unfortunate because the amount of copy-pasted garbage obscures just how many unique and cool enemies there actually are in the game. I can't tell you the way my heart sunk when I encountered like 4 or 5 more ulcerated tree spirits in the DLC. Like, I don't even know why they would do that. I genuinely don't understand what was going on in their mind. The ulcerated tree spirits were one of the biggest complaints about the base game of Elden Ring, and there's freaking more of them. When I encountered a green ulcerated, literally painted green ulcerated tree spirit, like I was just like, oh brother, give me a fucking break. Just, it made me so annoyed. Easy enemy, extremely stupid to fight, boring, overused in the base game, also overused in the DLC. Just don't even put them there. Put anything but that there. I don't mind reusing enemies, especially thematically, or having small variations. For example, in the base game, I think it's actually super cool that you encounter like knights, like base-ass knights with different tabards and slightly different fighting styles for each of the different kingdoms in the game. I feel that adds a lot of flavor. It's consistent to the world lore. It lets them, you know, focus on other things. It's cool to have like, to come to a battlefield and have guys with like different tabards using slightly different magic, but more or less the same movesets, you know, just kind of tweaked. I think that's cool. I think it adds a lot of flavor. Totally fine. In the DLC, going into 8 different zones and having a fuzzy gray shade guy, old man enemy that isn't a threat at all and is just fodder to fill up space. Wham. Not here for it. I would almost rather have no enemies there than a bunch of crumbly old men in every single zone that look the same in every single zone and use the same tactics in every single zone with one exception. It's just feels bad. They reinvented goblins. Yeah, they reinvented goblins and they look like shit. They're just dilapidated spirits that wander around. There's like at least, I believe there's at least 5 Fought Night. Some of them are in really stupid locations. There was an ulcerated tree spirit in an area that I walked through, but I didn't manage to trigger it to fight. Yeah. Yeah, the shadow dudes everywhere made no sense. Really sucked. I thought it sucked. So, let's see. Am I missing anything? Not really. The dungeon design, the visual design of the dungeons, and even the like level design of the dungeons in the DLC is definitely better than the base game overall, which is nice. In the base game, one of my complaints and one of many people's complaints is that the catacombs format was overused, and I think that's a fair critique. There were too many catacomb type dungeons that had a bunch of imp enemies in them and more or less looked the same. And while there was a lot of creativity in how they use them, they get very samey after a while. In the DLC, there's a lot of variety between the dungeons. There's still some repetition, but it's not nearly as bad. Yeah. Okay, so I think I've touched on most of the main complaints, the main pieces of praise, and the main complaints that I have about the DLC. This is the broad sweeps. This is the no spoilers. One last thing I want to talk about. Bosses. The bosses in the Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, I really enjoyed the bosses. I think the bosses are very good. I think they were very difficult. But they were interesting. I feel that they used, that they demanded me to think a little harder and fight a little harder. I recognize that some people found builds that were really, really easy. I know that there was a lot of people who completely creamed the enemies, the bosses in the DLC using the greatsword, which that seems like a drag, but I didn't play greatsword. So for me, I found them satisfying and challenging. I especially really, really, really liked a controversial boss, which is, okay, I shouldn't talk about this until the spoiler section. There was a very controversial boss that has 3 phases. That's all I'm going to say. I won't say anything else. But there's a boss with 3 phases, and I thought that it was a really awesome boss. Some people really hated it. I really loved that boss. I found that boss very challenging, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, the bosses are very good. I think the bosses are one of the standout features. Probably should have listed that earlier, but I didn't want to spoil too much, and I'm going to talk about bosses more when we get into the spoiler section. I really do think that they did a good job with the bosses. There's a lot of really enjoyable and beautiful bosses. Also, one last point of praise, just to show that I'm rounding this out, that I didn't say before, but I should have said. The soundtrack for the DLC is phenomenal. It's genuinely so good. There are so many tracks in the DLC that I was like, wow, these are like as good. These are like straight up as good as the base game, which that's the way it should be. The DLC should bring us some new music that's amazing. There is just so many incredible tracks in the DLC that I've revisited so many times. I really do think that we got a serious treat. Not only that, but also thematically, the musical motifs that are carried over from the base game into the DLC are really inspiring, creative, and they feel awesome. They're very notable, and they stand out, and it gives you this moment of like, oh man, that feels amazing. So yeah, the DLC soundtrack is really fantastic. Okay. All right. So that is everything I can do without spoilers. From here on out, it is going to be an absolute spoiler fest. I am going to talk about and spoil basically everything in the DLC. Now, I will say it's still going to be fun. For me personally, spoilers are not the biggest deal in FromSoft games. Because it's about the experience and the feeling of going there. But I understand if you're not into spoilers, you should come back as soon as I'm done with the review, mute the stream, and keep an eye on chat. I will have chat spam spoilers over at the end of the segment when it's time. So you can continue watching the rest of the stuff we're going to do tonight. We got a lot of other stuff to do tonight still. We're going to have a lot of fun together. So, but from here on out, this is the last warning. It is going to be spoilers, and I'm probably going to make some people mad with what I say in this part. I apologize in advance. Okay? Spoilers, 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 spoilers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spoiler time. Okay, everybody. There are two things in the Elden Ring DLC that truly bothered me, okay? I brought up my complaints, the spoiler-free complaints, but this is where it's going to get real, okay? The first is something that I actually consider to be a serious danger for the future of FromSoft. Now, there have been a lot of concerns about FromSoft. Inevitably, you know, you have so many bangers in a row, people start to go, oh, when are you going to slip up? Now, I don't really look at things like that. I don't really have that type of pessimistic outlook. I know that people make bangers sometimes for their entire life. You know, Martin Scorsese is still out there destroying the box office with incredible movies, and he's like in his mid-80s now. So I don't really buy that kind of stuff. That's not my worldview, okay? However, there is a perspective that does get me worried, which is what happens when a game is so successful that severely moneyed interests start getting more and more involved in the game, okay? This is the fear of the corporate takeover, which we've seen happen to nearly every gaming company that has ever existed at some point or another. And I do severely worry that that is something that is beginning to finally. FromSoft has resisted it for a very long time by making games that are just very difficult for producers to parse, but that are nonetheless beloved on the degree that they make a lot of money. But I think that we might be witnessing the scales start to tip in a dangerous direction. And I want to explain why, okay? First off, the aggressive monetization and bonus materials for Elden Ring has been really, really, really crazy. Okay, there's just a lot. All right. I sunk in and I bought the figurine. Now FromSoft has done figurine versions for a really long time. In fact, up on my shelf right there, let me hide the chat here for a second. There's my chat. Right up there, you can see I have a Dark Souls 2 figurine version. I love the figurine version. In fact, I love figurines. I love when I'm able to get really cool, high quality stuff from my game. But let's just say they went really strong out the gate on Elden Ring. There was like there are so many additional versions. They've got a replica Millennia arm now going with this. They've got like 6 different Nendroid stacks that they're spinning up. They got sticker packs. It's just merchandise to hell. The merchandising is crazier than any I've ever seen. And we're not exactly getting all high quality stuff, okay? It's not like we're getting a set of, you know, what I would love, which would be like a giant high-quality carving of Abraetas from Bloodborne or whatever, or Koss from Bloodborne. We're getting tons of Nendroids, tons of mugs, tons of mouse pads. We're getting YouTuber merch en masse from Bandai Namco now. And I don't think it's going to stop. I think it's going to keep marching forward. And weirdly enough, okay, this is not even my biggest concern, because my biggest concern is not even with the monetization itself, but rather with popped stitches that I've begun to see in the game itself. And I'm going to give you some very spoilery examples of this right now. One of the things that has always been very cool and fascinating and awesome about the Dark Souls games is that there is really no hand-holding, okay? In fact, in the earlier games, like even tutorial stuff has been very minimal. Like tutorial stuff is like a couple of little messages at the beginning of the game from the devs, and from then on out, you gotta figure stuff out. You gotta work with other members of the community, maybe even consider looking some stuff online if you're confused with other members of the community. You gotta write down your little soapstone messages. You gotta help each other, give people little hints in game. It makes for a very magical and organic experience. In Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, we got something that I've never before seen in a FromSoft game, which is aggressive developer signposting. And it is genuinely terrible. Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. There are, I think, 3 dungeons that are called they're like called Star Forges or something along those lines. Okay? And in these forges, there is a giant stone golem enemy type, okay? And the giant stone golem enemy type is not a new enemy type. In fact, we've encountered heavily elementally resistant, physically resistant golems through all of the FromSoft games, all the way back to Demon Souls, okay? It's like, they're like one of the most common archetypes. When you walk into all three of the separate Forge dungeons, there is a room at the beginning of the dungeon where there is a golem that is bent over, looking away from you, and he has a little crystal in his asshole, okay? He's got like a little crystal butt plug in, all right? And he's bent away, and on the floor is a dev hint. And you walk up to the dev hint, you can't miss it, it's glowing in your face, and you click on it, and it says, hit him where it hurts. And I'm just like, really? Are you fucking kidding me? This is an end game DLC with some of the hardest bosses you can imagine. And they need, not only do they need a glowing red weak spot on an enemy that's looking the other way so that you can see it at the very beginning of the dungeon, but they put a giant dev message that doesn't even speak in the in-game messages. It's not written in the in-game text. It's not even disguised. It just says, hit them where it hurts. Something like that. Hit them where they're weakest, I think is what it actually says, is hit them where they're weakest. Just, what the fuck? And there's like many of these through the game. There's another one where this one's so insulting, okay? There's another like ruins that you can go and explore. There's like, you're exploring a huge flooded river, and there's like a ruined flooded city in the middle of it. And you're running around, and it's like kind of hard to find your way in, right? And then there's a ghost, and next to the ghost is a dev message, same format. It's a unique little message on the ground, and you click it, and then it's like the ghost talking to you, and it goes, surely there must be a hole in these walls somewhere. Surely there must be a hole. And I'm like, thank you. I was actually looking for a hole through the walls myself. The same thing that I've been doing for like 400 hours between the DLC and the base game across multiple saves. Even if I was my first playthrough, it would be like, yeah, thanks. I've already done this for 60 hours in the base game and the DLC up to this point. But it actually gets even worse, because there is a zone in the game that is, some people truly love this zone, and I hated it. I really did hate this zone. There's a zone called the Abyssal Woods, okay? It is a frenzy-themed zone, and when you ride, and it's a very, very secret area, okay? So to my knowledge, it's an optional area, completely optional, secret area found in the bottom of a generic dungeon that suddenly you get to the end of a generic dungeon, and then the boss room is like crazy weird. And I was like, whoa, what? And you walk into there, and and you beat the little easy boss, and you get into the frenzied woods, and it's all creepy. And your horse, you get kicked off your horse, and then if you try to get back on your horse, it gives you a message. Torrent is too afraid. He's terrified and won't come to your call, which is very weird. And I'll talk about that in the lore section in a minute. But basically, your horse won't come out for you. He won't ride. He's too scared. And then the moment that you walk into the zone, you will see a trail of dev messages, okay? Like, I'm talking like a breadcrumb trail of dev messages. And you start clicking and it goes, and it's like, oh my God, it's so scary. Don't let it see you. Don't let it see you. Oh, the horror is coming. The great horror, it lurks. It lurks. It lurks everywhere, seething through the forest. It seeks you. Do not let it see you. And then you turn a corner, and I'm not kidding you. These are splattered all across the zone. There is a bunch of copy-pasted dev messages that say, combat is not an option. Now, when I first saw the first dev message, I was like, oh, is there going to be like a scary dragon lurking around here? No. Instead, the zone is a giant, empty forest with crappy stealth mechanics that they forcibly remove your horse so that you have to engage with the crappy stealth mechanics. And they literally say combat is not an option. There's just a flat in your face. Half of the dev messages are written like in universe, like, oh, bewail, the demon comes for me. And then the other one's just like, don't use combat. And I'm just like, what? And you want to know the stupidest thing? You actually can use combat. After all of that, you can still fucking use combat. You can beat them by parrying them and then stabbing them. In fact, you need to in order to get a special item. What the fuck? What are you doing? What is this shit? Big, giant, empty zone with trash loot scattered about, and Oh, sorry. Trash loot and 2 of the most important items in the game scattered about. And really crappy stealth mechanics. Now, the enemy design looks cool. The music is cool. And the zone that's at the end of this zone, there's like a mini dungeon at the end of this zone that's sick as hell. And in fact, there's a bunch of fairly interesting lore stuff in there as well. The final boss of that zone, of the mini dungeon at the end, is sick as shit. The spells that you get there are sick as shit. But the zone itself is just bad. Fought Knight says, you mean Shadow Tree fragments? I don't think I had to kill any of them to get the 2 in the zone. No. The item that you get from killing them is a frenzy enhancing, what's it called? Talisman. It's a important talisman. You have to find this Shadow Tree fragments by roaming around in the empty wastes of an underfilled zone. It sucked, okay? I hated it. And it made me feel really bad because when I first walked into the zone, the music was really creepy, and the first warning made me think that there was gonna be like an eyeball serpent weaving around the big trees trying to find me. I thought I was gonna be hunted, but instead it was like a stealth section that was worse than anything in the first Metal Gear Solid game. Which just feels terrible. Why would you put that in there? The Elden Ring does not even have the stealth mechanics that Sekiro had, let alone like an actual stealth game. So they turn one of the most potentially interesting zones in the game to a zone full of dev notes and ham-fisted restrictions that ultimately even lie to you. The dev messages aren't telling the truth. You can use combat. Just, oof. Just terrible. It was so disappointing. And the thing that makes me nervous about that is that that does not feel like a FromSoft decision. That feels like a focus group decision. It feels like they had test players who were struggling because the stealth mechanics were not communicated well and getting frustrated, and the producer said, you guys need to explain this shit because we're gonna make $20 million off of people being able to make through this segment. It's gonna be, it's $20 million on the line if this zone fails. So put down a bunch of messages and make sure that they can't be missed. They're literally all over the zone. The combat is not an option. Don't let them see you. Spammed. Every possible path through the zone has these messages spammed through it. It is an insult. It's insulting. I hated it. And it feels to me like the beginning of a loss of directorial control. Now, I could be wrong. I don't have eyes and ears inside of FromSoft. So who knows? Maybe FromSoft just made a bad decision. But they've never made a decision like that before. There has never been a time where it feels like the game is talking down to you, especially that late in the game. This DLC is, I think it's most comparable to Dark Souls 3, The Ringed City. The base game of Elden Ring was huge. And this DLC is very late into the game. You have to have played a lot of Elden Ring. Why are they giving you baby level hints all over the place? I just don't understand it. It feels bad. And it made me go, yikes. Okay? So there you have my first gigantic gripe about the Dark Souls, Shadow of the Erdtree, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree DLC, okay? There's my biggest gripe. And here's my second gripe, and this is the one that's probably going to make people mad. I think the lore is fucked. And I don't like it. And I've been thinking about how to say this in a way that makes sense to people, to the degree that I've annoyed my friends and family talking about this and trying to figure out how to word it. But what it feels like to me is that we got the first retcon experience in FromSoft history. The first true retcon experience in FromSoft history. Now, obviously, some people will point to soft, some, implied or soft retcons that have happened in previous games, but there are none that feel so bad as this DLC. And the more I dig into the lore, the worse it gets. Okay, I am a lore addict when it comes to Elden Ring. Okay, I am in the top percentile of lore consumers. I love this shit. I'm very aware that I am somebody who obsesses over the lore even more. Okay, but I am not even close to the only person saying this. And I can tell you, it doesn't get better the deeper you get in, okay? I see people who are lore newbies going, huh? About things in the DLC lore that don't make sense and don't connect properly to the base game. And it gets even worse the deeper you get in. It gets so bad, in fact, that a lot of lore channels have become lore copers. And it sucks to see. I hate lore coping where people bend over backwards to do Wikipedia ass shit to try and justify lore decisions that might just have been an oversight or might have been a mistake or just, whatever. It's just, writing is never perfect. There's always there's going to be holes. It's not a big deal. But when when the lore of Elden Ring is so strong and evocative and crafted, there's a fucked up effect where people need that to continue, and when they get hit with stuff that is just simply not as good in the DLC, they start to try and make it that good. But they're not the person making the lore, and so they just start stretching and bending and contorting themselves into weird positions. And it makes me sad. And I'm going to talk about some of the specific examples that frustrate me. No, I haven't forsaken Zeostorm. In fact, Zeostorm made one of the videos that I feel most consistently, put some of my concerns to left. In fact, Zeostorm made a criticism video that explicitly criticized some of the same stuff that I was writing about. So I have not forsaken Zeostorm. In fact, I feel even stronger about Zeostorm. Zeostorm, one of the best. I love Zeostorm. So I haven't forsaken Zeostorm even a little. But let me just talk about a couple of examples of things that feel stupid, inconsistent, nonsensical, haphazard, and perhaps even, in the worst case scenario, retcons, okay? I'm going to start with the smallest, and I'm going to go up to the biggest, okay? Number one, there is a character in the DLC, a boss, a very notable boss, by the name of Meteor. Meteor is the mother of fingers, okay? And Meteor is an amazing boss. The quest line to get to Meteor, self-contained, sick as hell, okay? I loved it. It was probably my favorite side quest, my second favorite. My first favorite is the St. Trina side quest. Probably my second favorite side quest in the entire DLC. Meteor, I don't know how it's pronounced. The mother of fingers, okay? Absolutely incredible boss music, super cool boss fight, beautiful boss zone design. The boss looks cool, intimidating, awesome, fun items that you get from the boss. All that is stellar. But the story doesn't fucking make any sense. I'm sorry, okay? I'm tired of pretending that this shit makes any sense, okay? How the fuck, the two fingers, okay, in the base game, the two fingers are very clearly like some kind of an outgrowth that is connected to the Erdtree, okay? They're eerie because it implies that there's like an arm snaking through the earth and connecting back to the Erdtree and turning into these weird things, okay? They're obviously and explicitly in the lore connected to the Erdtree. In so many ways, they're like, okay, these things are outgrowths. They're all connected. All of the two fingers are explicitly connected, okay? How do you have a mother that literally gives birth to a root that grows out of a tree. Do they pop out of an egg? What are you talking about? It doesn't aesthetically make sense. And also, it doesn't thematically make any sense. The two fingers are, in the core game of Elden Ring, they are thematically representative of a network of manipulative posers. The two fingers are all, they're just like the primordial serpents from Dark Souls, okay? They all connect down, and they're all manipulating the world, but they're all connected to the same root. And in fact, that's a big part of the most important storyline, arguably, of the entire game, Ronnie's questline. When you discover that she's got a fucked up two fingers manipulating her and controlling her that are also controlled by the Erdtree. Okay? But here's where it gets even worse. You could say, okay, maybe Matir, gave birth to an egg that grew into the Erdtree and all the two fingers came down from that. You could say that. And I think that's a possibility. But here's where it gets really, really fucking weird. Okay? Which is that the lore explicitly states and demonstrates that she is also the mother. Excuse me. I gotta drink some water. I've been going really hardcore on this. They state that she is the mother of the finger creepers. Okay, and I gotta show you this real quick. Finger creepers. I wanna just take a look, okay? And this, I think, this is where I really feel like it's total BS, and that they were just, that they were just free-balling it at this point, or somebody didn't talk to somebody else, okay? Because the finger creepers are like one of the unexplained mysteries of the base game. I gotta get a good screenshot that shows. Okay, this one shows it. This one shows it. Okay, here's a finger creeper. Okay, this is what a finger creeper looks like. All right, and on this one you can actually see that it had rings attached to it. So they have rings, they have painted fingernails, okay? And most importantly, this right here, okay? The finger creepers have a severed wrist, okay? Visually, these do not look anything like the two fingers. Except that they're vaguely finger-shaped. The two fingers don't have fingernails. They don't have painted fingernails, but they don't have fingernails at all. They don't have, they're like vaguely kind of the same color, but if you look closely at the two fingers, they're clearly made out of some kind of wood, okay? All right? But these things, they have like a cartoon ham hock bone sticking out. They have an arm bone. The finger creepers are, we don't have an answer for what they are, but they're very clearly not the same thing. I'm not kidding. I wish I could find a screenshot that has the arm bone in it. They have an arm bone. Here's one. You can look at it in game. If you go up to any of the finger creepers, you can see. Here's a picture of the two fingers, okay? They are very clearly, oh shit, that picture is too small. I want to find the finger creeper with the bone in it. You can literally see. There's like a little bone in there, okay? So, yeah. So, okay. This doesn't make any sense to me, okay? I'm sorry. I really just feel like they were like, we gotta Wikipedia this crap. We need to have an explanation for the finger creepers. And instead of just leaving it a mystery, they're like, actually, yeah. And also, oh yeah, this is another thing. Let me show you another example of why this, I don't buy it. Which is that Matir herself doesn't have fingernails. If you look at Matir, she doesn't look like the finger creepers at all. Not even a little bit. Her fingers are the same type of fungal looking dead man's fingers. She has no fingernails. So why is she giving birth to little fingernailed arms with a little ham hock bone sticking out? It's just, it doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, it doesn't visually make any sense. It doesn't aesthetically line up, and everything that we know about them in the past doesn't line up. Now, like I said, this is the most minor thing, but it drove me crazy. It's been bothering me like crazy because it feels very forced. And there's nothing that feels forced like that in the base game. There's all kinds of theories about the finger creepers in the base game. You know, a lot of people point out, like this is one of the main theories about the base game, which is that the Carians and Rykard are very heavily associated. Rykard is, you know, up in a mountainous area where he has access to giants. The Carians and Rykard's hands are blue and full of rings, much like the finger creepers. Likely there was some kind of magic being used to create little free warriors. They also use magic that is similar to like the Carian royal family's glintstone magic. The other crazy thing too, all of the Metyr related spells and all of the Metyr related locations, the enemies there use fingernail magic, which is like not actually a fingernail. It's little unique glintstones that look a different color and they bounce in a funny style. But the finger creepers don't. The finger creepers use base game glintstone sorceries. It's just, I don't buy it, okay? And I didn't like it. And it took me out of an otherwise really cool storyline, and it stopped making sense. So this is gonna sound, like I said, I started with the smallest that drove me crazy, and we're gonna work our way up, okay? Okay. So here's the second one, okay? Here's the next one that really pisses me off. What the fuck is with this Radon shit, okay? The Radon thing, I am not like an all-in, like, I don't believe that like Radon was like a last-minute change or anything like that. I think that somebody made the decision at a, you know, fairly early point. But why? And why? Just why on so many levels, okay? First of all, in the base game, we see essentially no connection between Radon and Miquella. You know who we do see a huge connection between? Miquella and Godwyn. In fact, there's in fact a word that is issued to Godwyn from Miquella that it mirrors what's in the DLC, where he says, I'm trying to, let me see if I can find this one. Oh, I wanted to have this up, but I forgot to bring this one up. It's okay. There's an item in the base game that basically says, "Oh Lord Brother, please grant my Lord Brother a true death, so that he may, you know, fulfill his life in full," or whatever, something along those lines from Miquella. It's stated that Miquella is trying to bring about an eclipse to bring Godwyn back to life. The Golden Epitaph. Thank you. I'll read the exact thing. Thank you. I should have had this on the thing, but I forgot. A sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, the first of the demigods to die, infused with the humble prayer of a young boy, obviously Miquella. Oh brother, Lord Brother, please die a true death. Like, we know now there is a real tie between Miquella and Godwyn, okay? And not only that, oh brother, Lord Brother, please die a true death. Why do you want him to die a true death? Well, not only because you wish for his soul to rest, but also maybe because if he dies a true death, then he'll be able to go to the Shadowlands. Instead, we get this weird thing where it's like, oh, remember the base game trailer? Now we know what Melania said to Radahn. I don't really, I'm sorry, but just maybe call me cynical, but I don't really buy that they had it planned from the beginning that Melania whispered, hey buddy, you gotta come back to Radahn. I don't buy that. I think that it was just Melania talking, you know, saying like, it's over for you, bud, or whatever. Like saying, hey brother, I'm gonna kill you now. Or her casting the spell to set off the thing. Her, you know, her whispering is her casting the spell to invoke the Scarlet Aeonia. Like something like that. I never thought that her whispering was supposed to be like some great revelation for a DLC. Like ever. Not even once. Yeah, I don't know. So there's that, okay? There's that aspect of this whole thing of going, so like, what's this shit with Radahn? And why Radahn? But also, there's another aspect that's really fucking weird about Radahn that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, okay? Which is just, Radahn is just, it's a weird decision. And it doesn't really make a whole lot of thematic sense. And it feels confusing. It feels confusing and like you're taken aback out of left field. When I found out that the final boss was Radahn, I was genuinely like, what? And this is me, I was pouring through the lore and I was paying attention to Freya's quest and I went, oh, I wonder if Freya's quest is gonna have me fight like a refight with Radahn. And I thought it was gonna be like, you know, a side boss that I would go fight a refight of Radahn because Freya would try to bring him back to life or something. And then when I got to the end of the game and it was fucking Radahn, I was just like, what? I'm like, oh, okay. And not only that, it's Radahn that's supposed to be puppeting the body of Mohg, which that is a whole thing I'm gonna dive into here in a second. But he's supposed to be Radahn puppeting the body of Mohg, but he doesn't look like Mohg. He doesn't act like Mohg. He has one blood flame spell that he throws out there, which feels very tacked on. And yet there's like the story is saying there's a giant nasty thing. They're puppeting the body of, why am I stumbling over that word so bad? They're puppeting the body of Mohg. And then it's just young Radahn. I don't mean to sound like a ding CinemaSins person here, but it was baffling. It was genuinely confusing to me, and I was just like, this feels weird. This feels weird, and the song was great. I actually quite enjoy the boss fight on a difficulty and on a technical level. I know some people have some complaints, but story-wise, I was just confused. And I have not gotten any less confused. It has none of my questions have been answered. It doesn't feel like a logical conclusion. It felt surprising in a very dumb way. And here's where it gets even worse, okay? Let me just dive into this real quick and explain why I feel like it's really dumb, okay? So, with what we've learned now about Mohg and Radahn, according to the DLC, Miquella's plan... Okay, there's two big things, okay? Actually, I don't want to get ahead of myself. This is where it starts to get confusing, okay? But there's two big problems here. So, Miquella's plan. Miquella embeds himself into the Erdtree in a cocoon to try and feed the Erdtree with his own life. Then, from within the cocoon, he mind controls Mohg and tells Mohg, hey buddy, come rip me out of the tree that I just cocooned myself in and bring me to your Mogwin palace. And then what? So Moog does that, and then Mikola is incapacitated and has no way to bring either Moog or Radahn to the Shadow Realm. At the time that all of this happens, Moog is still strong, extremely strong and kicking, and has loyal warriors. Radahn is a ravenous, plague-infested beast that nobody can defeat, and the Tarnished hasn't even appeared in the Lands Between yet. So Mikola was just gambling that sometime in the future, some deranged Tarnished would show up and kill both Moog and Radahn so that their bodies would go to the Shadow Realm, where they could then be used in a convoluted plot to achieve godhood? Really? Like, I can't think of anything in the base game Elden Ring that comes off like that, where it's just like, this seems really weird and convenient and slapdash. There's not a single thing, and I have eaten a lot, okay? A lot. I've eaten a lot of lore of the Elden Ring base game. There's a lot of unanswered questions, but nothing feels quite like this. And what's even worse is something that I haven't seen a lot of people bring up, but that I think is it demonstrates the sort of slapdash DLC lore situation, which is, who the fuck is in the cocoon? We know it's Mikola, right? So Mikola's dead body is in the cocoon, and we go through the cocoon to get to the Shadow Realm, but Mikola's dried up old man body is in the is the portal to the Shadow Realm. And then we arrive in the Shadow Realm to discover that Mikola is running around physically in the Shadow Realm, cutting off pieces of his body. His body, which is physically located in the cocoon that we use to teleport there. I'm sorry, but what? I just don't get it. Am I being too... It's not just his spirit. It is explicitly not his spirit. In the formal text of the game, it explicitly states that Mikola is cutting off pieces of himself and dropping them. And he becomes a four-armed, spirit creature at the end. But he's physically chopping off pieces of his flesh. He drops his literal eyeball. He drops his literal arm. And he drops parts of himself. Obviously, there are spiritual parts that are dropped as well. You know, he leaves his heart and his love, which takes the form of Trina. But this is not the graceful, mysterious, supernatural storytelling of Elden Ring. This is some... I don't know. This is something. It's something weird. And I don't know what it is. But it feels bad. And it comes off way worse than the base game. And it doesn't invoke anything. We're not getting it. What it feels like is they knew that the hand falling out of the game was like, oh, people have a ton of questions about this. Well, we better, we want to use this as an entry into the DLC. But then they wrote themselves into a corner in a certain way because they were like, well, we got to use this as the entry to the DLC because obviously everybody thinks it's going to be that and we want it to be that. But then that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Which, of course, you can try and go another direction. And you could say, well, maybe everything that happens in the DLC is like in Mikola's dream. Except it isn't. We know it's not Mikola's dream. I mean, it could be Mikola's dream, but that would invalidate basically everything that occurs because we know that there are aspects that directly tie to the main world. Okay? Like all of the America stuff, which I'm about to talk about. And all of the characters that walk into the world, and your own character which traverses the Shadow Realm and finds locations where it was once attached. It's... I don't like it. And I don't like feeling this way. Because I've never felt like this about a single FromSoft game ever. There's never been a point where I felt like, boy, this lore feels really sloppy to me. Now, it's possible I am just too foolish to perceive it. But I'm not going into this with hate. I fucking love this game, and I love the DLC. It's just the more that I try to understand, the more it just seems like the writing teams for the DLC and the base game weren't in full communication, or maybe there was some crunch, or maybe there was some rush, or maybe they just didn't know what they were doing. And that brings me to my least favorite retcon of the DLC, and the part that I feel like just made me actually a little bit pissed off. And that is the America storyline. Now, I want to do I want to be able to do a full thing on this at some point. But I genuinely hate everything that we learned about America in this DLC. And I think it's like borderline insulting. And there is actually an aspect of America's storyline that I do think is good, that almost no one is talking about, because everyone is fixated on the most blunt portion of her storyline, which is the retcon of America coming from a Disney Pixar-esque flower village of joy and happiness, where she made nice little healing trees for everyone. And I'm sorry, this is coming off as really salty, but it really pisses me off. America is the main antagonist of the core game. Elden Ring, okay, is about America, a imperializing god of unfathomable selfishness, okay, who literally pitches her own children into bloody warfare, sacrifices her own kids left and right, tortures them in a genocide pit, and then we get this woobified ass, oh, she came from the village of flowers, and she used to cast golden trees, and she would pray at her grandmother's statue. It makes no, and this is where it really gets me mad. I don't want to just say it makes no sense, okay? It does make sense. It's a story, okay? But it doesn't line up with anything in the base game, okay? And here's the real truth, okay? And this is where I feel like this is the one that I have the most trouble with and I get the maddest at, because it involves an actual retcon, okay? In the base game, we know that America is kin to the Newman, okay? We also know explicitly, this is explicitly stated, you know, by the text of the game. This is not like unreliable narrator shit. We know that the Newman come from outside of the lands between. America comes from a shaman village that is presumably the Newman. But the Shadow Realm is in the lands between. And we know this because the devs tell it to us. There is a large tower in the center of the Shadow Realm called the Suppressing Tower. And when you climb to the top, there is a dev message at the top that says the Suppressing Tower that separated that hid away the lands of shadow, located at the very center of the lands between. That's not an answer. Fortnite says, Demon Mama, it's a bit weird. The Shadow Realm used to be a part of the lands between, but Marika cut it off, and now it is no longer a part of it. That also doesn't make any sense, Because if that's the case, then the Newman would have still been from the lands between. Because they would have come from there before it was separated from the lands between. But it isn't really separated from the lands between. It's hidden by a curse. The suppressing tower hides it. The suppressing tower says this is located at the very center of the lands between. You literally can overlay the maps onto each other and see where they fit together. You can, the zone is called Shadu Altus. It's clearly the same landmass, and the Shadow Tree is clearly just the shadow of the Erdtree. They are the same land. So the Newman are from the lands between, and they're also not from the lands between. I don't like it, okay? And I know this probably sounds bad, and I'm not an expert at writing this stuff out because I'm doing it live on a stream with very few notes. And I feel a little bit, self-conscious about getting frustrated about this, but there's never been a time in any FromSoft game where I felt like this, where I felt like, damn, this really just doesn't mesh. It doesn't mesh at all. They don't thematically follow from one another in almost any way. The story of Elden Ring, I don't know. There's also a bunch of we get this backstory of America that doesn't actually answer anything. That's the other part that frustrates me, is the backstory of America doesn't actually tell us anything about America at all, really, except apparently that she was super nice and really cool at one point and could do little healing magic and had a really tragic backstory. And then what? And then we have a video of her ascending to godhood with a sack of flesh, of an unidentifiable sack of flesh, and nothing. That doesn't plug in essentially in any way. All I've seen is complete reaches. People talk about the pot, the pot village, the Bonnie village stuff, but there's no answers there. There's nothing there. They say, oh, they put shamans in the pots to try and make saints, but we don't see any evidence that Marika was actually in a pot. We don't see any evidence that the shamans actually became saints. All we know is that an atrocity was perpetuated on the shamans, and apparently that pissed off Marika so that she had a tragic backstory, and then she became a god. Just a giant skip to where she becomes a god. So, yeah. The cool stuff that's in there is all of the internal to the DLC lore. This is why I feel like I wish they had just made an Elden Ring 2. Because all of the lore that's internal to the DLC is super cool. Like the Hornsent Society, the religion of the Hornsent is super cool. The fact that they're making tutelary deities, which are nature gods. Their whole process is this nightmarish asceticism that leads people to ascend to being powerful spirits, and those powerful spirits amass power and eventually become gods of storms and gods of trees and these minor deities of great power. And then there's a gate to divinity where people can pass through to become a god, but how that links to the base game just doesn't make any sense to me, and it doesn't follow any of the themes. So what do we don't know what Marika did. We didn't gain any actual characterization of Marika, except that I guess she's tragic and you're supposed to feel bad for her in some way or another because she was just a little Disney princess at one point. But was she? It feels like in the base game that she belonged to a group of functionally aliens who came into the lands between on giant Spanish galleons. That's another thing that's just totally, they dropped it completely. There's, in the base game, there's Spanish, there's severely technologically advanced Spanish galleons depicted on the map and in great shipwrecks, which to me it seems fairly logical to go, okay, the Newman came from outside of the lands between. The Newman probably came on those advanced boats. They probably came here, colonized the lands between, and established an imperial religion that they used to control the world. And now it's like, well, actually, America had a bad time and then did a bunch of stuff that we don't know any of it. There's no answer to what she did, and then she became God. Yeah. I'm okay with unanswered questions. In fact, I like that. One of the things I love about the base game of Elden Ring is that there's a ton of unanswered questions. But this DLC, the questions that it answered seem like they don't fit in. They look like they're done in a different style from everything in the base game. And I just think it's sloppy. I think it's uninspiring and troublesome. And I wonder why. I just wonder why. Yeah. All of the things that are supposed to tie it to the base game seem like convenient speculation and not like any sort of real thematic throughput. And that sucks. Also, I'm just going to be 100% real. The concept of the Shadow Realm doesn't exactly make a whole lot of sense. Obviously, death in Elden Ring is already super complicated because it's like, okay, so, you know, people come back from the dead and they don't really die, but they do kind of die. And some dead bodies stay dead and other dead bodies don't. And it's really hard to tell exactly why. But that adds a whole other layer when you consider that all dead things are supposed to go to the Shadow Realm. So, like, is every guy that you kill in the base game supposed to be in the Shadow Realm? Is every boss, is Estelle in the Shadow Realm now? Like, is Melania in the Shadow Realm? Why not? She's fucking dead. You clapped her shit. Why isn't she in the Shadow Realm? Why are none of these people in the Shadow Realm? Wouldn't them showing up in the Shadow Realm be kind of a big deal? Like, it seems like it would be a big deal if you kill the Goddess of Rot and then she shows up in the Shadow Realm and is like, hey, bro, why the hell are you trying to become an evil god? I'm an evil god. I don't know. It lacks grace, okay? It's graceless. It's maidenless. And I don't like that. I hate feeling that way. It makes me feel like a Debbie Downer sourpuss, but the more I dig in, the more I feel this way about it. Chariot says, it's a suppressed shadow with a suppressed inner child, with a suppressed God and suppressed worship. By God, it's a Jungian discourse on shadow selves and faith. Think about this is so cool. There are aspects that I think are super interesting. It's just a shame that they don't plug in with the rest of the lore with any sort of grace. That they have to be like, there are aspects of this. Like, yeah, okay, another thing, another perfect example of this is like a pseudo retcon, okay? The pseudo retcon of like the horn scent actually being like the predecessors to the omens, and like just nobody ever mentions that or thinks about it at all, and they don't even look remotely the same or act remotely the same. Do I think that there's some room for potential there? Like, oh, you know, Marika killed all these people in the Shadow Realm because she hated them, and then, you know, her kids had horn scent curse, and that's like, you know, it's like her past coming to haunt her, her horrible actions coming to haunt her in a way. But that's not set up at all in the base game. It doesn't plug into the base game at all. The Omen curse operates completely differently than the horn scent in like many ways. And also, she hadn't done the genocide by the time her kids were already, I mean, she could have, but at least it doesn't seem like she did the genocide until after her kids already had been Omen cursed. So how the fuck does that work? There are aspects of the lore of the DLC that I think are compelling and interesting. I just don't think that they're carried through. In the base game of Elden Ring, the themes are carried through. They're super interesting. There's a ton to dig into and grab onto. And in the DLC, it feels like, well, it feels like it's suppressed. It feels like the DLC itself is suppressed. That there was something wrong that couldn't allow the DLC to flow into the base game. And weirdly enough, it might have been better if it was more disconnected from the base game instead of having such haphazard connections to the base game. Because to me, it's distracting. To me, it is nonsensical and comes off as sloppy. And yeah. Yeah. All right, this is the bonus for the people who watched all the way to the end. You want to know something? And I'm just putting my little, I'm putting my little stamp on it, just so we know that it's out there, okay? Because I do have a lore video that I'm working on, okay? This is the bonus for all of you, okay? If you watched this far, I want you to comment, okay, down below. When this is a video, I want you to comment down below, snake smooches, okay? Hear that? Snake smooches. If you made it this far, you're making it into the bonus section of this review. Because I basically said everything I have to say, but I want to preview something that I'm working on that nobody else is talking about, okay? And I'm going to talk about it. And I want to make sure I got my little dibs on it, okay? So if anybody else talks about this, you know I was talking about it first, okay? In the DLC, in the Bonnie Village, where you find the Oh Mother gesture and a beheaded statue of Marika, off to the side, you can find the shedded skin of a snake. And you might go, well, that's, you know, what's that all about? Well, a lot of people have found the shedded skin of a snake, and there has not been a lot of discussion about what it really is all about. And I wanted to talk about it because I have a theory that I think is actually one of the things I do like about the DLC. That I really don't see anybody formulating this way, but they should. But the second-born, as far as we can tell, the second-born child, or sorry, the firstborn child of Marika, not the second-born, the firstborn child of Marika, is our snake boy here, Mesmer, okay? Mesmer is cursed with the primordial serpent, a giant snake that lives within his soul. And Marika has even gone so far as to pluck out her own son's eyeball and replace it with a magical glass eye that binds the serpent within him, okay? So, we know that Marika's first child, her firstborn son, is a snake, okay? He's at least part snake. When you fight him, he literally turns into a giant snake and then transforms back into a human and then turns into a snake and does attacks again. He's a snake, okay? He's at least part snake, okay? A whole bunch of the Marika lore that we find in the game is near this statue in Bonnie Village, the beheaded statue of Marika in Bonnie Village, next to which is a shedded snakeskin. Now, I want to note that it's a shedded snakeskin. It is not a dead snake. The snake is implied to still be alive and shedded its skin there. Where else do we see? Where else do we see a shedded snakeskin? Why? We see it in the Temple of Igle in the base game of Elden Ring. I'm going to show you this location, all right? In fact, it appears to be the same head model of the shedded snakeskin. And I want you to notice something else, okay? In the Temple of Igle are spiral columns. These spiral columns, this exact same type of spiral column, is located all over the Shadow Realm and almost nowhere else. To my knowledge, these spiral columns do not appear outside of here and the Shadow Realm in the DLC. Additionally, we know that Marika committed a vile blasphemy, okay? And in the initial trailer, it is described as an affair of betrayal and seduction. Okay? So, an affair of betrayal and seduction, a blasphemous act, the blasphemous serpent, a snakeskin next to her statue in Bonnie Village where they chop up shamans and stuff them into pots, a discarded skin, I should say, of the serpent. The spiral towers located in the Chapel of Igle in the base game near the skin of the abyssal serpent, okay? And I'm gonna before I hit you with it, okay? One more thing. When you fight the divine dancing lion spirit in the DLC, one of the first bosses of the DLC, major bosses, I should say, the Empyrean Grandam gives a chant in which she curses Marika and Marika's cursed progeny. And the term that she uses to describe Marika is a wanton strumpet. Now, those are really, really charged, misogynistic insults that imply specifically sexual looseness and you could even say prostitution, but essentially sexual looseness, sexual impropriety. Okay, you following where I'm going with this? One more thing. The items that you find in the Temple of Igle. Does anybody remember what items you find in the Temple of Igle? And whose story centers around the Temple of Igle? In the Temple of Igle, you find Raya's mother's head. Raya's mother, who is in the lore of the game, in her item description, she has babies with a snake. One of those babies is Raya. You find the amniotic sac that Raya came out of. Raya's mother, bred with a snake, which you find in the Temple of Igle. The Temple of Igle, where you find a snake skin, which is also found in Bonnie Village. This Raya's mother is described as engaging in acts of blasphemy. And the Empyrean Grandam says that Marika is a wanton strumpet. I propose that the affair of seduction and betrayal was Marika having a child with the blasphemous serpent. That child being the genocidaire Mesmer, that allowed her the power to move her way up through the horn scent and ascend to godhood. So Mesmer isn't Radagon's son? I think that Mesmer is the child of Marika and the primordial serpent, the world-eating serpent. But the red hair. There's another, okay, so the red hair thing is another thing that's very confusing to me. Because in the DLC, there seems to be an explicit association between the Fell God and the serpent. And this is something I've seen a lot of lore creators stumbling over as well. But I really do think that, like, I think that in the DLC they were trying to imply that there is a close tie between the Fell God and the serpent, perhaps even that they're the same god. And the reason I point this out is that it's not 100% consistent with the base game, so it might be another one of those things where it's just like it didn't quite come together 100%. But Mesmer is possessed by the base serpent, the primordial serpent, a serpent that looks like all the other serpents in the game, and that is referred to very similarly to the serpent of blasphemy that we know from the base game. But he also uses fire that is capable of burning the Erdtree exactly like the Fell Flame of the Giants. So I think that the DLC, the red hair and all of that, his red hair is very red. Like, you can even see it on here. His red hair is like the red hair of the Giants. So I think, and I'm not 100% sure. There's still unanswered questions, but I feel like my evidence that Marika had a little fling with the primordial serpent, or at least a servant of the primordial serpent, I feel like that's a lot of evidence. Like, a lot of evidence, okay? And yes, it is weird about the hair color, but also maybe it was Radagon. Maybe Marika shifted into Radagon and impregnated the serpent, you know, and then switched back. I don't know. So I want to dig more into this and build this out, but you heard it here first, folks, okay? You lucky imps who stuck out this far into the stream. Oh my God, it's so late. But we're definitely, I'm going to play Dark Souls 2, don't worry. Promised. So I will. But you made it here. Say the words below that I told you to before if you made it here. You saw me putting out this theory and putting it together. It's really funny. I watched someone else earlier today. I watched someone else attempt to talk about the snake skin. And their video was really good, but they totally ignored like a lot of stuff. It was actually kind of bothering me. The video was actually kind of bothering me because they were like aggressively ignoring certain stuff. They were like, the Empyrean Grand Dame calls her a wanton strumpet, which is a very personal insult, which means that she might have known the Empyrean Grand Dame personally. I'm like, the word choice doesn't matter? Like, calling someone a dirty slut seems to have a very sexual connotation, and that's her main curse against Marika. Do you think that it could be that the Hornsent forbid, like, having sex with a snake? And that Marika did that to gain power? I think so. My theory is that. Now, I can't tell you. There's a bunch of other lore things that I can't tell you that I don't know what the answer is, okay? Like, I don't know why all of the giants in the mountaintop of the giants are impaled, but don't seem to have any tie to Mesmer the Impaler. I don't actually know why they call him Mesmer the Impaler. I don't know why Marika is impaled with a dark red phantasmal spear. That's just like not explained. I thought for sure that, you know, we were gonna find out like, oh, Mesmer got pissed off and impaled Marika or something along those lines. I don't know. I can't answer that. I can't answer why the DLC seems to strongly associate the Fell God and the blasphemous serpent. Yeah, I don't know. Because he impaled the divine beasts. He impaled a lot of things, to be fair. I was being a little bit sarcastic there. It's just, It is a little odd. I also can't explain what happened with the Briars of Sin, you know? Like, the Thorns and the Briars of Sin kind of seemingly got written over in the DLC and replaced with different, like, unrelated Briars that serve a slightly similar purpose but aren't the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. So, I can't explain any of that. But what I can say is that I think that the snake smooches theory is very, very strong in my mind. And I aim to be able to bring to you in the future something that fully explores that. Anyway, this has been my extremely long, hopefully exhaustive and edifying and interesting review of the Elden Ring DLC. If you've enjoyed this, please make sure you comment, like, and subscribe. And also, go check out the Elden Ring DLC. I know I had a lot of negative things to say about it in this conversation, that I devoted a lot of time to the negativity, but the reason that I devoted a lot of time to my negative thoughts is because I really love this game, and also because my negative thoughts are very complex, not necessarily because they outweigh it. I had a blast with the DLC, and like I said at the beginning, I still think it's going to be a Game of the Year contender, even with its flaws. But as a self-titled superfan of FromSoft, I feel like I wouldn't be honest if I didn't bring up the things that bothered me and the things that distracted me and the things that pulled me out of enjoying the game to the fullest. Because I love these games, I love everything that FromSoft makes, and I intend to continue to enjoy them and think deeply about them into the future. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you're subscribed. Why did I hold my pen? Okay. How was that, everybody? That was long. About to get a lupine response video? I hope so. I encourage. I don't think anybody, the problem right now that I'm having, and this is one of the things that bothers me the most, is that my my video game content, it's not able to grow. It's starving, and I'm sad because I'm undernourishing one of my children, is what it feels like. My video game content does not get the eyes that it deserves on my channel because my channel is predominantly associated algorithmically with politics. You all are the lucky ones. You all are like I said, the true imps. There's like between 100 and 250, somewhere between 100 and 250 full power true imps who will watch me and will eat this stuff up and wait into a late stream and listen to me ramble for 3 hours about all of my thoughts about Elden Ring. But when this goes out on the channel, I bet almost nobody's gonna watch it. You know? But that's okay. I mean, it makes me sad, but I promise I'm cooking, okay? I'm cooking some stuff. I'm not trying to be like negative. I'm just telling you where I'm at. I love talking about this stuff, and I want to get better at it. But I think I'm going to have to grow a bit as a creator to make this stuff thrive, which I'm going to do eventually. You know? Chariot says, I want there to be more speculation on the cocoon that Miquella was in. Why a cocoon? What's that? What's that a reference to, etc.? I don't know if there's anything that we're going to find in the DLC that goes that direction, you know? I think in the base game it makes a lot of sense, right? That Miquella was cursed with nascency, and that the way to escape the curse was to metamorphosize, which involved going into a cocoon. But also that that process was arrested, that the cocoon was torn open, you know, by a god, by an interfering god, a god that craves wounds, a god that craves puncture. The cocoon was punctured by by the mother of truth. But I don't know. I don't know that we're gonna get cocoon Maybe there's a piece that I'm missing. Maybe there's something that will change my whole perspective, and I'll have to issue an apology, and I look forward to that. If there's like if there's something that makes me change my perspective, I would love that, and I'll make a whole other 3-hour video on it. But I don't know. I don't think they did it. I don't think they decided to follow up on it. They decided to go in a lot of different directions, and you know, yeah. Which Elden Ring characters would you fistfight IRL? Like, I have to fistfight them? Chariot says, if Moog and the god he serves tore open Miquella's cocoon and took him from the Erdtree, despite the fact that Melania was supposed to be fetching Radahn for Miquella to marry, doesn't that imply that Moog is not innocent, that he did everything for his specific advancement? No. No, I don't think so. I just think it doesn't add up. Like, I mean, we could say that Ansbach is a liar. We have no real reason to believe that Ansbach is like a liar or a dishonest person. And also we know that Miquella has the ability to enchant people from afar, especially before he breaks his Great Rune. So I believe it's very possible that he could have completely enchanted Moog. Also we know that Moog could never have beaten Melania, which means that that Miquella almost assuredly would have had to have told Melania to let Moog take him. So yeah. Moog got done real dirty. Like, all the way along. He got done real dirty. The one thing that's confusing is how did the formless mother allow that to happen? Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And again, a lot of it just doesn't, there's no conclusion to be had, at least from my perspective, is that maybe Moog wasn't. Moog was just super, super sneaky and was able to sneak past Melania in the bottomless pit. Maybe he did like a Mission Impossible type thing where he had like a really long rope and he went down from the top and he grabbed the cocoon and then yoinked it and then had his little guy, like Var was like pulling him back up on like a little thing. And so he's like dun, 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 and Melania's down there like snoozing and whatever. And then he goes, whoop, and Moog just grabs the cocoon and zooms up and Melania's like, the fuck? And like, she doesn't even know. But like, I don't know. I don't really, you know. Maybe Moog was able to, maybe Moog is able to tear wounds to different realities. And so he opened a reality to the Superman comic book, and he pulled Superman out, and then Superman was able to keep Melania busy while Moog got away. No, I'm kidding, of course. I'm being silly. I don't know. The Erdtree dungeon. Chariot says, if Mikola had Moog take him, it's probably because Melania failed to bring Radon. But Mikola was gone when Melania returned, so Mikola must have abandoned her. But Moog probably otherwise did want to usurp the Erdtree. He has a whole rune, after all, for the Nameless Mother, which would require him to marry an Empyrean, kind of like we do. He's a reflection of the player. Yeah? Yeah? Listen, I'm here. Listen, I love it when you cook. I don't know what you're cooking right now, but on the other end, I'll give it a taste, okay? Right now, I don't know. I can't tell. I'm looking and I'm going, I don't know this recipe. That's what I'm saying. Well, let's keep talking about this while we play some Dark Souls 2, shall we? Because it's been way, way, way too long since we played Dark Souls 2, and I don't want to stream for 9.5 hours, but I will. Give me like 4 years and I'll figure it out. All right, I'll give you 4 years, and I hope that you figure it out. I want you to figure it out. I truly, truly want you to figure it out, because one promise I can make to you is that my bias, my desperate bias, is towards wanting Elden Ring DLC. I've listened to the music obsessively. I haven't stopped thinking about it. I've basically been talking about it endlessly, and I don't imagine that's gonna stop anytime soon. So I am the most motivated person. I have the most motivated reasoning in that I want it to be good more than anybody. I'm just not sold on it right now. Right now, I'm sold on it being a little bit kludged together. Oh, it's not you, it's me. When I boot up Dark Souls 2, it knocks out the sound for a second. What the fuck was I doing? Oh, wait, I remember what I was doing. I was getting the dragon stuff from what's-his-face. Remember? Anybody remember? It was so long. Ah! Forgot about this guy. Holy shit, that scared the shit out of me. Holy shit. So I got a dragon item, right? Okay, last time we played, I beat the big boring dragon fight, the like goof-ass dragon. And then I came back here to get the dragon item, which I don't remember what the dragon item actually is that we got. We have it somewhere. It's something. We got some kind of dragon item. And then invade a world with a dragon scale. What's the dragon item called? Giant Lord and Vendrick next? Okay. I can do that. I will trust whatever you tell me to do. You are the expert, and I will sit my ass down and listen. That's how it will go, okay? Now, how the hell do I become a dragon? It's been a long time without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. Whoa, whoa. I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. That's me to Dark Souls 2 right now. Come on, you bastard. I'll kick your frickin' ass. I'll kick your frickin' butt. I'll smooch your frickin' mouth. Today's been such a great stream. I've been having such a good time. Whoa, hey, bro.
Hey, Pressure.
These guys come from so far away. You can become a dragon with the Dragon Torso Stone, which is a rank 2 item in the Dragon Covenant, which is advanced by turning in dragon scales.
Well,
okay. I have none. How do I get them? Oh no, is it only multiplayer items? Crap. It's probably a multiplayer item. Well, I can't multiplayer because of the bullshit. So, I guess that's out of. That sucks. Okay, let's re-effigy here. All right. I don't remember where the fuck I'm supposed to go. First you become a carp, then you jump through some gates. What is this, Sekiro? Yo, don't give up, skeleton. Don't give up, skeleton. I'm not online, so there's no point in even putting don't give up, skeleton there because I can't send it to anybody anyway. That's so sad. Okay. So, we did Dragon Shrine. Oh, we haven't gone back to, Majula, right? Aldea's Keep. We did Aldea's Keep. Shrine of Amana. We finished Shrine of Amana. We finished Undead Crypt. We did Dranglaic. Okay, so I gotta go back to Majula real quick and see what's going on. Please make a YouTube short of that jump scare. That's a good idea. I did get jump scared.
There until hope.
What the hell?
An ancient being that will mock your very existence. She imparts sound wisdom, provided you find her on a good day. The sign you bear will drain, and without souls, stay strong, even when you have precious little time.
I like this lady. Can we level up? Do we have enough to level? We do. We have enough for 1 level. A jump scare? Someone timestamp it. It was right after I started playing Dark Souls 2. So if you go to the very beginning of Dark Souls 2, I boot up the game, and then I say something, and I walk over onto a bridge. It was like 5 minutes ago, maybe. We want to bump up. Our dex is already at the soft cap, but let's put more dex in, right? No, or wait, we want more. No, wait, we want more vitality. We want more endurance, because we want to get a bigger stamina bar for sure. And then what? Now we go. Where do I need to go? I need to go to the Shaded Woods. Shaded Woods, and we go to the middle one. Good night, another bored person. I have such, oh my god, next week, can I just ramble about life shit? Of course I can do whatever I want, it's my stream. Next week is gonna be the most brutal week for me. I have like 5 appointments in a row, I'm not even kidding you. I have like a dentist, a doctor, a hair appointment. I have a dentist appointment, a doctor appointment, a hair appointment, a nail appointment, and a laser appointment. It's gonna be the most brutal week next week ever. Also tomorrow I have to figure out some travel. I'm gonna be traveling in the near future to go see some family that I haven't seen in a while. I don't like the idea of traveling right now, but I gotta do it. It's a reality of living very far away from family. I was cussing at my last laser appointment. I have a really high pain tolerance, so the laser never bothers me, or the laser doesn't bother me very much. Electrolysis, however, is genuinely painful and causes me great stress. Wait, this is Aldia's Keep. What am I doing? This is not right. We're not going to see her play Elden Ring till 2027. If the world is willing, that will change. I want that to change. I want us to play a lot more video games. I know this is gonna sound like you know, massive, like oh, my job is so hard. I have to yell about politics on the internet and whatever. But straight up, this shit's fucking stressful. And I felt, I don't know, I felt so much pressure to do so much politics lately, and I don't manage it well. I can own up to that. I feel the need to do all this other stuff, even though, like, I know that we need to do more gaming, and that if I don't do gaming, I'll never escape from just doing politics for the rest of my life. But it's like, it is a certain type of prison, and I don't always succeed, you know? I don't always succeed at pushing myself to do more, managing my time on stream better. I fail a lot. It's harder than it looks. You know? On our last politics stream, I got like 600 viewers. 600 viewers peak, 850 likes on the video. Massive success, okay? That was a really successful stream. And to me, I look at that and I go, if I can keep this up, I might be able to pay for my family's future. If I can keep it up, you know, maybe the future won't be so scary. But then also I go, it's really hard and the pressure is really high, and sometimes the constant politics gives people the idea that I have all the answers to their problems, and like that I can like personally save them from all of the hardship of the world. And that is like extremely overwhelming emotionally, and in fact it's terrifying. Sometimes it's so terrifying that it makes me want to run away and just like disappear. And I don't. Obviously, that would be irresponsible. But peak last stream was 725. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's incredible. You see what I mean? But like, I don't know. I know it's up to me in the end. Is this where I'm supposed to go? Is this what I'm supposed to go? Where I'm supposed to go? I don't know. Maybe this is where I'm supposed to go? I feel like this is where I was supposed to go. Whoa! I went to Antarctica. Oh, this shit is cool. This is beautiful. All the cauldrons are DLC entrances? Oops. The sign written here is being channeled from somewhere far away. That's weird. Okay, can I should be able to grab a little bonfire here or something, right? It's so cold. Anyway, what I was saying before, I was completely rambling and maybe not effectively, but I don't know. I know it's in the end, it's up to me to like to like balance this shit out and to be able to recognize when I need to take like to focus on the core stuff, you know? To like seriously do you know, do gaming stuff that's lower energy, that's more for the people who are really, you know, encourage that stuff. But it is so hard to like constantly overcome, like, I don't know, the grind set, actively doing what people tell you you're not supposed to do, you know, which is like you never suppress the grind set. You're supposed to always grind set. Like grind set is the like quote unquote ideal way to be, but in reality it's not, because I don't know. It's complicated. Whatever. I'm rambling at this point. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I don't know where I'm going. I can't remember the zones where I've missed things. Why the hell? There's a leak. I'm so bummed. My thing keeps spilling on me. There's a leak in the seal. And I don't know why there's a leak in the seal, but it's really annoying. It keeps dripping on me. It's really makes me look like a nasty... Actually, Danny, I have something I want to talk to you about. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe either tomorrow or the next day. On that front. I think we have two solid segments from tonight. One is going to be the big Elden Ring review, and the other one is the goofy Xanderhal stuff. Maybe. Whoa! I didn't mean to do that. Oops.
You, approaching the Leonlois, turn back. The old chaos hungers still.
Okay. We'll come back later. Sorry, lady. In the forest of the fallen giants, there are giant trees. In the forest of fallen giants, there are giants turning into trees. Forest of the fallen giants. Oh, you may now enter their memories. Wait, why? From getting the dragon soul? Page Punkcorp says, unfortunately, your politics-heavy streams tend to draw in chatters that have one-track minds. They're fair-weather watchers and don't give a shit about anything else you do. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, and I appreciate all of my politics viewers. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to denigrate them. Not all of them are like cynically don't care about whatever I do. It's not like they're like pure consumers or whatever. You know, I don't want to be too mean to them. But it is true that like a lot of politics viewers have a pretty limited scope, and they might not stick around for other stuff or be willing to check it out, and that's a real bummer because even though I've always been in most of the history of this channel, I've always been primarily my main topic is politics. Over the years, I've done less and less of everything else, and that's not the way I wanted to go. Like, some of you have been with me since the very beginning. Like, I know that some of you in chat here are OGs. Some of you may not have been with me from the very beginning, but you've been with me for a really, really long time. And you remember how streams were before, you know, where we would do a lot of other fun stuff. And I didn't mean for it to be that way, but it's really hard to control. And I know this is gonna sound like again, I feel a little self-conscious being like so woe is me or whatever. I'm not trying to be woe is me. I'm just trying to be real about the realities of it. It's very hard. It's actually quite difficult to like correctly balance that stuff. And YouTube doesn't like it. YouTube doesn't really like variety content unless it's very like fluffy variety content that doesn't get niched at all. Like the niche is just variety itself. Like, you know, YouTube really likes specialization, like really hardcore. And I want to be able to challenge that a little bit and figure out how to let other stuff grow, because I feel like I could work some real magic with gaming content, and it's just I'm not letting it grow in the right way. And that's on me. You know, it's not entirely on, it's not on anybody else. It's on me. It's just, it's harder than it seems, you know? You received the Ashen Mist Heart. Oh, right. The Ashen Mist Heart. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Chariot, I appreciate you so much. I hope you know that. Really. Don't a lot of streamers do variety content? On Twitch? Yeah. On YouTube? Because Twitch has a category called just chatting. If you're a pure Twitch specker, like if you specialize purely in Twitch and all your income comes from Twitch, you can do variety content for sure via just chatting. That's like a real deal thing. Where the fuck am I? Huh? Oh. Right. Holy moly, Paige Punk Corp says, I joined the website on June 6th of 2021. Yeah, that's what we call a frickin' OG. That is true ass OG status. Congratulations. You are most assuredly an OG. That is so cool. Thank you for sticking around this long. Oh crap, we forgot to tell people the spoilers were over. Professional streamer. Say I'll tell people when the spoilers are over. Forget to tell people. A lot of creators known for React content are functionally variety creators. They are, but React is its own niche. And yes, they are variety streamers, but they're chained in one very important way. They're chained to React. They must forever be reacting to other people's content, because that, if not, it stops being React. And then they start competing with non-React, you know? And this is something I run into, by the way, because I do rambly stream format, live format style stuff. Like when I do a review, my reviews compete with people who do pre-recorded, prepared reviews, you know? And it's very different content. And I think there's an appeal to the listening to 3 hours of somebody ramble very organically about their thoughts about a game without like lots of editing and all that kind of stuff. I still think it's very entertaining. There's cool tangents that go on. You argue with chat. It has its unique draws. But on YouTube, you're competing in weird ways, you know? It's so weird. And again, all of this is just like my best guess at how the system works, as far as I can tell. Because, I mean, some of this comes from my observation of these systems at play, you know, as a viewer, and some of it comes from my knowledge of having done this for a long time. And being like, yeah, good luck getting the videos out there. Like, I don't know, it's hard as shit. Anyway. Danny Fallen says, React is so free. Most React content, especially if you can X person of Y adjective reacts to popular thing and it's just free viewers. But it can be soulless because it's all you can do, otherwise your viewership tanks. Yeah, and also, exactly. And also it trends you towards drama. Which, because eventually, you know, you're like, I mean, hell, even earlier, like just reacting to the whole, like, shit that was pissing me off about Xan beefing with Vosh and partially beefing with me, indirectly beefing with me, perhaps directly beefing with me, but then choosing to fixate on Vosh for some reason. Even that is like, obviously, it trends into drama, you know? So yeah, for sure. It's not a contest, Sentient Rat. Sorta okay says, yeah, I have to separate in my head when people shit talk reactors. When what I think of as reactors is people who like do TV and anime and have discussion and stuff about it at the end. Oh, well, yeah, they're two different things. Like that's more like review content in my opinion. That would be more accurately described as that. React, and I'm not shit talking all reactors. I've done React content. Everyone does. Every streamer does some React content, and it can be very fun. React content can be like, I don't know, super, super cool in its own way. But it also has, you know, it just has its realistic drawbacks. Is Mama gaming? Yeah, I am. I am gaming. I'm having a good ass time too. We are at 7 hours and 11 minutes and we're still going. This is an old school stream. You know, I've been feeling good. I'm finally not sick for like the first time in forever. So I wanted to do a big old chunky stream. I want to do some work. I want to work hard. I want to keep you all entertained. I wanted to do something for the real imps. Been spending a lot of time grinding the politics thing, and I know a lot of you are like, politics? We want to hear Mama talk about video games. And I'm like, hell yeah. So I wanted to give that to you because I've been neglecting you all. You know? I haven't been trying to neglect you, but now I'm making myself feel bad, but you know. Ooh, you're playing Warframe again? I'm not gonna lie, I probably will give Soulframe a try. I don't think I'll ever go back to Warframe, even though I've been tempted with some of the content that I've been seeing lately. Oh, what? What do you mean? What is this? Hey. I don't remember how to get over there. Dark Slime Zero says, hey, I don't really have to play the games in order aside from Dark Souls 2 and 3, right? No. You don't have to play, I mean, no, you don't. There's no real order to the other FromSoft games. I would recommend starting with Dark Souls 1 because Dark Souls 1 is God tier masterwork. And then go Dark Souls 1, 2, 3 is like a really solid like run. And I do recommend playing them 1, 2, 3. But honestly, you don't really have to. Technically, I played Demon Souls before I played Dark Souls, but I didn't actually own Demon Souls, so I only got to play it on a friend's console, and I didn't get to play for very long. And then I played Dark Souls 1 first, and then I played Dark Souls 2 but didn't finish it, and then I went and played Dark Souls 3, and I loved Dark Souls 3 so much. And then I played Dark Souls 1 again. And then I played Bloodborne and loved the hell out of Bloodborne, like unbelievably. Ouch. Yeah, I loved the hell out of Bloodborne. And then I played Bloodborne like a lot. I played a ton of Bloodborne. I just played so much Bloodborne. And then I played Dark Souls 3 again, and then I played Sekiro. I did it! I made it! Prism Stone, really? And this didn't even get me over there. What the hell was that? Okay, well, that didn't work. I don't remember. Then I played Sekiro, and I was like, wow. Sekiro really kicked my ass, and it made me rethink how I approached games. And then I played Hollow Knight and felt something very similar. So between Sekiro and Hollow Knight, I kind of went through a personal gaming revolution internally. And then I played Dark Souls 3 again. And then I played Elden Ring. And now I'm here. I've played other things since. I've played Dark Souls 3 again since then. I've played Dark Souls 3 a lot of times. How the fuck do I get over there? I don't remember. Damn it. Okay, I think I went the wrong place. I really think I went the wrong place. I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna try and straighten things out. I'm rambling while exploring, so don't get mad at me if I'm being dumb. I am being a little dumb. Stoops says, all the Dark Souls games have some element of easy to them. Dark Souls 1 poise is really overpowered and Dark Bead exists. Dark Souls 2 has circle strafing and Dark Souls 3 has R1, 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 roll spam, roll spam, roll spam. But they're also hard in their own way. Yeah, there are like easier ways to play the games. If like your main interest is like easing yourself in, play the easy way. For example, playing as a pyromancer in Dark Souls 3 will be a lot easier for most players than almost any other build. And I recommend doing it because it's sick. Manhorse Supreme says, I was only a segment and political viewer, but I ended up seeing some of your game stuff and YouTube lives, and now I really enjoy watching this stuff also. It's fun. Yo, thank you. Thank you so much. I hope to keep winning people over, slow and steady, you know? Bender Joe Cool says, felt relaxed for the first time in weeks because some of the things in this world are slowly turning in the right direction. Picked up Yakuza Like a Dragon where I last left off. I found you from Vosh. Your voice is always appreciated. Hey, thank you so much. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you. Happy to have you here. Really happy to have you here. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. There's a giant up this way, isn't there? There was that giant over there, which I do not remember how to get over to that giant. But there's a giant up here, too, if I remember correctly, up at the top of this. So maybe I can go to that giant first. Not up here, up this way. The thing is, too, you know, I'm a big believer that there's no real wrong way to play Dark Souls, you know, as long as you're having fun. But if you're, like, new to it and you're nervous about the difficulty, your first playthrough can be, like, something a little easier. And then, as you ease in and start to pick up skills, you could try more interesting and challenging builds that catch your fancy, you know? Because, like, there's a ton of those. It's super, super cool how many different exciting and fun builds there are that as you start to get a hang for the game, you'll go, oh man, wouldn't it be interesting to try this? Like hell, on my last run through Elden Ring, the one that I ended up, the character that I was rolling for the DLC, during that run, I started playing a parry build. And I was like, oh, I've never played parry. I want to figure it out. I want to try and learn it. And it took a lot of practice and it was hard. But then I got the hang of parrying, and it was so easy. Once I got the hang of the parrying, it was like, oh my god, this is so easy. And then I decided to spec out of parrying because it got so easy that I didn't like it anymore. Yo! Whoa! What the hell's this? Hello? Oh my god. You can tell we're in the past because it's black and white. Or rather, desaturated. Yo, desaturation. Let's do this. Okay. Excuse me? Why are those wiggling? That was weird. Someone's blowing a huge vape cloud. It's the vaping giant. Oh shit. Wow. What we got going on over here? Bro, what? Hello. Cooked. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna bow these people to death. Okay, hold on. Damn, this is fucked up. This is super spooky. Okay, listen, fighting a bunch of giants would be really scary. Can I just offer a real one to these guys here? Having a bunch of these guys like burst into your castle or something would be scary as hell. Like, what the fuck is, hold on a second. What is going on here? Hey, bro. Oh. Okay. I don't think I would like to fight them. I'm still mad that Yorm wasn't a Dark Souls 2 style giant. I mean, I think Yorm looked pretty cool, right? And he seems pretty similar to Dark Souls 2. I mean, these giants seem like they're pretty ancient. Yorm seems like he's like kind of a modernized giant, and that kind of makes sense, right? Because Dark Souls 3 takes place like eons, millennia after this game. Like, it's way later, and this game is already way after Dark Souls 1. So Dark Souls 3 is like, the giants are like, I don't know. It'd be like if you like met like your like 1600s ancestor, and you'd be like, bro, what are you doing? And they're wearing like, well, I guess it depends on where you're from. If it was like my 1600s ancestor, they'd be like, it'd be like 18 generations of like chicken farmer or some shit like that. Soul of a giant. What the, hey, whoa! What? Excuse me? That's it? Excuse me? Was that all I was supposed to do? I feel like there was supposed to be more in there. I'm going back in. Wait, Yorm has an empty face too. Bender Joe Cool says, I work a 9 to 5 and I have a 4-year-old that requires a lot of attention. If I were to pick one Souls game to play, would Elden Ring be a good choice? If you were to pick one Souls game to play, would Elden Ring be a good choice? Elden Ring does have the most, like, it has the most generous checkpoint system of all of them. But also, Elden Ring is enormous. Like, it's really, really big. You can exit a session of Elden Ring significantly easier than basically any of the other Souls games. But its size and the difficulty of some of its bosses might make it a little challenging. Honestly, Dark Souls 1 has like it has pretty long play sessions. The one game I wouldn't recommend for you in your circumstances is Demon Souls. Demon Souls is like extremely cruel with its boss runbacks and with its checkpoint system. However, I think Dark Souls 1 is a good call. Dark Souls 1 is not a very long game, all things considered, which means that like it's very achievable in a way that like Elden Ring isn't. Elden Ring is just so long. It's such a long game that it might be hard for you to do all of that, you know, while managing your 4-year-old and stuff like that. Yeah, that's true, though. Demon Souls is also not a very long game, but I'm not gonna lie. I just am being 100% real. Like, the play sessions of Demon Souls, like you have to spend a good hour during every play session, and there's not a whole lot of room to be interrupted and just like stop, you know what I mean? Whereas with Dark Souls, there's a checkpoint very frequently, and if your 4-year-old needs you, you're not going to take a huge hit by having to go run and take care of your 4-year-old. Don't get me wrong, Doe, by the way, I'm so happy you're here. I love Demon Souls, so I'm not hating on Demon Souls even a little bit. I'm just giving very specific advice for somebody who has a 4-year-old and a 9 to 5 job. Also, Demon Souls can be a little hard to play because you have to have a PS3 with the game, but yeah. Doe says, as Sam Reich says, I've been here the whole time. Yo, that makes me feel so good. Did you think I did good on my Elden Ring review? Or was it incoherent and stupid? You can be honest. I know you won't say it was stupid, but do you think it was good? Did you like it? Oh no, what was that item? Oh, I love Game Changers. Game Changers is legendary. It's one of, it's, I actually I watch a lot of Dropout now thanks to Doe, but really Game Changers is the one that does it for me. Like, I like some of their other stuff too. Like, I really like the special where they have to gamble each other's school debt. That one was really funny and cool. Yo, what the hell? How do I get up in here? How the hell we get up in there? Huh? I can kill that guy though. Total forgiveness. You're not incoherent and stupid. I feel like such a dumbass sometimes when I get frustrated. Like, one of my biggest self-consciousness things is that I hate that I say that it doesn't make any sense. It makes me sound like the angry video game nerd, but like, even worse. In truth, what I'm trying to express is that it's confusing to me and I can't find a way to resolve it, but I don't have a more articulate way of saying that. And so eventually I just kind of like, this doesn't make any fucking sense to me. But then I just sound like I'm like dumb. And I hate being dumb. But the truth is, sometimes in life you're dumb. But thank you. I appreciate that. No! Wait, Nasty, why the hell don't you have a orange name? What the fuck? Why don't you have an orange name? You should have an orange name and a rat. What the fuck? I need to fix that. I guess you've just always been subscribed. You never have had orange? Why didn't you? What? What the hell happened there? Excuse me, do you only have a limited amount of time in there? Oh God, I gotta fix my thing. Hold on, give me a second here. I need to fix this like right this fucking minute. Why did nobody tell me? Why did nobody tell me that he didn't have an orange name? This is so stupid. I feel like such an asshole now. Not only that, I'm gonna give you better than an orange name. You're not just a content creator. You're a like valued member of this team. Honestly, I should give Danny a higher name than an orange name too. Hold on, I'm gonna fix both of this. You're still gonna get, people are still gonna gift you subs, you know, fairly frequently, so. I need to add a new, you know what, I should add a new and unique role for you guys, for you all. There we go. Fixed. You don't gotta give back. You give more than enough. You give more than enough. Like, you give your heart and soul and art to me, and your kindness and your patience. Like, you never ever have to, you don't ever have to give back to me. Like, we're collaborators. We're working on art together, you know? Yeah, you have like all the badges. Wait a minute. Yeah, I've given you like, wait. Oh, because you have mod status too. There we go, collecting all of them. Like, yeah. Okay, I gotta go back in there and get the rest of the items that I didn't get. Oh shit. Okay, good, I fixed my stuff. Straight up though, what was I saying? Yeah, like Danny and Aska and Nasty. Oh, there it says one cannot reside within memory for long. Okay, so that's my... You all are like... You're not just VIPs. You're not just like, you know, contributors. You're like a heart and soul of this channel. Like without you, this channel would not function. Like, you know... Obviously, like, I gotta sit on here on the camera and whatever, but you all make, like, crazy stuff, and you put your love into this channel, and I appreciate you so much. And yeah, so you don't gotta worry about, like, giving back. You give constantly. And, you know, that's all that, you know, that matters a lot to me. Anyway. Hey, Ferris Lockstone. What, 2? Oh. Soul of a Hero times 3. Holy shit, actually, that's good. Never mind, I'm going deeper. Let's go deeper. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So I got tricked? So that was a fucking waste? Is this for real? That's... Oh, nope, never mind. Okay, there we go. I guess I did get tricked. Fire Seed. Steel helm, steel armor, steel gauntlets, steel leggings. What's that? Oh, it's the funky little dude. It's the steel armor. That's so funny. I want to change armor soon. I'm getting tired of this outfit. Our boy is not getting showed off very well. You know? In this, I mean, the tights are very cute. I love the tights with the garters. That's a power move. Maybe we should just take off the top. Yo! We totally should have taken off the top. Yo! This is so... Oh man, this is so great! Oh shit! I forgot I gotta show off fan art. I gotta show off sick ass fan art. Okay. Everyone. I'm on a time limit and I wanna figure out everything in this zone. But please, remind me when we're done exploring this zone to show you all the amazing fan art that I got. It's so cool and it's very relevant to the topic of this stream. One of our viewers made fan art of my Elden Ring character, and it is fucking awesome. We're a Desert Sorcerer? Wait, is Desert Sorcerer gender locked? I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. Danny, I appreciate your edits so much, and you've been going so hard this year. I want you to understand, I appreciate... Oh, I'm an idiot. I was getting distracted by people talking in chat. I was literally getting distracted by people being horny in chat. Okay, so wait, you can wear Desert Sorceress? Oh, shit! You really can! Okay, but I kind of like the arms on this one. Do we have the arms? We don't have... How do we not have the arms? Well, it doesn't matter because these look good anyway. Okay, I want the legs. I want to wear the top, but I want the legs. This looks so good, and I want a different hat. Let's wear a different hat. Okay, that's cool, but not what I want. This hides our messed up roid neck, which is probably for the best. Okay, that looks kind of cool, though. I don't like that. Nah. This one is if we want to play as young berserk, young guts. That looks cool. That's like a Lawrence of Arabia type thing. We can't have the roid neck showing. The roid neck is messed up. It really is a problem. Okay, the feather is kind of funny and a little fruity in a way that I like. We don't hate his neck. Listen, I messed up. And by messed up, I mean the game messed up. It didn't generate properly. It is a little bit screwed up. We don't actually have a lot of hats. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny how lacking in hats we are. I kind of like this one, though. He looks kind of cute. Like, he looks kind of cute with this one. I really like it, actually. I want to do this one. I love this outfit. This is so sexy. What the fuck? It's such a sexy outfit. What the fuck? We did it. Somehow we made it sick. Okay, hold on a second now. Now, wait a minute. Make sure to upgrade the armor. I haven't upgraded any armor. Should I upgrade armor? I haven't upgraded any armor this entire game. It hasn't been too bad so far. It's nice but not necessary. Okay. I might take some money and go upgrade it a little bit later. I'm sure we're gonna have some from our adventures in this zone. By the way, I just love spear weapons. Do you know what I would give to have like a replica of this spear? Like a real metal, actually sharp replica of this cross-guarded spear? I would do many things to have that. Same thing goes, by the way, and this one is much less realistic, but if someday I'm insanely rich, I would love to have a real metal forged replica of the Dragon Slayer sword spear from Dark Souls 3. Like, legitimately just such a beautiful one. 1,700. That's actually not as bad as I thought. I was definitely expecting it to be, like, more expensive. I mean, $1,700 is a lot of money, but it's not as bad as I thought. Will you be killing Gale with the Dragon Slayer sword spear? You better believe it, okay? I have a whole plan for Dark Souls 3, and I have a whole plan for Elden Ring. The Elden Ring build, you guys are going to go crazy. It is going to be the stupidest shit you've ever seen in your entire freaking lives. I'm telling you. We're going to have so much fun with the Elden Ring playthrough. I'm going to play some goof-ass stuff. I've played like almost 500 hours of Elden Ring now, so I am totally comfortable playing goof shit. I have a plan. Double whip run? No. We're doing, my plan for Elden Ring is a status build-up run. Okay? And there's so much support for that in the DLC, which means we're gonna have some real fun. It's gonna be a blast. And it's gonna be very silly because it means we're gonna be playing with some weird bow items, some weird fist items, and maybe even some pots. It's gonna be extremely goofy, and we're gonna have a really good time with it, and it's gonna be really funny because there's gonna be some bosses that are just gonna be extremely difficult to beat. What the hell? Bro, what is this guy's problem? Okay, you got a switch? Can you not? These guys are strong. These must be like the toughest knights of Vendrick. They're really tough. Okay, I see where we are. So wait, how do I get down? Crap. Soul of a Brave. How the hell do I get into that little hole with the giant in it? Okay. So there's got to be a way into that hole. Oh, I intend to do lots of PvP if people want to. If viewers want to PvP in Elden Ring, it's really easy thanks to the arenas. We can just easily set up arena fights. And they'll be super fair and all that kind of stuff. Would be great. Okay. So, how do I get over there? They will not be fair. Well, not. I mean, that's because the PvP is unbalanced, okay? But that's not what I mean. So, what? So, like, do I need to blow? It looks like it's, like, weak here, maybe. Maybe you can, like, blow it up or something? So it should be right under here, right? This is where the hole is. So the hole is right there with the giant in it. And what? Like, do you like, maybe there's a wall? Maybe there's a hidden wall? Giant hole? Oh, my brain is starting to melt. I'm gonna play for as long as I can manage without, like, dying. There used to be a hole here, now it's gone now? So, well then how do I get, oh, there's a hole there. No, there's a hole right there. How do I get in? It said the Ashen Mist was coming, but I'm not going anywhere, so... Oh, okay, there we go. Jump in. There is no... Okay, that's... Now I know you're making Silent Hill jokes. Because I know in Silent Hill 2 you jump in a big hole multiple times. That's like part of the lore. And also there's a direct reference to that in... There's a direct reference to that in Signalis. Try fingers. Oh my god. Oh, my back. One cannot reside in memory for long. Okay. I've never played Silent Hill. Oh. That's funny. I thought for sure you were making a Silent Hill joke. But, you know, I wouldn't blame you. That was just a coincidence? Oh. Is there really a hole that I'm supposed to jump in? I didn't see a hole to jump in. What hole? Okay, so there's like big fireballs. Oh, how do I get up there? Oh, maybe it's another memory I have to come in? Because that looks like a different area that's not like attached. And I don't see any way in there. Maybe to get over there I need to be in another piece of the memory. And it's just telling me like, it's letting me observe it. I don't know how the rules of this place work, so, yet. Oh man, this guy's going crazy. I mean, maybe he can break it. Damn, this giant is sick. Dude, don't come for me. Go over for that guy. Go for that guy. This guy's movement is so funny. What the fuck is this guy's movement? Why does he move like that? Have any of you heard the song A Good Bunch of Biscuits? It's like one of the most annoying songs I've ever heard in my entire life, but also it gets recurringly stuck in my head. Somebody has to know it. A good bunch of biscuits. A good bunch of biscuits. Mama used to call us when we were outside. We were all playing on the farmland at all day. A good bunch of biscuits. A good bunch of biscuits. Daddy would work and he wouldn't bring us butter. We'd have to eat them dry and have some lemonade. A good bunch of biscuits. A good bunch of biscuits. That's a real song. I'm like making up the lyrics because I can't remember all of them. But straight up, that's a real ass song. It's a real ass song and it's actually like a really popular, like, it's kind of a real popular song. I mean, no, it is. It's like actually popular. I mean, it's not like popular in the sense that like Zoomers are like, yeah, hit me with, yeah, bro, dap me up with some good bunch of biscuits. It's more like, but it's like, it's been around a long time and like country people know it. And I know it for that reason as well. But it literally just goes a good bunch. It's like these guys and they're playing banjos and they sing together in like harmony. So it's like, it'll be like 2 or 3 guys and they'll be like, a good bunch of biscuits, a good bunch of biscuits. And they'll all sing together with that like, you know, that like vocal harmony that sounds good. And like, even though it's a kind of a stupid song, it actually kind of gets stuck in your head really bad. Looks like maybe I can drop down there somehow. Maybe? Oh boy. I feel like I might be a real fool. I don't know what I'm missing here, but I feel slightly embarrassed for myself. Man, that just makes me think. Yeah, I did get the giant soul. I just don't know how to get to this other spot. There's like another area I can't get into. My doggy was yellow and my truck was red. And when I filled it with gas, they'd say, a good bunch of biscuits. A good bunch of biscuits. I popped a tire and my daddy was mad. My mama was calm and she made a bunch of dinner. A good bunch of biscuits. A good bunch of biscuits. I don't remember the actual lyrics, so I'm fucking them up really bad, but that's basically how it goes. It's sad over and over and over again forever. But it actually is true, though, how huge and varied the American countryside is. It's actually hard to believe just how different regions of America are. I mean, it spans a quarter of the globe, and like 1 million different environments and subcultures. It's really crazy, honestly. McDick's robbed me of onions on my burger. Oh, McDonald's burger sounds so good right now, but it's literally almost 1 a.m. So actually, there is a place I could get a McDonald's burger, but it would be a bit of a drive. Oh, yeah, wait, there's a McDonald's near us that's like, I think they're like DoorDash only, which really sucks, but also, oh, but I have fried chicken downstairs. So, like, I don't even think I need McDonald's, because I have fried chicken. I'm glad these guys are so weak to fire. I'm gonna need to go get more fire arrows, though. All I know about Americans is from King of the Hill. Okay, King of the Hill is a very specific type of like ubiquitous Texan culture. It's very Texas. And yes, there is like, it does touch on like common currents in like in America, but also there's something really fucked up, which is that like the King of the Hill, like centrist conservative type, you know how like Hank Hill is like a Republican, but he's like a Republican because he like believes in upstanding handshakes and stuff like that, and he's not like super ideologically like driven with regard to like why he's like a Republican. Like that person doesn't exist. They've all unfortunately either like stopped being that way, or they've gone completely insane and become deranged Trump heads. It's so fucked up, actually. Like, I know that like we talk about it a lot on this channel, but like people from outside America can hardly understand just how bad Donald Trump alone completely distorted every single American's extended family. It's actually so messed up. Yeah, that's what I was kind of referencing to, Gayfish. It's my fave anime. True. It's a Western anime. Yeah, Hank is a great character. We love yeah, Hank Hill. He's amazing, of course. So, I don't know, maybe I'm just supposed to shoot this guy? I have no idea. There's a treasure chest in there. Why is it like this? What's going on? I'm so pissed off. How do I get in there? What the hell? know what? Somebody help me, okay? I'm calling for help. Somebody help me. How the fuck do I get in there? I can't figure it out. I'm beaten. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why I keep running out of time. Is it from another memory? Is that what it is? The hole is an exit? Dig? I can't dig. What are you talking about, dig? Maybe it's from the secret area and I missed something? The ash and mist is thinning. Oh. Be the dwarf. We need to go buy some fire arrows here soon. Well, Okay, in America, the least, like, population... Shit, I went right back in. The least population dense place I've ever been was the middle of nowhere in Wyoming. And let me tell you, it's actually, it's like, I wasn't like scared as in like quaking in my boots scared, but you do get a little scared when you realize that like, there's literally no one nearby. And like, you might not even have cell signal. Like, if your car broke down, you might be waiting for a while for someone who lives locally to truck on by. And that's kind of intimidating. Yeah, exactly, Doe. Doe says passing through town after town whose signs read things like population 12. And like, you see like one house and like one like set like church, a combination church, rec center, town hall type thing. Yeah, it's a little bit much. Marcy Parsi, hey, you did indeed. I'm running late tonight. Happy to have you. Population 12. I think the lowest we saw, I don't know if the lowest we saw was 12. I think the lowest we saw was 18, which is wild. Okay? Now there are places like that in my home state of Maine, but like it's different because the state is smaller. So like instead of being like, it'll be like you'll get to a town that's like TS, it won't even have a name. It'll be a town that's called like township blah blah blah. So it'll be like TS whatever, TS 108 or something, and it'll say like population 5. And it'll be like a cluster of 5 houses, or like 5 houses spread out around a bunch of woodland. But like at the same time, the state is smaller. So like there's a bunch of those like clustered together, and like they're all like kind of close to a highway that has a lot of people on it. Whereas in Wyoming, it's like, nah, there's nobody on the highway either. It's pretty wild. Wyoming was, it was certainly an experience. It was definitely a wild experience. Okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I'm sorry, what? What am I getting hit by? That guy? Oh. There's definitely stuff down there, but how the fuck do I get down there? Ah! This is painful. Felt similarly about parts of Montana, yeah. Just jump? It's not just jump. I wish it was just jump, but it's not. I can't figure this out. I'm being very dumb, and I'm sure it's making people really mad. We're not making the... Oh, I died. Shit. I thought this giant maybe has to break a wall, but I really don't know what I'm doing at this point. I think I gotta move on. I feel bad and like I'm failing massively, but I think I gotta move on. If nobody knows how to like help me here, I'm gonna have to say we gotta move on because I'm getting stuck here and it's starting to get depressing. Oh man. Yeah, I did get the giant soul. I just don't want to miss any good stuff, you know? Once you have it. Yeah, I have it. I got it. I gotta go get my souls back now. It's pretty late. Chariot might be snoozing. Which is totally fine. That's not me making fun or anything. I think that's totally reasonable. It's really fucking late. My sleep schedule is really fucked up. Last night, my sleep schedule got seriously messed up. I was up till like 6:30 a.m. last night or something. I didn't mean to be. It's just how it worked out. I couldn't sleep. And so now I slept in late. Why? A bunch of factors. I was really stressed out and I couldn't sleep. And then to soothe my stress, I was playing Spiritfarer. I don't know how you're supposed to say that name. I mess it up all the time, but I was playing that. And it's a game where you can really lose yourself in time. Alora says, well, I'm weak tonight. I'm tapping out to get some decent sleep and maybe writing in tonight. Good night, Demon Mama. Hey, good night, Alora. I hope you rest well. Don't worry, you're not weak. You're doing great. Remember not to push yourself too hard if your only reason is just to push. No, I'm having fun. I'm having fun. I'm gonna stop soon, but because you know it's getting pretty late. But I'm having a good time. I'm not pushing just to push tonight. Tonight we got 120 core imps watching. I'm not pushing just for the grind. I'm pushing because I'm pushing out of love tonight. Tonight is because I wanna deliver the Dark Souls content to the people who deserve it. That's what I'm doing tonight. The night where I had 700 viewers, I'll admit I was pushing a little bit for the grind, you know? But tonight it's for the real ones. And because I'm having a great time playing. I really like playing Dark Souls 2, you know? Look for ladders. Did I miss a ladder somewhere? Where did I miss a ladder? Is there a ladder that's getting destroyed somewhere? There's a ladder there, but that doesn't lead to the, it doesn't let us get into that hole. Oh my god, if there's like a ladder stuck in a corner somewhere, I'm gonna be so mad. If I'm just like not observant enough. I wonder if this is like, no, I don't see one over here. Yeah, I definitely don't see a ladder anywhere. Uncle Gumbald! For the epic banger of a stream, Demon Mama. Saw on Majority Report server they're memeing Kamala. Make America laugh again. Alright, well look. I'll give it to her. Listen, I am never gonna like, we're having fun, but you know me. I am never gonna fucking Democratic Party simp. It's just not gonna happen. You can expect me to continue to be critical of the Democratic Party and all of its state operatives for the entirety of this channel. That's my promise to you. However, I will say, Kamala has definitely made me laugh a lot. Like, ever since this whole Kamala shit went down, I've been laughing a lot more. It's been a good time. It's been funny. We need Demon Mama to be critical because Vosh has been 100% riding with Kamala. Well, see, that's the problem, you know? And no hate, but that's the problem with being so gung-ho about electoral politics, you know? If you're super gung-ho about electoral politics, you end up in this position where you have to be gung-ho about everyone, and you have to get overly energized and pretend too much. And I don't know. It's not that it's not genuine, you know? I think that he genuinely believes that. I'm not saying he's not genuine. It's just, you know, I'm happy that I maintain a consistently critical position because I don't, for a number of reasons, obviously because it's what I believe. I don't believe that we should tie ourselves to electoral politics, but also because it means it's less, I don't know. It feels like you spend less time flipping all over the place trying to support whoever the newest person in the Democratic Party is. Like, yeah, I don't know. I will say though, like, all of that said, I am very happy that it's Kamala and not Biden. And I think that's a big improvement. But just because it's a big improvement doesn't mean I'm not going to be, like, critical. You know what I mean? That's ridiculous. Like, when I say a big improvement, it's from a really, it's like the standard is pretty fucking low. You know? I hope that makes sense. Ow. Like, I don't know. I hope that all makes sense. I hope what I was saying made sense. The truth is, while I do think that, like, at times, like, I mean, I've very much disagreed with Vosh on certain things about, like, Biden support, but I think a lot of the different, like, he has a different view of politics than I do. Like, he comes to fundamentally different conclusions about politics than I do. But I will say, out of the people who are, like, electoral believers, Vosh is, like, straight up, Vosh is like straight up, he is legitimately one of the most critical of Biden and has been one of the most critical of Biden. Now, obviously, you know, I mean, I'm saying, I want to say it again, out of the people who are like very electorally focused, he's been quite critical. I know that some of you are going to say, you know, whatever. But seriously, go watch other, like, hardcore electoral politics believers. Like, the people who are, like, really into it. Like, you want to see... Okay, an example? ContraPoints. Like, look at the ContraPoints Biden standing that's been done in the past, okay? Like, ContraPoints had nothing to say this entire time. And Vosh has been fucking kicking Biden... Has been kicking at Biden over the Israel-Palestine stuff for months. He's been on that grind. You know, I'm just trying to give credit where credit is due. I'm not trying to, like, puff him up or whatever. I just spent a few minutes, you know, explaining where we're different and why why I think that, like, why I don't do, like, the DNC cheerleading to the same degree that he will. But, credit where credit is due, you know? Seriously. Credit where credit is due. Maybe in the past, Uncle Gumbald, I don't think that's really true anymore. ContraPoints, I will say there have been many points in the past where ContraPoints has been like, kind of like a flashpoint for internet discourse, but not to the same degree anymore. Like, ContraPoints just doesn't command the same level of derangement, and I think it's probably a good thing, because the derangement was very unfair and unwarranted, but also I think some of it is just because her politics is more boring than it used to be. And that's not me, you know, I'm not trying to judge her as a person because I don't know ContraPoints, but her politics is less. It has much less edge than it used to. ContraPoints used to have a lot of fire in her politics, and now it's more or less just Trump sucks. The DNC is the better option. Lefties don't want power, I guess. And it's just like, all right, if you say so, like, okay, sure. But like you can hear that shit from fucking Nancy Pelosi, right? Like it's extremely mainstream to be like, oh, the left are a bunch of do-nothing commies, lol. Like that shit is not, it's not gonna provoke interest or excitement. And I'm not saying she should be dishonest, I'm just pointing out the truth. Like, her politics has taken a very different angle than it used to. And, you know, whatever. Like, I don't know. I can definitely understand getting ground down by Twitter drama because there have been numerous cycles of Twitter drama where I think ContraPoints was like extremely wrongfully maligned and people blew shit out of proportion, like really hardcore. Whoa, hey Forlorn, what the hell's your problem, bro? Oh, bro, Forlorn is strong. Ouch. 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 Sorry, this is going to be a little bit of a focus struggle here for a minute. Shit. Okay, so that's not the answer. We got this ass. Oh, come on. Fuck you. Got his ass. But now it's broken and we have to go back and repair it. It's okay, we have a lot of stuff, so we can go get, you can use this to go get some, Good night, Grouchy Ash. JS Masochist says, I feel bad I stopped watching Vosh because, to be honest, I found him starting to get more smug than usual. It became a bit much to listen to often. You know, I've been familiar with Vosh and his content, and I've been his friend now for years. And I've also watched and been familiar with his content for a very long time. He's always had a lot of bravado, and he's always, you know, sort of projected a lot of confidence. Yeah, he can be a bit cocky in his, he can be a lot cocky in his presentation. But that's also the style he's had for a long time. That's nothing new, really. You know, sometimes in his content, it's too much for me. Personally, in interacting with him in person, like, I don't think he's like that, like, to other people interpersonally. I just think it's part of the style of the presentation of his content. And I can understand it too, because, like, you know, when you're in politics and you're engaging constantly in a bunch of weird posturing battles, it can be very useful and valuable to have a strong style of presentation and a strong personality that you run with. I think that's totally reasonable. In my personal experiences with him, like interpersonally, I've never really run into that issue with him. You know, I don't think he's like a smug person. In fact, I think he's quite kind and generous. But interpersonal relationship versus, versus how someone presents their content. These are very different things. That's just, you know, that's just a reality of it. It's not saying that he's like a fake person. It's just that like the relationship is fundamentally different, you know? When you're making a show and you're presenting your points and you're arguing with other personalities on the internet, that's very different than the relationships you have with people you personally know and spend time with and do shit with, you know? Yeah, it's part of his humor. Exactly, exactly. What? Who sells fire arrows? Okay, but he was wrong about that, Fought Knight. He was very wrong about that. In fact, I would say that, at least in Dark Souls 3, sorcery is FromSoft's hard mode. Uncle Gumbald says, it's been kind of great to see Paul's ego have perpetual VDS. It's quite entertaining. It is super entertaining. I think that their beef is very funny. I know it must be really annoying for both of them because they both drive each other crazy, but I do think it's very funny as an outside observer. Who sells fire arrows? Does anybody know which merchant sells fire arrows?
Flame.
Is it, I should look it up real quick. Oh wait, this is a perfect opportunity for me to show you all the art. This is so perfect. Here, let me get the art. Ornifex does? Perfect. I'm gonna bring up the fan art real quick because it's a perfect opportunity to show you the fan art. Al the Healer says, I've watched your review of the Paul's Ego Vosh debate like four times. It's so entertaining. I'm so proud of that react. We had so much fun with that. I'm still, to this day, so proud. I was probably a little bit too mean to Paul's ego in that one. But also, Paul's ego was so pissed off. He lost his cool so fucking hard. So, you know, I was probably a little too harsh on him, but also, Jesus Christ. You know? All right, you want to see some killer fan art? Take a look at this. This is by Imp, End of the Arts. Yo! Isn't this sick? My character wearing the armor of Night with the arm, the hand of Melania chained behind. Isn't that fucking sick? And we got the Gated Divinity here. You can see all the faces coming out of the Gated Divinity. So cool. Da 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 ba 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 bum ba ba bum bum ba 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 ba. Oh, so good. Ah, what an incredible piece, right? I'm so jazzed by this. I love it so much. Anyway, this is End of the Arts did this fan art. So cool. Isn't that fucking awesome? I wanted to show off the fan art for the hardcore fans. So much attention to detail. I am so in love with it. Also, Gayfesh, I don't know if you're still here. If you're still here, Gayfesh, can you put a little timestamp for me showing off this art real quick? Just so that I can send it to End of the Arts when we talk about it and show the art off to the stream. If not, I can add one on my own. It's a timestamp 8:21 approximately. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, because I'm going to send that to End of the Arts so End of the Arts can see the chat reaction. Because they put a lot of work into this. And I mean, one more time, just like take a look at this. Like, again, it is just so cool. The attention to detail is just phenomenal. Honestly, I should try and get a print of this. So fucking cool. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's the deal, okay? We are at 8.5 hours of stream. We're gonna go stock up on fire arrows at Ornifex. We're gonna level up. We're gonna do one more giant memory, and then we're gonna wrap for the night. Because otherwise I'm gonna be too tired, and I'm not gonna get to see my critters before I go to bed, which would make me super sad. Oh wait, we gotta go teleport to Ornifex. Hold on. It's crazy how people are so talented. People put a lot of work into it. Like, all I can do is write bad poetry. I bet your poetry is better than you say. And if you keep at it, you will get really good. Every single artist got there by hard work. That's just how it goes. Especially, like, there are very few artistic talents that people just kind of, like, get. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't happen. Like, you know, actually, I don't even know if there's any that I would be comfortable saying that. You know what I mean? Like, all of them require an abundance of work and practice. Oh my God, what am I doing? Why did I do it like this? Why did I choose to do it like this? What am I doing? What am I doing? What? Okay. Yeah, I don't know where the hidden bonfire is. That was stupid as shit. I got completely trolled by the beetle there. I should have sniped all these guys before I started going down. That's the smart thing to do, is to cook these guys. Before you start jumping. But I was not thinking, and as a result, I paid the price. Where the hell is the other one? Okay. It's right by there? Oh, is it? I don't actually remember where it is. Third bonfire is very near to Ornifex. Okay. I'll try to keep an eye out for it. I could have sworn I got a third bonfire, but I don't actually remember if I did or not. I like these guys. These guys are so funny because they have diminutive eyeballs. And I still don't know why they have diminutive eyeballs. It's behind that locked door. Not in the same room, but in the same pit you have to enter from above. Okay, I'll try to go find it before we wrap then. It would be nice to be able to teleport to Ornifex quickly. I mean, this isn't that bad, but it means there's some battles.
Hello there. What can I do?
Yeah, fire arrows. Give me like 500 fire arrows or 600 fire arrows or something. Let me get 400 fire arrows. Thorned Greatsword, Lost Sinner Sword, Drakewing Ultra Greatsword. That's so cool. Spider Fang, Spider Silk, Butcher's Knife, Sacred Chime, Iron King Hammer, Spitfire Spear. Spitfire Spear is really cool. We had fun with that one.
It's hot. It's King Vendrick came close to unlocking the essence of the soul. What a dazzling soul he surely had. Imagine what I might create with such a powerful soul.
Oh, she's asking us to go get us a big fancy soul. She's like, hey, you know that King Vendrick fella? Think you could maybe pop him off and do me a solid? And it's like, you know what? I think I could. The dragon something spear, the dragon spray spear, or whatever it's called, it's sick as fuck though. Whatever it is, I can't remember what it's called, but it's really cool. We were using it, the Spitfire spear. We're having a good time with that one. All right, let's go do this. Let's do our last thing that we said we were gonna do. We said we were gonna go, and we're gonna go do another giant soul, or another. Yeah, we'll go get another giant soul. Oh, we should use the Spitfire spear actually, because it will do more to these giants by like a long shot, right? It should do really good against these guys. These guys do nothing to me now. Seek Giant's Hole, try fingers. Good one, that was creative, nice. Nice. Look at that shit, cooked! That was sick as fuck. This is such a cool weapon. It was good. No, it was a good one. It was definitely like one of those, you did it, oh, but also it was a good one. Because like you morphed it from giant soul to giant hole, which is pretty good. Giant's hole from giant soul. It's good. I'm giving you credit. You know, look at this. We did almost no politics today, and I did rambling about video games, niche video games, for like 6 straight hours, and we still got 572 likes on the stream. That's actually so fucking sick. Obviously, average viewership is going to be a little lower tonight, but even still, that's pretty good. Hey, yo, who's this?
What are you doing here? You are not one of our soldiers, and I don't take you for a mercenary. Whoever you are, this is no battle to involve yourself in.
Oh, I'm involving. I'm involving.
Whether you are guided by bravery or brashness.
Hey, Black Serendipity. Thanks for coming by.
This is no place for you. I am Drummond, and the Lord has placed this fort in my hands. Whoever you are, I forgive your trespass, but leave this place immediately. Just mention my name, and no man will challenge your exit.
Okay, all right.
And even if you don't, by now, my men have not the will to resist.
Dude, you're...
Soon, the giants will descend upon this fort.
Oh, man.
It is revenge for the kingdom's misguided barbarism. The venerable Lord built this kingdom to bring prosperity to his subjects. What has transformed him so, I cannot imagine. Long ago, the king crossed the seas, pillaged the land of giants, and brought back a prize. It was then that the golems materialized. The giants are no ordinary barbarians. A singular rage burns within their hearts. My father and his father both fought the giants on this very land. The giants have wills of steel. They cannot find it within themselves to forgive the misdeeds of our Lord.
Well, why would they? Did he ask for forgiveness?
Did you see him? That towering monster among them. That is most certainly their king. He will be a thing to topple. Even if I should die trying. My blade may break, my arrows fall wide, but my will shall never be broken. Those who live by the sword will die by it. And I, Drummond, won't go down without drawing mine.
I absolutely love the dialogue writing in this game. It's like so good. But also, why the hell, this guy's like talking to a hobo who he's like, you're not supposed to be here. Why is he telling me the whole history of the giants?
Be gone with you. Be gone. Be gone.
It's kind of funny to be like, you need to leave right now. I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of my house, I'm going to be really upset with you. Anyway, let me talk to you about how the giants, like 1,000 years ago, got in a fight with this king that you, like... It is just kind of funny. He's info dumping. You know, I'll blame it on his near-death status. That's what I'm going to say. That said, the idea of, like, your king going and pissing off a bunch of giants, and then you're just, like, living your life as, like, a weird peasant, and then one day, a bunch of giants just start fucking pounding down your life. These guys, these motherfuckers, start just pounding down your life. That's pretty scary, I'm not gonna lie. It's scary to... What? You good, bro? It's scary to think about, you know? Like, I don't know, if you looked outside and, like, this guy was stalking around in your yard pounding down your house. I would be pretty terrified. Some people would be horny. I would mostly be scared. That said, it's like the reverse situation when we're talking about Bloodborne. Most people would be really scared, and I would be horny. So, I get it, you know? Basically what I'm saying is I'm not a hater. I understand, I get it. These guys have such huge shoulders, it's crazy. They've got some fucking World of Warcraft shoulders going on. True, yeah, exactly, Paige Punk Corps. You fucking got it. I know, it's a real shocker, right? You know what? I'm gonna come over here in a minute. It's a real shock-a-chew moment. I'm gonna go over there in a minute. Soul of a Nameless Soldier. What we got over here? A bunch of books. That's weird. What is this? A sandwich with words? Oh, shit. I feel like I'm gonna run out of time if I don't move faster here. These guys are pretty chunky. They're getting pretty chunky. I'm still doing pretty good. I'm getting a lot of souls, which is nice. We definitely need to buff our decks a little bit. Whoa. Damn, the iron arrows are actually doing real good damage. Especially with the headshots. You do kind of get a lot of souls. Yeah, this game has a higher, like, leveling cap. It's like, I don't know. Bro is big. Bro is large. Oh my god. For real? Bro, what? Be for real with me for just a second here? What the fuck? I gotta move quick. Oh, man. I am actually painfully hungry right now. It's actually kind of hilarious how hungry I am at the moment. I'm gonna eat so much food after this. Oh, that was like a giant caster. Ouch. Dude, can you fucking cool it? Oh my god. Alright, I'm not gonna fight this guy because his HP is way too strong. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro! No! Oh. Okay, so you gotta run through this area, I see. We got Dark Souls 3 this shit. That was some fucking bullshit. Stun locked. Go eat and go eat. Yeah, I should. We'll do this next one. We'll do that one. We'll fit. That one's hard. This one's gonna take a little while, so I'm gonna have to do this one next stream. It's okay. I promise. I promise. I'm really gonna do my best to do more Dark Souls streams for you all. For you all and for a better future. You know? You know what I'm saying? Tonight was sick. We did so much gaming content. We did a ton of Dark Souls. We did like 2 hours of Dark Souls or something. We made a lot of progress. We got a giant soul. We got a bunch of stuff. I think tonight was a big success. All right. All right. Oh, you got some good stuff. Nasty and Aska, you guys just wait till you catch the stuff from earlier. Not only do you have the Elden Ring stuff, but you also got the Xan stuff, which was really funny. I didn't eat any giant souls. No, I have not eaten any giant souls. I won't eat any giant souls. Don't you worry, okay? My lovely imps. Wait. Let me check and make sure I didn't miss any donos. I don't think I have, but I want to make sure that I didn't miss any donos. I don't want to stop the stream before I read all my donos up. Hold on, let me make sure. Hold on. Uncle Gumbald. Antifa Pyro with the $5 says, my issue is the fragments you find by exploring is not enough, and frankly, when I had to Google a guide, I'm just gonna say I don't know how I was ever expected to find some of these. Like, it took hours. Sorry I missed that earlier. You're 100% correct, Antifa Pyro, and I agree 100%. I missed one dono. That makes me feel bad. Antifa Pyro, thank you so very much. I don't think Antifa Pyro's here, but yeah. All right, everybody, that's everything. Thank you all. Thank you all so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for being such passionate fans who enjoy everything that I bring for you. And I hope that it entertains you. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and remember, do not fucking die. Do not fucking die. Good night, everyone.